And hello, YouTube. We should be live on YouTube as well. We already have Augustin Heinberg in the YouTube chat. So I think we're all ready to go. Time for some Discord announcements, and I'll make a Reddit post about the schedule as well. Post on Discord. Now I need to go live on Twitter. And hello, yes, on YouTube. Lovely. Hello. Good morning. So many social media posts I need to make. Ad break is over. Ad break is faster than I can make my announcement posts. And hello, HQ. How you doing, HQ? Okay, announcement post. Do this on Twitter. What the heck was that export? Alright, that's a good enough tweet. Post on Reddit now. Hello there, Tundra Blitz, Drex, Waylander, and No Time Friend. Scream and shout to praise Lord DauT. Alright, great. Oh, I got the schedule wrong. Oop, I got the schedule wrong. Wait a minute. Delete the tweet. Delete the tweet. Schedule wrong. Today is MYI versus Let's Go Tag. I got the wrong MYI team. Wrong MYI team. You get the schedule right on my Discord? I did. Not. There we go. Now it's right on my Discord. Yes. It's gonna be best of five. Best of five. Let's go Onamaru. Hello, Frito. Well, we got 44 people on YouTube already. YouTube, this is fast. Also on the tournament announcements yesterday. A lot of lands. I know some stuff about TTL and the Berlin land. I'm gonna be busy making some maps pretty soon. But announcements is the next calendar for the next fiscal year. Personally, I'd love to see another Nations Cup. I think that's the most important tournament, but there we go. Now I've got it posted properly. I mean, AoE Zone was updated. It is much better than it had been previously. I think it's a good improvement. Yeah, another draft. There we go. Oh, I gotta be the spectator on the drafts. Always fun when that happens. There. Drafts. Boom. Andy is ready. He's there and ready. Yeah, layout changed. I think AoE looks pretty nice now. It was He's getting kind of old. I miss AoE Zone though. Like now I gotta go all over the place to make these social posts, like Discord, Reddit, everywhere. Is this live? This is live today. Yes, this is live. The Silver League semifinals are going to be Rex because they're happening concurrently with some of the other sets, or they might have already happened today. But the quarterfinal is going to be live. I think Slam and ACCM are going to be Rex, and then the first set's going to be live. As you can tell, they haven't drafted yet, so this will indeed be live. Tomorrow, first one also live. I have no idea. That is in charge of the admin schedule. Let me double check what our plan is. Tomorrow is LY versus... I think that's going to be live tomorrow. That should be live, and then I think the second set tomorrow might be... Which I can check in our scheduling server. Friday second set, that'll be live. That'll be live tomorrow. And both sets tomorrow will be live. Both sets. The only Recs for the quarterfinals are the Slam and ACCM team, because that is impossible to schedule live. That is literally impossible to schedule live. ACCM, Slam, Mbl, Sora Kuma, yeah, it's not happening live. Hello, Turs. FreakinAndy can't miss community games? Oh boy. FreakinAndy needs to play his Silver League. Who won the first Cartographers? That was Viper and Jordan won the first Cartographers. They've been knocked out already by our MBL and Sora Kuma team. Oh, actually, wait just a minute. I know exactly what I can do. Hold on. Let me... make another OBS scene. Hold on, I know exactly what we can do here. I have a plan. Where are we? Oh, wait. This might be able to solve some of the other issues I was having too. Okay. Ready? We're gonna do two things at once and hopefully solve several problems. I have a schedule. This will be the schedule for today. Boom. I have the schedule for today. That'll be its own OBS scene. Ooh, how do you like that? We're getting creative here. We have overlays now. What is this? What is this? Professional streamer. What do we have going on here? This will be the schedule for today, and then we'll go back to the drafting, because I was having the problem with the drafts resizing themselves, and I don't know why that was happening. But now I can adjust this. We're gonna be real professional with this. So I hope you're ready, because this is gonna be live overlay editing, and we're gonna make this look much nicer than it had been the other day. I have ideas. I hope y'all are ready for me to cook a bit. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You paste in the chat that, oh no, the overlays are oversizing. Nah, T West knows what he's doing. gonna, let's see. Paste another one of these. And I'd be like, oh, why do we have the map draft up here 3 times? Because we're gonna do some, this. Okay, this we're gonna, just that. Okay, maybe not that large. Alright, something like that. I'll go in the middle, and then this can be cropped a bit like this. Then this can be cropped like that. This can be cropped like that. And then we'll just like hook them up together a bit. Need like a background of a similar color, but there, you're seeing the vision. You're seeing the vision now. Now I just gotta like connect all of this, right? All right. This needs to be cropped over here, like that. This goes like that. This one is cropped like this. This goes over here. This needs to be like larger too. Maybe you're seeing the vision. You're seeing the vision I got. See, I have a plan here. I think I also need, I just need like a background. Let me make a nice 4K background. I can crop it a bit. Okay, the screen's gonna go black for a second, but trust me, it will be an improvement. I still haven't started the sim draft anyway. This is wonderful. I got all this time to do my editing. Okay. And go like this. This. Can I adjust the opacity of this in OBS? Filters. Maybe not. Just the opacity in GIMP. That reload in OBS? It does, it does. Alright, alright. We're cooking here. Then I just need to take these, and I have some CSS for getting rid of the background. And years ago, I sent that to Daniela, so I will copy and paste the message I sent her. There we are. And now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. There. As the first game starts whenever they finish their draft. The draft will hopefully be soon. I just gotta make these things a bit centered a bit. How did my overlay there change? Too many buttons to press. Alright, we're cooking now. And the donation goal now needs to go down there. And I think we can make this a bit larger. Good morning. Yeah, if all the tiles could be larger. This is what happens when we stream it 4K. Alright. That's the size we can see, right? That's the size we can see. Why is my logo? I'm now at the mercy of the fact that I've changed my resolution to 4K and my overlays did not change with it. And it has killed OBS somehow. Good enough. So arena, that's the map that matters, right? That's the big one. And then hold on, we gotta then do these ones at the same size. That's maybe they're starting the Civ draft. Starting the Civ draft. We can make that bigger. There we are. Make the background suit that better. There we are. And Spadger, thank you for the follow. For following this wonderful professional overlay stream. There we go. Okay, map's just a bit, maybe that's slightly too large. We put that here. This will be game 1. Reference to that. Something like right there. And copy and duplicate this once more. And then we go like that. This one would go like that. Move that over slightly. There. This one goes right here. Civs. Move that down slightly. All right, I think we're almost there. I think we're almost there. One more little duplication to go. Get rid of some of that dead space there. And then we just hit the admin bands, move them up. And there, everything fits. There. What do you think, chat? We got it? We got it. First map gets picked by me. No, first map is just what's left over after they ban everything. If you see how the draft goes, they each pick their maps, then they ban a category, and there's one remaining category left over. So there's 7 categories, 4 picks and 2 bans is a total of 6 categories removed. And then from the final category, they each ban 1 map. And the remaining map is randomed from whatever remains. If they ban separate maps, it's the remaining map. If they each ban the same map, then it's randomly among the 2. Nice. So, welcome everyone. We just have 400 people who watched me change my overlay. So I hope you enjoyed the overlay process. Now we can see everything properly. I think, is this background transparent enough or too transparent? I don't know. Sen Nike, thank you very much for the sub at tier 1. That'll count towards Partner Plus. Maybe we should make our donation goal slightly larger here. There we go. I'll need to... This is all my overlays were set up for 1440p, and OBS apparently is having trouble as I swap them to 4K. So, this is the schedule for today. We have Andy and Lewis against DauT Hera. Then we'll have Mbl Sora Kuma and Z40 against ACCM and Slam. And then finally, we'll have the Silver League semifinals after all of that. So that'll be Vietnam, that's Quang Tri and Say My Name, against OS Plus, one of the many OS civs. CSS Master. Sick schedule, thank you. This I threw together 5 minutes before I started streaming. And hello everyone on YouTube. Hello Jabberwock, Augustin, Sammy, Tundra Blitz. Ooh, Tundra Blitz on YouTube too. Hit that like button with a thumbs up. Oh, nice emote for that. CCM and Slam versus MBL and team will probably be a banger. I bet it will be. So, also, now that I've set the overlay up, we can talk about the maps. We'll have Arena. Best map is game number 1. And Gamer Legion going for some standard maps, Arabia and African Clearing. Onamaru going for some crazy maps. We'll have Valley of Kings and Sumatra. I have in the works a better map overlay. I just don't know if I'm going to have it finished in time for the end of Cartographers. It's going to have the actual maps as larger icons, so we can have the draft screen and then the finished draft screen. And thank you, Telesphorus Games, for the follow. Let's see if Lewis dies again against PvE. Again, it did. Lewis hasn't died against... he hasn't lost a king, right? Against the environment. That would be sad. Double dipping on Twitch and on YouTube. Nice. Man, wouldn't it be nice if that captain's mode overlay just put the civs with equal numbers? Like you take that Aztecs pick and put it on the next row, or that Malay on the next row. That's nice and even. Oh, that'd be nice. Are they higher than Gamer Legion A? Because they grinded the team game ladder, and Gamer Legion A didn't, and they used some team game rating as part of the seeding score. We were thinking of reseeding the teams overall when they'd gotten to the bracket stage, but I feel like the only real advantage you get from being a higher seed is whether or not you pick first in the draft. And I figured I was okay with giving that to the team that grinded the ladder. It also depends your matchup, or on the matchup you get. But then again, when I looked at the standings, the top 4 quote-unquote teams from last Cartographers each had a path to make it to the semifinals. So I could reseed them, but then the reward for grinding the ladder would just be that Andy and Lewis are the lower seed against Gamer Legion A, potentially. Migos, they didn't lose to Silver League champions, right? No, Amigos were in gold. Yeah, Amigos were not in silver. Yeah, the Amigos lost to the smiley face tag. That is... The Amigos beat Silver League champions, then lost to smiley face tag. That is Sato and Mihai. Yeah, but FreakinAndy and Dark, they are going to be in the Silver League semifinals. That we're going to cast their set tomorrow. I mean, Hera did play some team games. I saw him play like a handful of team games, but obviously he doesn't do that primarily. So it's a bit of a big leap for him to grind team games the way Andy and Lewis did. I got down a couple pixels. That's better, I think. Okay, so the drafts are finished. Drafts are finished. How does this look like? Just out of curiosity. If I get rid of the background, I think that, yeah, that makes it too hard to see. I think like a drop shadow on it, maybe. And maybe slightly tweak the background. Yeah, hug this a bit tighter. Yeah, I'll do some more updates on this as we go along. Viewer count, it doesn't update as often as it probably needs to, but that's just because Twitch doesn't update the API endpoint as often as it probably should. Stuck on pi, right? It's a good number. It also doesn't count YouTube because we have 125 people on YouTube. Let me open up. I should probably start AoE 2 of the game and pay attention to the dashboard. Man, I wish I needed fewer websites open. I had the Captain's Mode website, the dashboard website, AoE 2 itself. It's like I got more windows open now than I did on Voobly. More is better? No. I mean, weather.com. Should I add that to the overlay, the current weather in each of the players' home cities? That way we know if it's raining and maybe the internet gets knocked out. All the programmers on here, why can't we integrate all these into one program site? I mean, because that would be the job of the developers of AoE 2 DE, so that we don't have to rely on community tools. I mean, the spectator dashboard is literally the little tiny piece holding up the entire infrastructure in that XKCD comic. It's like a one guy's free time project. Without it, we'd not be able to find the tournament games we're spectating. But now I can swap to open Capture Age and get Capture Age warmed up without killing my overlay. So that's good. And also, reminder now that the drafts are done about the schedule today, and I'm doing this reminder mostly because I have the scene set up and I'm going to do a transition. And oh, look at that. Starting out with the quarterfinals between Andy and Lewis against DauT and Hera. Next, we're going to have the set between Mbl Sora Kuma and Z40 against ACCM and Slam. And that's going to be a banger right there. And then finally, we'll have the Silver League semifinals today. And it'll be the same thing tomorrow. We'll have 2 more quarterfinals and then the semifinals at the end of the day. All these overlays. I have something far more impressive I'm cooking, but don't know if we're going to get there soon. A 32-minute delay. Are they fixing fast proxy? They're fixing fast proxy, of course. Super Skinny knows about the Voobly days. You got Fluffy Pancakes and AoE 2 with Hera and DauT playing. Nice. Pancakes are great. And American breakfast foods are great. When I was in college, I lived next to this place called Waffle Frolic. I got waffles there like every day. Think about making a breakfast burrito? Oh, nice. And thank you, Who's Ajani, for the follow. A Waffle Frolic closed a few years ago? Oh, dang it. That place was great. It probably had struggles due to COVID. Maybe closed a couple years ago. And CTB moved across the street. I've not been back since that happened, but that sounds scary. And Scoo Ray, thanks for using your Prime sub. Appreciate the support. And okay, we have a lobby. We have Andy, Lewis, and DauT there, just waiting on Hera. And Scorch 14, thank you for the sub with Prime. So I want to hear your predictions, chat. Give me your predictions for this set. I'm probably gonna go Gamer Legion, but I'm gonna go 3-2 because I think Andy and Lewis will have some strats cooked. Maybe they should have a panel in game where custom web gadgets can be shown, so people can have a mod that displays spectator dashboard within a panel. that could be cool. Alright, and just so I don't have to play a super long ad later since they're getting ready in the lobby, I'm just going to reset the counter on Twitch now. And again, if you want to watch without any ads at all, without me needing to play 3 minutes of ads every hour, then you can watch on YouTube and in 4K with the new router that I had that seemed to fix my internet issues. 5.0 chat. Yeah, I get what you mean, Archzion. I get what you mean. Drex saying 3-1 GL. What router did I get? I have the box behind me. It was on sale at Best Buy. I didn't know about routers, so I just got the one that was on sale, and it looked like an expensive one that was cheap. It's a TP-Link AXE 7800. Yeah, the TP-Link one was on sale. And that's why I went for it. I just needed something that was modern because my old router was about 10 years ago and not handling my upload speeds. Hera being like the Magnus Carlsen. Okay. you confused me for a second when you wrote Carl Magnus, and I was like, wait a minute. Oh, and hello, Rodrigo. Welcome to YouTube. We're almost at 30k subs on YouTube. We're at like 29,500 something. I mean, we're close to it. If I ever actually get to uploading and editing YouTube videos like I used to, then we'll definitely hit that. It's one of those with Wi-Fi 7 thingies. It's Wi-Fi 6. Is there a Wi-Fi 7 now? Yeah, 6E is what I have. There is a Wi-Fi 7. I didn't see any routers like that. Is that like super new? Anyway, we're just waiting for Hera to get into the lobby. I don't know where he is. YouTube sub is for YouTube subbing is like following. I don't even think subbing on YouTube does anything anymore. It's not like YouTube shows you your subbed channel videos. Okay, still just... Oh, there's Hera. Hera's in the lobby. Hera's in the lobby. We're just about to get started. Just about to get started. Wi-Fi 7 super new. Okay. So the next router I get will probably be like Wi-Fi 8 then, if this one lasts. You get shown to the live streams on YouTube. Okay, that's nice. That's how you know to come to Twitch. Even iPhone isn't using Wi-Fi 7 yet. Thankfully, I don't have an iPhone. No Apple products over here. Android for the win, yes. Oh, did they launch? They have launched. They've launched the game. They will start the game already. iPhone 16 uses Wi-Fi 7. I drive a 2019 Nissan Altima, and I cannot get Android Auto to work with it, no matter what I do. But iPhones work with it, and it annoys the heck out of me. Are these games live? Yes, Tomas, they are live. That's why we're waiting for them to get started. We have a spec delay. With another 48 seconds, then the games will get started. Ooh, and these are some nice civs for Arena. This is going to be a good game of Arena. Yeah, I had an iPad that was gifted to me in like 2011. I have an Android tablet, and I actually use that for writing quite a bit. And Corrupt, thank you for the follow 2 minutes ago. I think I missed that alert, but thank you very much. Hera's Monk Rush only now? Wait till you see his Civ. A type of tablet? It's a Samsung Galaxy something. I forget the version number. It's like 5 years old at this point, though. Super useful. Okay, and we're about to get started here. Transition to capture age. Make sure I can see both of the chats. Get the scoreboard set up. Gamer Legion A. Onamaru A. Blue versus red. Okay, welcome everyone to the Gold League quarterfinals of Cartographers. To the west, we will have DauT and Hera for Gamer Legion. DauT will be playing as the Red Burgundians and Hera as the Yellow Aztecs. Then to the east, we will have Andy and Lewis playing for Onamaru A. Andy will be playing as the Green Bengalis and Lewis as the Blue Portuguese. This is Arena, Arena with an I, the I meaning that the walls have proper 1,800 hit points on them. This will be a classic game of Arena, not one of those Tower Rush fests we see on DE. Ugh, the horror. Music is very calming, I hope so. It is game time, and why do we have Aztecs and Burgundians? Both of them have a relic bonus. The Aztecs get extra gold from the relics, and the Burgundians generate food as well as gold from the relics. Both of those are team bonuses that will stack with each other. And on this version of Arena, I went with this new standard for the Definitive Edition, which is 7 relics on all of the 2v2 maps. And we'll have one free right between these two players. I'll have one free right between these two players, so essentially a free relic for each team, and then 5 relics in the middle over which they can fight. And JFV Rubel, thank you for the follow. The middle seems so small. That's because it is. I made the middle a bit smaller than on DE's Arena 2, trying to encourage a bit of aggression. And, well, we have 4 great monk civs in Burgundians, Aztecs, Portuguese, and Bengalis. Let's just do a quick heresy check. Is there heresy for the Burgundians? No. Is there heresy for the Aztecs? Yes. Is there heresy for the Portuguese? Yes. And is there heresy for the Bengalis? No. So each of these teams with a civ that doesn't have heresy, one that does, one that doesn't. Map looks nice. I hope so. I've put a lot of work into these Cartographers maps. I have a YouTube video about the map scripting and some math I did that I still need to edit. I have like 4 minutes of editing left. I'll need to re-record the ending because I was originally going to have it out before Cartographers, but with all the Cartographers stuff, I didn't have time. And the patch, you saw the live stream? Yes, I've improved the sine and cosine calculation since I live streamed some stuff, though. It's more efficient now. Does this map work in 4v4? This one in particular, I only have working for 2v2. But on my to-do list is to make more maps that work for 4v4s. Because I want to do community games on proper maps, because I think the DE maps are kind of broken. So I'd rather have some of my own maps. Yep, I have a couple more events coming up where I'll be working on the maps for them, and hopefully I'll be able to live stream that. If you saw, there's a couple things on the calendar coming up. New improved calculations, don't mistake them with pathing. Yeah, just some trigonometry to help with the placing of various lands on the maps. I actually ended up using it in quite a few maps. I wish the patch had come out a couple months earlier, because then I think the maps would be even nicer. And I might have even been able to support more game modes. But alas, that'll be a project for the next map pool. So we will have Lewis going up to Feudal, Andy up to Feudal, and everyone up to Feudal, with DauT being the first. DauT the first one up to Feudal as the Burgundians, even with the Dark Age eco upgrades. DauT with the efficient build doing the barracks. He's up on... What are these up timings? He's up on 21 population on Arena. Hera up on 22 population. What? Lewis fast... No, he's not going to fast imp on 22 population. I mean, he has a barracks. These are some fast up timings from everyone. DauT wants heavy plow before he even considers needing a farm. That would be a reason to go up fast. You will save a lot of wood, but you're not going to get your TCs up. He's doing a stable. And he's not going to have food to go up. Is he just going to go scouts? He's doing bowsaw. Is he just going to go bowsaw heavy plow scouts? He's not even doing heavy plow. No, he's doing a farm. He just wants bowsaw and scouts. Well, okay, that's one way to play Burgundians. We'll have Market Blacksmith for Hera. If they can go, like, maybe scouts plus a monk rush. We'll have an X over here as Hera's eagle is double teamed. And that's the downside of the eagle on Arena. Ooh, Lewis needed to block there. Could have blocked, he might have been able to save the scout. And let's see, ooh, there's a spear. He needs to make sure the spear goes at the right angle so he doesn't block his own scout. And perfectly done. He'll go turn around behind the spear. Nice job to save the scout. He'll bring it inside of Lewis's base and they can heal that later. Wonderfully done. I don't know, look at that. Is this T90 playing for DauT? What are these farms? Doing the farms on the front too. Those will probably be pushed if he gets monk rushed. Or maybe this is the play and you build your first farms on the front so you take them, and then if you're pushed, they're done by the time you get pushed. Wheelbarrow on the way for DauT. Okay, so DauT's just going to be doing a bit of feudal booming with Wheelbarrow. Feudal booming with scouts. And thank you, Lone Crusader, for the follow on Twitch. We become the next Rage Forest. We had Rage Arena already. I did make the map for Rage Arena if you saw that tournament earlier this year. That was a lot of fun. But Rage Arena, totally different map than normal Arena. T90 not even need to defend himself. Spear goes down. Yeah, and he also going feudal scouts. What is Arena feudal age scouts? Turning the clown map into the hamster map. I guess they're just really afraid of Hera going forward. And he's gonna send his vills forward anyway. He is Aztecs. Aztecs do have great monks. Does he have loom? No, he does not. Hera, double monastery, needs to wall. Okay, it's Hera. He'll use the relic as part of the wall. That used to be dangerous, but they made the relics larger, so you can use them as walls now. What would Rage Arabia look like? Pawns in every woodline. So Spear gets killed from Andy there. Double monastery for Hera. Yeah, everyone wants to deny relic. Oh, we have forward vills for a castle drop from the Portuguese. Portuguese gonna drop a cat. If you drop the castle on top of the monasteries, that could be sick. Because then the monks can't pop out. So castle will go right here. Hera probably needs... Oh, he's doing an anti-castle farm. Yeah, he's doing some anti-castle farms right there. The Vil got killed. I don't think you can steal a farm while they're under construction. Can you steal farms anymore? No, you can't. It should have just been poked down by the scouts and whatnot. So a couple of monks out for Hera. Aztec monks, but no upgrades yet. He's trying to get some conversions. Scouts will take the monks out. DauT, not quite enough to win this scout fight. Hera did not go forward for a tower. Somehow Lewis got a villager on the inside, and he'll be building an outpost. And Hera's attempt to get relics has failed because we have two players going feudal age scouts, kind of canceled each other out, and then the monks were not in time to stop the castle. You can steal farms under construction, the only way to save starved players in some FFA games. Okay. Well, it's organ gun time, and usually double monastery monks is a counter to organ guns, I'd say. But Hera now needs to remake the monasteries on the inside of his base. Heavy plow for DauT, and I honestly don't think it would be a horrible idea for DauT to give a tiny bit of sling to Hera at this point. Just so that you make sure Hera can get his monasteries going. Hera did sell the stone. There's going to be monks on the inside. So Aztec monks should be good against organ guns. And that, I think, is going to be good for Hera. Also, Lewis forward on the stone. Not able to take a gold with a forward castle. But there's a stone on the map for him. Because the map is so small, the extra resources are pretty close to walls, which means there are more options for taking them when you do these forward castles. So, Aztec monks, but scouts going to be hoovering around. Hoovering scouts for Andy, and the monk's gonna have to use the TC to stay alive, and potentially even more important to convert scouts than to convert organ guns. Monk did not maintain a conversion and swap targets there. Walled up down there is Hera, and he's gonna need to get more monks out of his monasteries. The organ guns, if they camp the monastery, the monk's gonna have a difficult time running to the TC. Hera might need to go to that back gold, that's safer. And we have a couple of monks. Is there a monk on the outside? I don't know. But it's there, 1, 2, 3. Hera looking for conversions. Can swap to the scouts, can swap to the scouts. Wall not up in time, that monk didn't swap. He wants the organ guns and not the scouts. He could maybe even take the spears, gets one scout there. And two conversions on scouts. That'll go down to the castle, but that'll help keep him alive. Can even get a spear now. And I feel like Hera's safe, as both of our scout players are up to the castle age. Organ guns coming forward. Wall Hera in. Is there any way to reduce your score in FFA games without damaging your war effort? Go to the mill and queue farms, like AOC, not the auto queue, but the AOC styled farm queue. You queue them up in the mill. You use the wood, and until the farms are made, you adjust your score. And then you can always cancel them if you want the wood back. Andy go feudal scouts? Yes, Andy and DauT both want feudal scouts. And I'll have castle and armor. Alright, I mean, the push started off well, right? They got the castle on the 2 forward monasteries. That's how you want to start, with an Hera with a nice monk defense. Surviving the pressure. Aztecs are hard to push if you wall your base properly. And there's no mangonel follow-up to this push, so they weren't pressuring with siege as well. No ram follow-up too. And we're going to have coinage on the way for Andy. Andy's going to swap to slinging then. And Lewis will have a second forward castle. And this is now where things start to get scary. Yeah, you might lose a vill or 2 to conversions, but the castle's right there. It's like having free heresy. Lewis can also do his own monks with atonement if he wants to get into a monk war. I don't think there's a way to stop this castle. There are no slinging rules, right? Nope. Sling is just nerfed, so it's taxed more. It's 50% in the feudal age instead of 30%. So you can sling if you want. We did see Barles and Dogao do a lot of slinging, but they're really the only team so far who's done a ton of it. So if you need to like send 100 stone for that panic TC or panic tower, you can do that, and you're not just going to get an admin loss for it. Yep, and also map control for relics, as you mentioned, because these were Aztecs Burgundians, very relic-focused civs. And if you look at the relic counts now, it is 3 for Lewis and 1 for Hera, with 1, 2, 3 on the map, one of which at least heavily favors Onimaru. So we're looking at probably at least a 4, anywhere from a 4-1 to a 6-1 relic lead. As now, Lewis is walling in Hera. Lewis is not just walling in Hera, but also walling out DauT, so that would be the angle where DauT most likely would come to help. Or the most direct angle, anyway. This castle's still taking out the monasteries. And Lewis is going Imp. Lewis has been slung up to Imp, and he slung him up to Imp. Now the organ guns can come over towards DauT, and DauT trying to grab a relic, but don't think he'll get that with all the organ guns hoovering. Petard's on the way for Lewis. Is this enough light cap for DauT to engage? I don't think so. Organ guns are amazingly strong. Now, Burgundians themselves, they could also go for that Redemption Monk defense. That's going to add in the workshop. A couple of petards on their way over. He can go in, but that's going to make it tricky then to get reinforcements over, without having this many light cav moving around. He's going to start making knights. If he gets cavaliers, he can probably fight this pretty well. And, I mean, looking at this economy, I don't think he'll have trouble going cavaliers. He has 25 farms right now. So you start doing knights. Maybe just hold off on the upgrades a bit. Get like 7 or 8 cavaliers and then fight this. They're not going to do too much damage just around the front of the base. And even though Imp's on the way, trebuchets could be threatening over here, but they're not going to do anything to DauT. And Hera's on his way to Imp 2 in this back TC. And where does Hera go from here? Where does he get a castle for Trebs? Because all of his stone is taken by Lewis. 1, 2, 3, 4 stones on the map, all forward though, under those castles. So more light cav, actually going for light cav, and then one mangonel, and DauT can take this fight. Yeah, 1 mangonel, and this is going to be everything cleared. DauT will take this fight. The pikemen not enough. Mangonels actually do well against organ guns these days when there are no redemption monks nearby, and DauT clears everything. So Lewis is up to Imp, but just lost his army. The bad thing for DauT and Hera, though, is with 2 castles, there's no way DauT's going to be able to snipe off trebuchets. Unless he maybe goes cavaliers with armor in the castle age, but even then, there's a lot of organ guns. Hera's getting defeated. Hera's okay. I think Hera's okay. These Aztecs. That's a very bad move. No need to go in DauT's base. He did lose a lot. I mean, he still does have organ guns left. Scouts will be healed up. Monks could maybe go for conversions. Question is, what's DauT going to do? Because look at the booms. 51 vills compared to 71. And Andy's actually ahead of DauT in terms of booming, even though he's been slinging a bit. DauT's going to go Imp. Well, that's going to go Imp, and I feel like DauT going Imp can just lead to maybe Andy carrying the game if he just booms. Because now he doesn't really need to sling Lewis. Lewis can just get a couple of Vittorias out, and Andy can boom. Oh, this team does have the map presence, but it is now 3 relics for Lewis, 1 and 1 for DauT and Hera, and then 1 relic for Andy. So that's 6 relics accounted for on the map. There's one more somewhere. Don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. That'll be for DauT. So 4 to 3 relics, and we already have 4 trebuchets. Aztec castles, no hoardings, no masonry, no architecture. The weakest castles you can imagine. And Hera needs to get out maybe 3 trebuchets, and then he can fight this. Right now, he still has 2 golds available to him. And as long as he has the castle to put the monks in, it's not like he's at risk of a bunch of light cav jumping him and killing all the monks. Especially not as Aztec monks that have 60 hit points. So now the question is just, does Lewis add Vittorias? That's the key to the Portuguese 1 TC imp economy. So DauT will go forward. Andy's still in the castle age, but DauT's going to try to pressure Andy. Andy, 80 vills to 51, but DauT will have trebuchets. They're really struggling, though. But I think the score can be deceptive in this situation, where if he can clear the forward castles and have enough monks, he's still okay. The thing that really scares me if you're against the Portuguese here would be Vittorias. Hera needs to repair his trebs, sending a bill over. He's gonna bring his trebs back, has to make sure he doesn't get hit while it's packed. Ooh, that Vil. Sniped off by the trebs. And Hera, his castle's far enough back, he should be able to get 4 trebs. If he can get 4 trebs and start trebbing a castle, he's okay. But 6 trebs for Lewis is at the point where he can start trebbing other trebs. Rather be an Aztec castle than an Inca one based on the graphics. Based on the graphics, maybe. And repairs on the trebs from Lewis. 3 trebs, probably not going to be able to... Oh, that's a ton of trebs. Okay, 9 trebs can snipe off enemy trebs. I've never seen this many trebs before. He's got 9 trebs. So DauT's going to come in with some cavaliers, and he's going to try to snipe off trebs. And if he can get 2 or 3, then maybe Hera lives. Light cav there. So while the castles are focused on the cavaliers, Hera's going to try to convert some organ guns, and I think he got a couple of them. The Cavaliers converted. DauT did not have the army to stop that, and that is now 7 trebuchets. Still fighting Hera, but Hera's got 5 trebuchets, and this is just a repair war now. This is a repair war to keep your trebs alive. Hera, don't lose your trebs. He's repairing, but loses 1, down to 4. 9 trebs again for Lewis. At the same time, DauT's starting to push. Masonry on the way for Andy. He's got a bit of a wall behind this. And Andy's just gonna run around the map and try to reboom. Andy's still slinging. He has 94 vills, but is now getting pushed by DauT. DauT with some hand cannoneers. Andy just with pikemen, and Andy's gonna die here. So Andy's going to be dying to DauT's push. Hera's just trying to hold on. Hera could get defeated here. And we might have DauT playing 1v2 if Hera's defeated. Yeah, Lewis's army is just trebs. And Lewis wants another forward castle. Lewis wants another forward castle. And if he gets that, he's going to stop the monks from Hera from being able to do anything. Okay, wait, how many vills does he have? He has 220 stone. Okay, I thought those were castle vills for a second, but no, apparently not. And how far away from the castles are those trebs? Can Hera get conversions on those trebs? Can he charge on a cavalier then swap to the trebs? Hera could get 2 or 3 trebs here. He gets 1. And he should get a second. He gets 2 trebs. He gets 3 trebs. Underneath the castle even. Here comes some light cav, but he's going to convert the light cav. Aztec monks are tanky. And now he can start counter-trebbing Lewis's castles. Trebs don't really care about castle fire. Lewis is going to try to convert the trebs back. He gets 1 back. He gets 2 trebs back. The treb's turning back and forth. That castle is 200 HP. 1 more treb shot and that would have gone down. Hera almost converts trebs and snipes the castles, but he loses his own castle. And now Hera is almost dead. He's getting a TC in the back. He's almost out of monks. The light cav from Andy are running around. But at the same time, Andy is dying as DauT is pushing into his base. Survivalist said he never lost a game where he converted a treb. Well, Hera hoping that DauT can carry now. And there's the first Vittoria for Lewis. And the way Lewis can win this game, I feel, is still adding in Vittorias to the point where he has economy. Because Hera is about to get defeated. I mean, he can run to the back. But he's walled in, and Lewis has all the trebs in the world. I mean, it's still only pikemen from Andy. Hera's going to try to fight organ guns with villagers. Pikemen coming over. Now, some of these trebs are in front of the castles again. Part of me thinks Hera could just rush the castle with vills and take it down. He's going to delete walls and try to run, but he's just going to run into Andy's TC. Like Andy could wall him in here. Andy, what are you doing? You're letting him escape. Letting him escape. Where's he going to run to, even? Oh, that villager. She's going on. Oh, she's running into her TC. The other vill down, and Hera's not going to escape. Oh, no. Hera is on the verge of being defeated. Down to 24 pop. He's running to the back. At the same time, DauT is pushing Andy. Andy has essentially lost his starting base, still has some vills in the back. Andy's still castle age. He did keep a lot of vills in the back. That's something DauT needed to be maybe a bit more aware of. Okay, now DauT's being trebbed. A ton of trebs out for Lewis. As Lewis actually DauT has the highest score. Okay, Lewis and DauT trading highest scores. Andy's running to every corner of the map, making sure he doesn't get defeated. I still feel like Lewis could use more Vittorias. Andy's still slinging Lewis. But Lewis is now going to start losing castles if DauT can treb this. And if DauT's only on 71 vills, though, it's not like he has an economy behind this either. Andy 82 Vils. Lewis 63 Vils. Lewis actually is okay on Vils. DauT with a ton of bombard cannons is going to pressure Andy's recovered economy and also start getting into Lewis's base. I'm afraid DauT still might have a chance to win this. Hera's going to convert more trebs if Lewis isn't paying attention. Hera's going to convert more trebs, and if he converts those trebs, those castles get cleared again. Lewis trying to defend Andy's TC there, and Hera just swapping over to Vils right away. Great job staying outside the castles. Okay, Hera doesn't get trebs, but DauT's going to take a castle potentially. DauT losing hand cannoneers to the organ guns. And Lewis continues trying to treb into DauT's base, but those bombard cannons making it tricky. DauT just needs to micro. Something that you always want to hear said about DauT. DauT also needs to make sure he deletes those trebs so they don't get converted. 4 relics in that monastery for Lewis. DauT still being pressured at home. I think DauT lost. Oh, nope, there's the cannon hiding behind the stable. Stable absorbs the treb shot. DauT's dealing with the trebs. DauT has a much higher score than Lewis now. DauT lost the cannon though. That treb has 2 HP. Losing that cannon is huge. Redemption on the way for Andy. That'll help defending against cannons, but at the same time, DauT's push into Lewis's base has killed everything in Lewis's base. Lewis down to 44 Vils, and he lost his Vittoria. Andy at 93 Vils, but still in the castle age. Thank you, Demerex and Stuart Raw and Lone Crusader for the follows on Twitch. What is this game? So DauT has, well, he left Andy's base, and Andy has reclaimed his base now. So DauT might need to re-raid Andy again. But DauT's maybe going to save Hera soon. 1 trebuchet is now converted, and there are 2 trebs standing back to back in the mid-range of each other. This relic, this monastery filled with 4 relics will be trebbed from DauT. DauT will take that out. The organ gun's still running around, trying to clear Lewis's base, but the bombard cannon's there. DauT, micro, gets the organ guns. 1 organ gun left. He needs to hit the monks. DauT's gonna lose some cannons here. Andy with the light cav. Those cannons have done work. Maybe they need to go for the market for Lewis. Lewis desperately using that market. He's now lost his relics. And DauT getting pushed from Lewis's trebs though. DauT with the panic TC all the way in the rear. Andy's still rebooming. Hera on 25 Vils. Lewis on 35. 96 Vils to 132. Monks for Hera, still wanting conversions. They get an organ gun. Hera's got a couple of Vils. This castle from Lewis still may be under threat. DauT could Vil fight this trebuchet. There are pikemen running around his base. DauT's going to try to use the cannons to take out trebs here, and he should be able to destroy more trebs. Bloodlines for Andy. DauT adding in more hand cannoneers. That's a treb going down. DauT's going to try to treb this castle. Don't lose the cannon to a treb. Okay, he dodges. Safe. And we'll get 1 more treb. Down that treb goes. He'll go for another treb. Lewis losing his trebs. He'll lose a forward castle. It's another treb going down. These trebs are expensive to replace for Lewis when he has only 26 Vils. At least he'll have Vittorias to reboom. That's about all that can be said for him then. Another treb gonna go down. The castle goes down. Cannon runs away. Cannon gets the organ gun, another treb going down. DauT's now almost cleared his home base, a few pikemen there, but he can re-wall this and then have his base back. Andy's doing a castle in his base. I guess a big mistake for DauT to let Andy reboom in the back, although the same thing could be said about Hera rebooming. Some light cav trying to raid Hera, but he's got Aztec monks there to convert them. Could even go for the stable soon, as Lewis is going to lose his castle. DauT moving forward with a castle of his own. DauT with 9,000 score. And can DauT do this? Andy, remember, still in the castle age. He's been slinging Lewis, and Lewis has 25 Vils. Even with a sling, that's a lot of population he's lost. So the only player with his own base is Andy right now. Lewis starting to reboom, but he's got 7 Vils here. Some more in the back. Andy is almost more Lewis's base than Lewis has. Lewis just with a bunch of monasteries gonna go monk defense against DauT. Andy's still trying to do more light cav. Hera with tanky Aztec monks. 75 hit points, needs some conversions. Gets a few. And now he kind of has his own light cav to win this fight with an organ gun. I think Andy's has more production, so Hera probably needs to go and... I'd say Garrison a TC, but he doesn't have a TC. Hera could still get defeated. So if you want to look at the KD, 77 to 17 for DauT. I don't think we can see conversions here. But DauT destroying the stables, and he's on his way to save Hera. He has a bunch of hand cannoneers. I think the resource panel is probably still what we want. Hera needs to wall. Hera needs to wall. Make sure the scouts can't get any more vills. Hera, you don't have many vills left. You need to make sure they're walled. There he goes. All right, he's not gonna die. He's not gonna die. He has this. Hera has it. Andy has a lot of vills here. DauT needs to make sure he protects his cannons. DauT needs to maybe make sure he's not losing cannons here and there. As he's gonna make a second pass on Lewis's base. DauT now has led his team to the score lead. He has 11,000 score. The monk's coming forward. And Andy's gonna call the GG. Andy and Lewis are calling it. DauT does it. Hera picked the right GL teammate as DauT carries the game. What was that? Hera holds on, doesn't get defeated. And DauT does it. Oh, that was looking dicey there. Hera, 21 kills, DauT 231. Hera, 62 conversions. And Andy had so much eco. But not able to sling Lewis enough. Maybe Lewis just didn't have the Fetorias. Too many Trebs, not enough Fetorias in the push. Well, I give up because DauT has it now. I mean, to be fair, Andy at 97 vills still has the vill lead. If they see what we see, maybe they try to hold on for more. But it's going to be a long time before Andy actually can fight this. And honestly, it just feels kind of like DauT is inevitable at this point. Also, DauT, you just gotta give credit to these players not deleting their back walls and using the back walls to reboom. Like literally everyone behind the back walls this game. That's why I didn't remove the walls on Arena. Sometimes they're useful, and I think this game just goes to show why they're useful. Lewis didn't need Imp. I think you do want Imp against Aztec Monks to Treb. I mean, Imp just gives you Trebs to push, right? Then he kills Hera. And Imp is what killed Hera there. Oh man, what a game. Alright, let me tab out and get the other overlay updated. Where are we? Right. Reset the ad counter on Twitch. Thank you very much. 2ZKA Target AoE2 for using your Prime. Thank you very much for using your Prime and supporting the stream. Helps bring us amazing games on maps like this. We have Valley of Kings will be next. And I'm just going to play an ad to reset the ad counter so we don't have ads during the game on Twitch. And again, if you want to watch without ads, you can do so on YouTube. Yeah, that Aztecs game against Hato. You're right. I remember that one too. Yeah, T90's game was what, yesterday? Yeah, that was yesterday. We converted the Trebs. Unless that was last week. Right, I have an overlay I want to update. Overlay. Gamer Legion A takes the first game. They will have one arena. And the civs, what even were those civs? That was Aztecs and Burgundians against Portuguese and Bengalis. Boom. Lots of fun Amaru fans, and also thank you everyone for the viewers. We have what, 550 on Twitch and 230 on YouTube. So having around almost 800 viewers for the first game of the day. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you all are as excited for this as I am. And this weekend is nice because now I just need to worry about casting the games, and I don't have to. I'm done with most of my other map scripting stuff. I can just cast the games. I don't have to go. Hopefully, I don't have to go and fix bugs in between, in between all the sets. Have you had ads on YouTube? I turned monetization off on the YouTube stream, so hopefully it doesn't have ads. If it does, then it's disappointing. Can I make it best of 21? I wish. I also have more success using ad block on YouTube than on Twitch. That's what everyone hopes, but really happens. Let me double check my settings for the stream then. I don't know why YouTube gives me a shopping channel. I can't change that setting during the stream, I think. Yeah, the monetization is disabled on my end. And hello, Didikind. So I've disabled that as much as I possibly can on Twitch and on YouTube. And of course, I can't turn them off completely sometimes, but I do my best. No walls, what? Oh, they picked the wrong size. The map, maybe? I don't have walls, what? That is weird. Alright. So something happened on the map that was broken. That was weird. Is DauT hosting? Did I get the settings right? If there's no walls, I probably got the settings wrong. Let's just double check that. Hopefully it's nothing I broke. That's why I check Hera's stream to make sure he's in the game properly.
Genovese Expo. It's actually
He's in the lobby. Oh, that's because he has a 2-minute delay. Oh, the pain of having a delay, so I don't even get to spy on their streams to make sure they're working. Okay, here we go. This time they got the settings right. And there we go. Alright, game number 2 with Gamer Legion leading 1-0 after an absolutely crazy game of Arena. Now we have Valley of Kings, which hopefully is not going to lag for everyone. Yeah, now they have the settings right. Last time they had a 2-player map size, probably because they swapped from Regicide to the normal game mode to normal random map and didn't change the size or had the size reset on them. Lobby settings can be difficult, but now we have Valley of Kings, some Gaia units on the outside. We'll have FreakinAndy as the Italians and Lewis as the Spanish against Hera as the Koreans and DauT as the Maya. So if these two players want to spam skirmishers, they have good civs for doing it. Koreans, of course, get those free armor upgrades and will have a discount. And Maya will just have an amazing Dark Age with those extra boar. Start with that extra Vil for the Regicide game mode, and they are both up. Lewis might be going for a fast castle with the Spanish, seeing as he's not up yet. Have to be careful on this map because it is Regicide, and you start with 0 gold. So if you want gold, you have to mine it. You have to mine it. And his golds and stones are pretty far forward, and he's a bit safer. Xing in the middle. You can also go to the outside and fight the Gaia units for gold, but you actually have to fight them. You have to let your Vils retaliate. It's tricky, and I wish I could just have the Vils fight instead of having to retaliate. But you can also drush the outside, or just use your scouts on the outside, too. There are different ways to go about it. Yeah, that's true. Maybe they'll throw if DauT doesn't make Mayan skirms. And the lack of loom could come back to bite Andy. No, he has quick walls. Andy gonna Alcatraz his Vil for safety. And now that they're up to feudal, we'll have that scout chase down Hera's scout, and the other scout from Lewis will fight DauT's Eagle Warrior. Lewis not up yet, but he's just gonna take the fight against the Eagle and probably win. They'll let Andy finish it off, and there he goes. So both scouts down for Hera and DauT. Can you bait Gaia units into the castle? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. I double-checked that. They are far enough away and they're on a defensive stance. They don't chase you that far, so they do not go into the castle fire. I made sure about that. It's this map is essentially Chaos Pit, but with a different timing on how you go to the outside. Instead of chopping through, you have to get army to kill the Gaia units. Which I think it was an interesting idea, bit of a twist on the map bastion that the Mad Catter had made for Valhalla. Possible with a lot of effort since they not always reset to 100% the same location. That's true. With a lot of effort, I think it's possible. But more effort than you can usually expend in a pro multiplayer game. Yeah, can you, if you're Teutons and you go imp with Bodkin and Crenellations, then yeah, you can probably shoot the Gaia units. But by that point, that's fine. So defensive tower immediately for Andy. Now, Andy and Lewis, this is their home map, so they probably have a strategy cooked for it. And it's just immediate fast feudal ranges. Probably the meta from DauT and Hera. The hamster meta for the map. Andy doing a range, he'll be defending. Market from Lewis, and Lewis is just gonna go for conquistadors. If you get enough feudal skirms, maybe you can defend against conquistadors even. We've seen all sorts of strategies on this map. Even though skirmishers is maybe a common theme among all of them. Yeah, skirms killing Andy's archers there. Andy just getting more skirms out. DauT doing more eagles, some feudal eagles. Yeah, Valhalla, the map had that wonder. I didn't want to go for the wonder, and I thought it'd be cool, like, to flip it around and have the inside lowered and the outside raised. But the outside has the cracked terrain on it, so when you go there, you're a bit weaker, too. It kind of still incentivizes being in the middle, while also expanding to the outside. If you Jabbersquawky, if you check underneath the Twitch stream, I have the brackets linked in one of the panels. Yeah. I'll have all the links will be there. So Hera's still hoovering around Andy's base with some skirms, but Andy, ooh, look at those archers, look at them go. Or that one archer, look at him go. He's getting his workout in, he's getting his steps. Oh no, he's stuck again. He's stuck again. Where's Nilly? Where's a pathfinding patch? We haven't seen a wood control game match on this map yet, no. But we have Castle Age on the way for Lewis. And Lewis, once he gets up, can do conks, can expand to the outside by killing the Gaia units. And can come back to the middle to hit the chickens. Tread Nilly. Oh, that's a good one. I like that, Tread Nilly. Andy running his archers into skirms. Andy losing a bit of control over his military there. Has a scout to deal with those skirms. Gonna try to use his skirms on DauT's archers. But all in all, it feels like Andy and Lewis haven't really taken too much damage from this. If you look at the Eco KD, it's only 1 Vil lost from each of them. And now they have Lewis up to the Castle Age to do Conquistadors. So I'll have a couple of Conquistadors queued. And the conch will take out the archers. Now, Lewis has to be careful of his vills on that gold. There's a lot of skirms there. But feudal skirms probably not going to hold up to conquistadors. He's walling out his own conch. We have loom on the way for DauT. He didn't have loom yet. And Lewis might have to be careful there. Up as he's going to raid the vills from Hera. And get one more. Gets all three of them. And Hera in a spot of trouble now, maybe, as the conchs start to hoover around. DauT will be up to the castle age, and DauT will be able to make plumed archers. Plumed archers should be decent against conquistadors, but they probably need some upgrades. You'll need you'll need fletching and bodkin, and then you'll probably also need ballistics at some point. So 2 conchs pick off the vill, nicely done from Lewis, and he's going to find some vills in the back for Hera. Hera's going to try to gate. And the gates will redirect the conchs into the TC. But TCs don't hit anything else, it's DE. So Lewis will get away. I'll zigzag out from there. Ooh, 2 conchs can't even kill a spear. The 3rd conch will join them up. And now he's going to get ready to pressure DauT. DauT with a couple of skirms. Still, feudal skirms aren't going to hold up to conchs. Hera trying to keep enough skirms alive that he can turn them to elite skirm eventually. But now DauT going to start losing a couple of vills. And remember, you can get a lot of skirms on the middle, but then if you ever go to the outside, the walls protect you from the skirms. Alright, no gold for loom. That's no gold for loom. That's the downside of the regicide start. That's what makes this so chaotic. Because it's regicide, you need to get loom, but you don't have the gold for it. And if you go for a fast up timing like you want to do on this map, then you can't afford loom. Conchs still running around. So DauT up to the castle age. Oh, killing a chicken. He right-clicked a chicken, and that forced him to keep. That forced him to stop and shoot, and he lost some conchs on the way. Oh, what type of mangonel shot will we have? If Hera takes the mangonel shot to the face here with feudal skirms, that's going to be devastating, but he has to do a lot of micro now. Lots and lots of micro, but for some reason you think Hera with feudal skirms is going to win this anyway. What are the conchs doing? A conch goes down. Feudal skirms kind of taking out the conchs. But Andy there with a couple skirms of his own. Second mangonel now out for Lewis. Hera is still microing the skirms. He's in the mid-range of the mangonel. And Lewis still can't get a mangonel shot. And finally! Hera just toying with him there, but he does tank a shot. And now it's plumed archer time. The new plumed archers, they get different castle age graphics, and they use their old graphics as their elite version. I'm never gonna get used to this. Some of the graphics are like, maybe over time I'll get used to them. These, what is this? That's not a plumed archer. Okay, so mangonels maybe potentially more effective against DauT than against Hera. But DauT's dodging the mangonel shots too. He picks the repair villager. What is this? What is this? Is Hera playing on 2 PCs at once? Look at the micro from DauT. He's gonna kill a mangonel. He dodges, he gets it. He's going for the second one. Hera tanks a bit of a shot. More repair vills on the way for DauT. Lewis gonna repair. As the mangonels roll forward. Mangonel's going for shots on the archers. Making easier cosplay. The point of the cosplays is to do stuff that's fun, though. And now Hera and Feudal going to be mangonel down by Lewis. And Lewis going to be dropping a forward castle. Wait, they made 2 completely new ones? Oh, wow. I thought I actually haven't seen elite plumes since they did that. I just assumed the old ones were elite. Okay, so DauT trying to micro to stop the castle. Castle will go up though. A couple of scouts for Hera. Does Hera have loom? Okay, Hera has loom now. Some plumes going down. DauT tanking some mangonel shots. The castle goes up. Lewis will repair that mangonel. And now, as the Spanish, it's going to be more conquistadors. Still no one going to the outside. Actually, no, wait, Hera. Hera is on the outside. He is on the outside, so his eco will be safe there from the push in the middle. Eco will be safe there. Scouts and Archer is going to come over for Andy. That's playing like in 2010 today. This feels like peak DauT. Oh, the raids from the plumes. Feels like he's gonna pull this off. Scouts and the Vils fighting each other. And Andy trapped, but he can run to the castle. He can run to the castle. He's not gonna make it though. DauT, look at this micro. He's going for the forward Vils first, picking off as many as he can. And DauT has his team up by 15 Vils. If Hera wins this set, it's because DauT carried him. Look at DauT go. Okay, now he's in a bit of trouble though. Has to protect his Vils from the conks. He has the plumes out to deal with conks. He has plumes to defend. Plumed Archer is OP. So Hera now does not have a town center. He is rebuilding his town center on the outside. And he needs to realize he can let the Vils retaliate. Maybe. And now the TC can be garrisoned. And he can garrison the TC and shoot the Gaia units. That he can do. There he goes. And DauT still trying to out-micro a mangonel. Gets a conk. And you gotta give credit to DauT's micro this game. He has 17 plumed archers to only 4 conquistadors now. And DauT with the plumes feels like he's gonna carry. He's getting another mangonel. The mangonel goes down. And Hera's gonna transition to slinging. Hera now slinging DauT. Hera's slinging DauT. Can you imagine DauT loves mines as much as Leary loves Britons or Ethiopians? I mean, DauT played mines back in their heyday. On the outside, Andy going to fight the Gaia units. Has his own skirm out there. Yes, finally, a military unit to fight the Gaia units who lose a Vil. Let the other Vils fight. Lose 2 Vils. Only 1 skirm though, he's fine now. DauT on the outside too, DauT on the outside. Also, new architecture for the Mines Castle. Alright, I think I muted myself when I sneezed. New architecture for the Mines Castle. Look how pretty this looks. I like that castle. Oh, and speaking of castles, DauT wants a forward castle. There he goes, forward on Andy's face. Andy trying to sling Lewis. Well, he's slinging Lewis when Lewis is already down to DauT. It's 50 Vils for DauT, only 23 for Lewis. Lewis does not have Vils like DauT does. DauT's gonna have a forward castle on Andy's face. Lowered into castle fire. He is fletching now though. No, he doesn't. Ooh, map broken indeed. So castle going up for DauT, and Andy has to run. Yeah, it looks like a mini version of the Mayan Wonder. And slinging is allowed because we didn't want to ban it. Slinging is 100% allowed. DauT with more Vils than the other team combined. DauT OP. So now Andy deleted his TC, and he's just going to rebuild it on the outside, then he'll use his TC to take out the Gaia units guarding the gold. And what does this team do at this point? Andy's trying to sling Lewis, but I feel like there's no way Lewis pushes DauT. DauT's just too strong. DauT has his own economy. He doesn't even need a sling, and he's getting one. And now it's safe to sling because Hera's on the outside. He lost. Oh, maybe this is what they need. Oh, okay, could have been a big mangonel shot. Not if DauT's paying attention, though. Not if he's paying attention. Guy needs better micro. Players need better micro against Gaia. Mangonel's just starting to go on the plumes. DauT up to Imp. DauT up to the Imperial Age. Mangonel is trying to take out the plumes. And potentially down they go. And do we have an attack round at the right spot? Fighting 3 Mangonels is danger time, not for DauT. He can micro for days. DauT's micro amazing with the plumed archers. Yeah, DauT needs to show off the new elite plumed archers for us. I haven't seen them. Plume goes down. Mbyl's putting their food in the mill. Mangonels will go for the TC. We'll have Thumbring on the way, Imperial Age on the way. Same old one, only difference is a gold pad on their shoulders. I guess they thought this one didn't look different enough. This one is... Oh, Mangonel from behind. Lewis finally helping us show off the dead plumed archer graphics. He finally lands a couple of Mangonel shots on DauT. So DauT is up to Imp. And he just needs Bracer now, and the plumes will wreck the Mangonels. Okay, so Andy and Hera both transition to slinging now. Hera more slinging as a response to being dead. I feel like Andy, though, more dead than Hera. So DauT could lose a TC. And I mean, he's still getting pushed to the by the Mangonels. And he needs to be able to afford Bracer, he does. Now the plumes with 7 range and extra attack should be able to fight the Mangonels. One Eagle popping out at just the right moment, but it's a hit on a Mangonel. Conk's still microing against the plumes. Ballistics is in for DauT. Now on 65 Vils. Another Eagle for him. Conks pick off the Eagle, though. Parries for Lewis. Is slowly but surely the plumes are getting some Mangonel hits. On their face. There we go. And Hera up to the Castle Age. Oh, the King Refuge is under attack by DauT's Trebuchet. Remember, this is Regicide, and Andy does have a King. He does have a King in that castle that he needs to repair. So Treb is out for DauT, going for Andy's King. King can definitely run. But there are the GGs, and Gamer Legion goes up 2-0. This is more the game I was expecting to see, the fast castle for the Conquistadors, and not necessarily Scrum Wars. But Lewis, 108 kills, but not enough when DauT is the Maya. The cheap enough plumes, he can afford to lose some. And Plumed Archer, I always felt Plumed Archers were a pretty good counter to Conquistadors. They're just so cheap. And once you get Ballistics, you can win the micro battles. And DauT coming out on top of there. And if we compare the slings... yeah, Andy did sling a bit more than Hera, but Lewis couldn't use it as well. And GG. DauT unstoppable. Yeah, the original plumes were iconic, exactly. So we'll update this scoreboard too. There we go. DauT utterly unstoppable. And seems to think that GLA is a one-player team and they just have to kill Hera to win, but the lore is not to be trifled with. It looks like they will pick Sumatra as their next map. So get ready for that. And yep, Sumatra. Good game so far. Two really good games, I think. Especially the arena game is absolutely crazy. One day, if we get a Valley of Kings game that goes a bit farther than this one does, I think that game's going to be wild. We had a couple of good ones in our show matches before Cartographers started. And reminder chat, make sure that you stay hydrated. Especially if you're a caster, you gotta make sure you're drinking water so you don't lose your voice. And they have launched into the next game, and it will indeed be Sumatra. And let me get my tech tree open. And hello, Glencairn. Because DauT will be playing the Woo. I need to double check what these Woo bonuses are. They are the plus 65 food sieve and the Jian swordsman sieve. And the infantry regenerate, and the careening in dry dock early. And 75% cheaper. People use Socotra. Socotra is in this map pack. People just need to pick it. It's the same pool as Arabia, though, so Arabia's been picked quite a bit. As has Outcrop. People have been liking Outcrop. I think that's a great 2v2 map as well. Dravidian's first pick. Dravidian's OP. Alright, and red versus blue. So here we are on Sumatra. We'll have DauT as the Woo on the land, and Hera as the Dravidians on the water, against Lewis as the Japanese on land, and Andy as the Persians on water. So, what are the bonuses here? The Dravidians, your dock counts as a house. You get 5 population space. So that's about 25 wood per dock you're saving. And then the Woo gets 65 food for every military building you make. So if you make a dock, that is included, and that's plus 65 food. So your docks are basically 65 food and 25 wood that you're saving for every dock on this team. And that is an insane stacking of team bonuses. Also, if you want to dress, you can do the barracks. What do the Woo have in the Castle Age? They have the new Jian Swordsman, which it's kind of like a Huskarl, but with the armor class of the Eagle Warrior. So the Swordsman line does more damage against it. And that could mean that the Japanese that Lewis has could have an opportunity to go longswords. And longswords to counter the Woo Jian Swordsman. You don't want to go Japanese cav archers because they are like a Huskarl. They have tons of pierce armor. But longswords here could be an option. They'll also have Lewis docking now as the Japanese. He'll have great fishing ships. And Andy docking as well as the Persians. Just a great Dark Age, extra food and wood, faster working TCs and docks, extra HP on the dock for the water maps. Oh, wait, woo, team boat. Oh, the team bonus is the houses build faster. Okay, never mind. The team bonus is the houses build faster. Docks are just a civ bonus for them. So every one of DauT's docks are plus 65 food. Okay, every one of DauT's docks saves a house and 65 food. Hera's are just the Dravidians bonus. Okay, there we go. Get the tech trees right. Get the tech trees right. 2 worlds without the wall. Yeah, we finally have a map that doesn't have walls. How sad. I'll need to like put sea walls on the map next time. So forward dock from Andy is the Persians. You might look to try to go up very quickly. Hera's doing loom, then we'll probably go up. Seawall, the Zawal Island Edition. Oh, DauT. DauT. Well, those deer are not going to be pushed in. DauT's just giving up on them. DauT. What is this? Alright, well, look away, look away. DauT doesn't want us looking there. Houses going up now for Lewis. Lewis has an F to pay respects in his gold mine. Sometimes you can get an H for Hera, sometimes you can have an F to pay respects. And he'll be taking the backwood with the barracks. Does he have any militia? He's queuing militia now. And as the Japanese will probably go into men-at-arms, DauT might just go for men-at-arms of his own. Faster attacking versus healing. But DauT's not going to have any deer in this push. I feel like sometimes deer just have gotten harder to lure ever since they changed them. They tried to make them easier, but I feel like whenever there's a wood line nearby, they just get much more easily stuck on it. Yeah. Press your Fs to pay respects. So on the water, we will see 3 dock galleys from Andy, as well as 1, 2, 3 dock galleys from Hera. No surprise there. Question is, would there ever be an extra transport added in from any team? No. Will there be a fire added in potentially from Lewis or from DauT? Making 1 fire along the coast and just trying to hit the enemy fish on the coast while the other 2 players are engaged in a galley war could be a strategy. Yeah, don't worry, just paying respects. Stream is fine. Just paying respects. And 4 men-at-arms for DauT. I'll have 4 men-at-arms for Lewis. That house isn't going to go up. Lewis might try to take a hill. DauT taking the hill. DauT's micro. The game speeds up slightly. DauT's micro taking the hill. Amazing. Or someone attempt to chat pyramid. That was the OG meta, the pyramids in Viper's chat with the DauT emote. I remember Dave did that once. And then it just caught on like wildfire. So range is up for DauT. As the men-at-arms come forward. And the water fire pushing the galleys back for Hera. Hera has to micro around. And Andy will be sailing around with his galleys. So, feels like Andy maybe a bit of an advantage initially on the water. Lewis had to do 1 fire to protect his fish. But that's it. He might have to run the fish. But he could run straight into... Or Hera could end up running straight into Andy's galleys. And then Hera could go down here. Fire is finishing him off. And that's a good fight for Andy and Lewis there. They take down the galleys, but more fish threatened from the front. Andy needs to bring his galleys over. Fishing ships can run. Archers will try to take out the men-at-arms. Thanks for keeping the traditional AoE music in the background. Yep, I just have the in-game soundtrack playing in the background. The men-at-arms come over to try to hit the archers. The archers will run away. Run over to the men-at-arms. And DauT might get trapped in the corner of the map. The archers, as long as they're there, should be able to deal with this. And on the other side, Scout going to the TC. See some blue dots hovering around. DauT trying to defend, trying to do a market to go up maybe. I want to see fire archers killing buildings this game. Hey, men-at-arms getting in on DauT's gold mine. I'm gonna turn around and maybe get a Vil. Should get one here. Yep. And can maybe get one on the other side. DauT not gonna get the quick walls up in time. DauT, this is the this is the DauT Hera didn't want to see. He'll lose Vils. Lewis thinking of diving the TC. DauT gonna run Vils. He's still safe. The archer's taking out the men-at-arms. And now Lewis just running into the TC as he's trying to micro at his own base, and DauT's getting in on the wood line. And DauT, devastation with his archers, taking out the archers of Lewis. Down they go. Now we see the real DauT. Oh, Lewis, he's still defending and holding on, but 33 Vils to 36. The real advantage is Andy on the water now, 45 population. Or 45 Vils. Hera only 36. 41 Vils to 36 Vils. A nice Vil lead for Andy, and he should have the better eco over Hera as the Persians. Now Hera, it's 14 to 14. We'll see what Hera's galley micro is like. And DauT is the first one up. Andy using the market too. He, I think, has just clicked up. Yes, he's clicked up. Hera not up yet, and he's still a bit of ways away in terms of the food. Could still sell his stone, though. And that's Castle Age on the way for Andy. Castle Age on the way for DauT. And Lewis, and maybe a dire position on the land. He is nowhere near clicking up. And it feels like maybe the men-at-arms from DauT have just done their damage a bit more than the ones have from Lewis. He's healing men-at-arms, DauT running away, and he can just heal over time as he runs. Archer's taking them out. Yeah, Lewis can't keep up. Overall, Onimaru does have the eco lead, but that's mostly down to Andy. DauT doesn't have any more fishing ships. And the more Lewis invests in the archers, the better it is for DauT, because he just goes John Swordsman. And the swordsmen counter the archers. There's Andy up to the Castle Age. Galleys hoovering around in the middle. DauT should go forward siege. I think DauT just needs John Swordsman. And that's exactly what he's doing with Squires. Then he'll add crossbows and probably go for the Swordsman from here on out. Bodkin clicked for Andy. He's going to try to push Hera back. Maybe is Andy one of those War Galley haters who just does Bodkin, not War Galley? Could be as a way of chasing down Hera here. As the War Galleys are a bit clunkier to move around. Here's Ballistics. Yeah, he does University and Ballistics before War Galley. So the advantage of War Galley is your production speed, but if you kick the production in too early, that's resources you won't have for ballistics. And there is War Galley added in after everything. Also just doing Loom now, as Lewis is up finally. But you can look at all the red dots on the minimap and see them circling Lewis's base. Does Swordsman have anything with the Giant Chili Chicken? I have no idea what that is. And now War Galley is in, and Hera might lose a Vil. Nope, he can run just before Ballistics comes in. He's going to be doing his own Ballistics. And Andy can come around and start getting War Galleys to hoover around the other side and pressure the docks. So War Galley for Hera, he's going to run the Vils and try to stop them from dying. Vils on the wood line getting hit. And meanwhile, DauT just continuing to push in. Oh, poor Lewis. Oh, poor Lewis. Trapped under the tower. Trapped under the tower. Giant Swordsman with double armor upgrades. Yes, the armors are in. Arson is in. And there they are. These things now, in their weakened state, they have 4 pierce armor. In their full state, they have 7 pierce armor. So archers into crossbows will be doing 1 damage. And I think the only thing Lewis can do now is start queuing men-at-arms and hope that he can go to longswordsmen to fight this, because you're not going to fight it with crossbows. I mean, you can do crossbow and bodkin, you're not even going to get any extra damage against them. You just can't fight them with crossbows. This unit is absolutely insane. I think the Wu are going to consistently, since they have this unit, be the top land pick. I mean, maybe there's room for like Spanish or some type of Phosphoro Conquistador play. But Wu, this unit is scary. So crossbow bodkin comes in. They'll kill the weakened ones better, at least. But that's it. Double ranges, but I don't think it's going to do much. Andy, though, still winning on the water. And Andy has a huge score lead over Hera. So this is now the situation where one player winning on land, the other winning on water. Will FreakinAndy be able to transition this to something where he can help out on land fast enough? And there's a workshop for DauT. Maybe Andy just needs some war elephants. That's the third game in a row where Hera dies and has to rely on DauT to carry him. War Galley's in the rear going down. And Swordsman under the TC. And War Galleys will go for the docks. Transport ship, Hera making it to the mainland. Andy not going to catch him. So Hera will escape and he will survive. He needs to get maybe more eco over there. He found the one area on the island Andy wasn't controlling with the galleys, and he manages to survive. Now, Lewis still rebooming. Either he wins or he blames DauT. Well, DauT has been carrying Hera these games. No mistake about that. So crossbows find the Vils that Hera used to land. But enough Giant Swordsmen chasing them. The Giant Sword, they're faster than the crossbows even. They're faster than the crossbows. 1.1 movement speed, and this is the slow version. What is this unit? I could transport the swordsman over to Andy's island. That would be sick. Andy gonna go to the mainland, but where's he gonna go? Not much room with the swordsman all over. I still think that the play would have been long swords here for Lewis. But he's going to go double Monastery Monk defense, and Monk should be effective too. Seems DauT and Hera switched accounts for this series. Chat doesn't believe in DauT enough. Doesn't believe enough in DauT. So Hera's going to get 2 TCs on the mainland. Andy and Lewis have the score lead because of Andy. And the question is just, can Andy do something on the land to help win the game? I mean, he's going to drop a bunch of vills. Does he do a TC? He doesn't have stone for a castle. He doesn't have stone for a TC. Does he just go double stables now and spam knights? That could be an option too. There's a barracks. And hello, Sir Baron. Team game DauT is another level. Well, this is the A team after all from Gamer Legion. Right? I mean, Hera and DauT should be the two best team game players, right? Compared to how Viper and Tato did. And Megalomania Rehab, thank you for the follow. Oh, he's Persians. He could do both of Hera's TCs. Hera won't have the vills to garrison. He absolutely could do that. Yeah, and it's gonna be night. It's gonna be nights. It'll be nighttime though for Andy. Double stables into knights, and knights should counter Jian Swordsman. I would think so. Significantly more HP. But Lewis now facing a ram push on his TC. He got a couple of conversions, but he's gonna have to run. That's 3 rams for DauT. He has a TC in the back. And Andy can run his vills around until he gets like 4 or 5 knights. Then just hop on the transport for the moment. I hope the swordsmen don't destroy the transport. Yeah, there he goes. Unloose has a vill out there. Yeah, so Bloodline's on the way for Andy. Bloodlines will do a couple more upgrades, then he'll spam knights, and he can just raid. He can honestly just raid Hera's TCs and hit the monastery. And, oh, you're right. A demo there would have been sick from Lewis. Lewis, he has a few too many vills to run, not paying attention to that. he could run to the transport ship, find safety there. And he's still a huge score lead from winning the water, and here come the knights. So knights with some cover of the war galleys. They should be okay. This should be a fight they win. I think more war galleys on the way, then more knights being queued. And the low HP knight's just gonna run. Okay, maybe it's not okay. These things have just insane pierce armor. Not even the war galleys damage them. Now we will have a castle drop here from Andy. Alright, Andy needs to make some war elephants then. Will war elephants counter these guys? Monk going for conversions on the vills. Andy going for more walls. Okay, enough knights here, maybe they can take the fight. Finally DauT losing some swordsmen. At the same time though, he's going for a ram push on the other TC from Lewis. Lewis defending with monks. And the TC should be able to garrison and kill these things, right? 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 Taking full volleys of arrows from the TCs and barely taking any damage. Oh, this unit is... Why does it have that much pierce armor? Like the war galleys were healing them. No, because they heal over time, right? They heal over time too. Not only do they have insane pierce armor, but they also heal. They regenerate, what is it? 20 HP per minute. And they have 70 HP. So 3.5 minutes and they're healed fully. So second castle from Andy, he's showing no mercy to Hera. And if he gets this land control, Andy, you'd think he might have a better eco than DauT, but DauT has more vills. DauT has significantly more vills, even though Andy is the fish. Hera just going watchtowers to try to slow down Andy's push. Andy can take all the resources on this island. Maybe the next step for this map would just be to put, like, neutral islands with more resources on the water. There's so much pierce armor that projectiles heal him. Hera doubled his villager count. Well, he is in full boom mode, but full boom mode where he's losing his TCs. And now we're just looking for the war elephants. I'm looking for war elephants from Andy. If he's going to go down, he's got to go down in style. But Lewis keeps his TC alive. Lewis on 37 vills. Lewis will need to double his vill count soon. Hera just doing everything he can to make towers. Feudal Age watchtowers, though, but he's finding some way to mine the gold. Ships don't really like fighting watchtowers. Maybe if Andy gets fancy, he could transport some knights over here. T90 would be happy with some neutral islands. I'm sure he would be. Dad stopped making army. Okay, and Andy, he's not finished with the castle drops. He's not finished with the castle drops. He's not going to let Hera get back into this. Selling stone, buying food is Andy. He's going to go up, so Andy will be up to Imp. DauT will be up soon, too. And Hera with some monks, I feel like he can probably help out DauT in a way that Lewis won't be able to help out Andy. And there is the castle. There is the castle. A few pikemen there, but the monks go down. That's the main threat. One conversion in, but that's it. 2 TCs down for Hera. And Hera is still stuck on 67 vills. DauT doing his own castle, but Andy up to Imp first. DauT not clicking yet. Might need a second building. Ooh, what is that? That is a fancy castle. That looks more like a scenario editor unit than a castle. It's like it's shorter than a castle should be, and like wider. Looks more like the fortress. Like, see, the foundations kind of mask the show the outline, but then this is gonna finish. And okay, is that a castle? Like this properly looks like a castle, maybe even too tall. This castle looks so much smaller. Imp without attack upgrades. Oh, he's doing what? Fire archers now. Yeah, fire archers. And Hera. Oh, Lewis's monks too. Lewis's monks disrupting Hera's next TC. Hera's not getting a free reboom at all. And 110 eco to 136. Andy's still with a huge score lead, but that's because of the water. Hera's spending all of his stone on towers on his island. And DauT gonna do coinage. DauT gonna think to sling Hera back into the game. Maybe not confident that he's gonna win the 1v1 against Andy. Andy's gonna have 3 castle treb production here. And with that, should be able to take out that castle from DauT and then start pushing. Especially if he gets Cav that can hoover. Oh, and DauT's units are being converted by Lewis. Lewis with the best siege unit in the game, the Redemption Monk. And they laugh at the fire archers. They convert the fire archers. Well, how will the conversions be here? That's 1, 2, 3. And some pikemen being converted too. So a few conversions on the fire archers. What is this fire burning in capture age? So swordsman getting hit by the archers. Some light cav coming in from Andy. More cav coming in from Andy. They should take out that army from DauT. Monks going for the conversion. DauT going for a second castle in the back, but Treb's already popping to destroy this castle. Again, 1, 2, 3 castle Treb production from Andy. Second Treb already out, third queued. DauT doing eco upgrades, doing plate mail armor, conscription ballistics. He should have great halbs. Does he have halbs? Does he have fire lancers? Has to be halb, right? Yeah, this is too early of a civ for fire lancer. You should send stone to DauT for more castles. Is that ever a good idea, giving your stone to DauT to build castles? Andy's goal in the water is just to hit Repairvilles. Andy, he doesn't have Bracer, but he could do Galleon. Don't know if that would be worth it. Oop, and the game is paused. The game is paused. Paused by Lewis. Okay. He's got to tap around. Persians could do trash bows. Trash bows against the Jian swordsman? I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work at all. How did Hera lose the water so badly? Because Andy won, that's how. He had the Persians just a slightly better eco, got up faster, got War Galley faster, trapped Hera, and then it was history. Alright, so still a pause. We have a 14 sorry from Lewis. And Lewis will be making his own castle forward. Oop. Oh. DE, okay. Let's not drop. Pausing and unpausing. We can do that, DE. Yeah, Hera on 70 vills, but still not back in. DauT doing banking, still thinking of slinging Hera back. And I do wonder if DauT individually might be ahead of Andy still. How did the fire archers do against Trebs? Is that Treb on fire from the fire archers? Does this unit need its own distinction of a different type of fire? Oh man, what have they done to Age of Empires with these units? That's true. Lewis did a couple of fire galleys on the water. I don't know how much in the grand scheme of things that matters. So Hera losing more vills on this tower. Look at him trying to dance. Guard tower will actually be great against ships. Does he have heated shot? Does he have access to that? He has access to it, but he hasn't done heated shot. And DauT now slinging 1,500 food and 1k gold to Hera as Hera collects Imp. He'll be Imp with 65 vills. And he might not even have any vills on the mainland by the time he gets Imp. Lewis going for monks. Hera just running, going for another TC. A third game in a row, Hera's relying on DauT to carry him. Now Elite Skirm. Lewis contributing very well as the Cavalier is going to get a jump on the Fire Archers. And with the health numbers going down, this is maybe an opportunity for Andy to move his Trebs forward and hit the next castle. It's so tricky. If there are enough halbs out, he won't be able to do that. He might even... I mean, look at all the stone he has. He just needs one more forward castle to protect the Trebs. How many vills does he have here? 19. Yeah, just throw down a castle right here in DauT's face and go forward. He needs to protect the Trebs from halbs right now. That's what Lucis Skirm is going to do. Ballistics on the way. Galleon on the way. Galleon is going to transport some more vills over. And we'll safely have more TCs for Lewis. So Lewis and Hera are the same vill numbers now, but Hera up to Imp thanks to that generous sling from DauT. Oh, Attraction Trebuchet. How does this do against normal Trebuchets? Looks like it got a nice hit. Lewis has... Oh, those are converted halbs. I was like, how does he have halbs when he's not Imp? Because he has monks. Just going to run them into a castle, though. Bombard Cannon should be better than that Trebuchet, I think. At least it moves faster for the micro is easier. Halbs running into Castle Fire. Could DauT just right-click those Trebs with his halbs under the castle and destroy them? I think he could. Yeah, and he's going to go for it. And he's the TC nearby, too. And he probably needs some hand cannoneers. Persians do have access to them, of course, right? Yep. And there go 3 Trebs. And losing 3 Trebs like that hurts. DauT's starting to push back. DauT individually, not that far behind Andy in score. We're going to need Lewis with those skirms to help deal with the halbs right now. TC being mangonelled. DauT not going to repair that. Not really paying attention. Ooh, Vill's walking to the center of the TC, walking to their deaths. And that TC will go down. And if Andy ever can get one castle right here, then I think he can push. He's getting a castle on the shore. That's a safe castle. It's a denied castle. Where are those vills? Still has not knocked Hera completely off of his home island. It's another tower going down, though, as a cannon galleon's out. And Andy's slinging Lewis now. Maybe recognizing that he needs Lewis in the game. Halbs going down to the Fire Archers into the castle. And we'll have Imp for Lewis. Lewis up to Imp. Two-handed swordsman, fast fire, chemistry for Hera. So Hera's gonna, with fast fire, maybe think about getting back on the water. How valuable is the water, though? Andy has completely taken all of the resources on his home island and moved to the mainland. Transport ship on the way. The Cav are gonna start killing some halbs. I mean, that could potentially backfire for Hera. He goes fast fire. Andy is fast fire too. And tries to get back on the water when he doesn't really have much value of getting on the water anymore. That could be a waste of resources if Lewis is just fully concentrating on land. And still Lewis, as the Japanese, I think we're still looking for him to go for the swordsman line. He has so many skirms out. But they just need to kill the halbs faster. So DauT hitting the castle. Andy needs to repair. How good are attraction trebs? I still don't know. DauT's still slinging Hera. Slinging everything to Hera. DauT can't spend his resources fast enough. He can, however, pick off a bombard cannon. And picking that off means nothing to stop those trebs. More skirms from Lewis, but DauT just spamming halbs. But right now they have nothing against the halbs. They have only skirms. Where are the hand cannoneers from Andy? Where are the swordsmen from Lewis as DauT and Hera now retake the score lead because of DauT? DauT going besieging the castle. Andy has so many castles here. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 castles. But they still can't hold this push, those traction trebs, too much. Now swordsmen from Hera as the Dravidian champions. And we'll have Imp on the way for Lewis. Lewis and Andy now retake the score lead. If he can get Bracer right away, that helps the skirms tremendously. And there he goes, Bracer chemistry immediately queued. DauT's gonna have access to his gold again. Hera with fast fire is still fighting Andy on water. If Andy has to fight on water, then DauT can fight him on land. And this might just be a situation where Andy wants to give up water and hope that he and Lewis can double team DauT on land. But Hera, he's on land still. He is swordsman. He is swordsman. Can these things be converted from range? Like, could a redemption block printing convert them? They have 14 range. But now it's only skirms against champions. DauT's gonna do this. DauT's gonna do this. Hera get Woot Steel? He does have Woot Steel, yes. And Capture Age updated their overlay. Using underlines. I'm never a fan of underlines in UI design. Always prefer bold to underlines. That's my UI design tidbit for today. And now converted traction trebs. Lewis, he has block printing. Does he have redemption? He has redemption. And I think those monks need to be converting. Repair is there for Andy. His champions have 6 armor, so they're in a good spot against the skirms. Take 1 damage. Architecture for Andy. As Hera's getting back on the water, Hera now has all the fast fires that he needs. And Andy invested into a lot of farming infrastructure on this island, didn't even take the relic. Has a few fish left that he could lose. But right now, he really doesn't have anything on the land. DauT had enough castles in positions to defend. And Andy had a ton of stone earlier, and I think he missed an opportunity maybe to just spam up a forward castle. He's going to try to do Savar. What are Savars going to do against so many Halbs? Andy not slinging generously going to cost them. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Maybe Andy needed to sling Hera back into the game. Andy will be losing all of his castles. He did all of his castles so safe around the coast. Never got them forward. And maybe room for Lewis to add in Cav Archers now as the Japanese. I mean, the Jan Swordsmen, they have 9 armor though. So it's not like any other archer is going to be useful against them. And DauT could just swap back into them. Okay, Savara is finally going for one big push on those trebuchets. And they'll probably kill a few, but then they're being hunted down by the Halbs right away. Yeah, and the Savar number is already going down. Too many Halbs for DauT. Then over the other side, there's Xing here. Hera's Xing over there. Andy's over there. Hera's still investing onto the fires. Andy has now lost the water. Hera back. All those towers Hera did help him survive, and they never bothered to land Hera. And Lewis still pushing with the skirms. I have no idea if these trebs are doing a lot of damage. They have big explosions. Don't know if they're hitting anything. Still more skirms from Lewis. Lewis needs somehow to get onto a gold unit, and there we go. Hand cannoneers. Japanese have hand cannoneers? Never realized that. Oh, they do. Okay. Well, that will be a great unit, the hand cannoneer. That is what this team has lacked. They'll need that. Great against the champions and the Halbs. And that's just going to force a stable swap from DauT, but that could lead into now a Halb switch from Lewis, the Japanese Halbs. And he could go Halb hand cannon. Full archery range. Okay. I always think about their... Yeah, that's right. You have them in the... what is it? The Nobunaga scenario. In Kyoto. In the Battles of the Conquerors. So Andy losing some fish now, but Andy's still the top overall score. Lewis getting back into the game. Andy gonna start doing some light cav raids. And cannoneers will be useful against the champions. Andy with another castle that could go down. Andy and Lewis retaking the score lead. Hussar is coming forward, going for the monks. Getting a castle. Oda Nobunaga. Yes, that scenario. Hand cannoneers for Andy. I was asking that question a long time too. Is the Citadel actually better? Seems to miss a lot. I've not actually done the comparisons. But that is a fair question. Finally, the monks converting the traction trebs. This is what they've needed the whole game. 2 traction trebs converted. And we'll go down immediately, but that will stop DauT's push. As DauT and Hera retake the score lead. Hera going to be landing Andy's island. Andy doing guard tower. A couple of armored elephants could take out the guard towers. Andy now needs to pay attention in so many spots. He can Vil fight the elephants. But Hera paying attention on the water when Andy's already moved to land still might be a bit of a distraction for him. Hand cannoneers against the halbs still. And it feels like this push is continuing. It just maybe feels like it. Maybe that's just a feeling. Still waiting for Japanese halbs. We have Andy doing the barracks. I still feel like maybe it'd be better if Andy were on the hand cannoneers and Lewis were on the halbs. It's just kind of a weird set of forces. I've never actually seen Wu do Cav. What's their Cav tech tree look like? So they have full attack upgrades at the blacksmith. Full armor, and they have Hussar. They have Husbandry and Bloodlines. Okay, so they have fully upgraded Hussars. Add a dock onto Andy's base and trade. I mean, that's actually true. Couple fires for DauT, but DauT going here. Hera with the dock over here. They're going to do it. They're going to start trading on the water. Trade cogs for Hera. And he's going to trade with DauT's docks down here. They're actually doing it. They're doing it. The Vils destroy the keep. Andy being disrupted at his home base. Probably should just take that relic and run to the mainland at this point. But they're going to have water trade, DauT and Hera. Okay, so the Wu seem kind of busted. They have a hero unit too, right? Do we have a hero anywhere? I don't even know what the hero does. Oh, we might have a hero unit too. So Lewis at least up to full population. He kind of needs to be making gold units rather than scarves soon. Fully upgraded Japanese versus Dravidian Halb? I don't know. DauT would yeet his hero into a castle. Viper would do that. I don't know about DauT. DauT out here is the next stage of DauT. Also, we have 300 plus viewers on YouTube. That is an insane number for YouTube. And Andy's base. Andy's base on the land now has Hussars in it. Now there are Hussars all in on the land. His base on the water is being raided by villagers and ships and trade cogs. And now things are starting to fall apart for them. Just starting to fall apart. Andy see the trade. I mean, you can see the dock. He knows there's a dock there. I don't know if he's thinking about the implications of the dock. Lewis still holding his own in this fight with only skirms. Lewis needs somehow to get onto a unit other than skirms. Oh, we have land trade. Andy just plopped down a forward market because why not? That is not a safe market. Trading back here. Although DauT can see that trade with his scout. We'll have short trade. You look at the gold situation. Low gold for pretty much everyone, but DauT with some trade should keep his gold going. And with the water control, I think they'll be okay. We'll have coinage now from Lewis, and he's thinking of maybe slinging Andy. Andy's economy is completely collapsed. All of his vills on the island have gone down. Okay, remember, Onimaru had an eco lead not that long ago. And this is thanks to Hera getting back on the water. So getting back on the water was not punished on the land for it. And now the economy is fully being raided by hussars. And healthy trade numbers. Let's look at the trade screen. Trade 14 and 14 trade on their trade cogs. Oh, we can see that up there. Trade cog, trade. Right, trade cog, trade cogs. 17 and 14. It's 4 and 7 land trade. That is very short. There's no wood left. Well, there's no wood left here. And there's very little wood left over here. So this is maybe starting to become a wood game. With very little wood left. Treb's going for the castle. I mean, the map control is still kind of half and half. I wonder if Lewis could ever get back on the water as the Japanese. I mean, if they realize the trade is there, just needs a few galleons, and they could disrupt and kill the trade. I mean, look, look at all this trade. Oh, this is amazing. Treb's going for the castle. A round of hussars diving the hand cannoneers. Do love this map for giving us trade cog trade in a professional tournament. Trade cog trade, and it actually is worth it. You can see it on the mini map. That line of red and yellow dots. And now this castle collapsing. Walls behind that from Lewis just to try to keep the hussars out. Finally has pikemen. Is there a whole? The hussars are trapped, so they'll be piked a bit. These traction trebs feel really strong. They shoot several projectiles too. Oh wow. Yeah, the trade is just so much better. I mean, Andy's market went down. They have to do short trade. They're kind of trading diagonally a bit, and that gives them a bit more of a boost, but then also this is kind of diagonal. This is a lovely trade line. Maybe one day we'll have the ability to trade, like, multiple markets and not be in a straight line. Putting neutral docks or markets in each quarter? I don't think that's necessary for any map in a team game. I think team games, you can build your own markets. 1v1s, maybe maps could be designed that way. So this castle, is it gonna hold? Still a lot of hussars from DauT. Andy's still with the overall score lead. Andy cannot afford hussar though. And he's still on only 95 vills. He needs to get his vill count back up. As there is still red dots here, an outpost from DauT in the middle of the space. Andy needs to use those faster working Persian TCs to get back up to around 120 vills. His pop is dropping. It's around 300 pop to 300. So DauT kind of running out of population too. Maybe actually this team are also running out of wood. We might have a wood game here. Full stone wall from Hera up here to make sure they don't get raided. And we might actually have a wood game soon. DauT's stockpiling a bit of wood. How much gold are the trade cogs bringing in? Let's see. 47. 47 per trip. Alright, looks to be consistent 47 gold. Or whatever fraction of 47 doubles to get 95, so 47 and some change per trip. And, oh, what is that? I have a bombard cannon for Hera on the land. And, oh, Hera did a TC on Andy's starting spot. Needs to steal the farms. Can Vills no longer steal farms? They might not be able to steal farms anymore. That might be a bug, thanks DE. Why can't you steal farms? It's so sad. Oh, that's really sad. DE, what are you doing? Take the relic. He stole some. And by some, he stole one. That needs to be fixed. That is a critical bug. I wish we could have tournaments just on versions of the game that worked without bugs. Is that DauT needed team games to win some tournaments? I mean, this 3 games in a row. DauT is still carrying, but now some raids coming in on the back of Hera and DauT's eco. Some raids coming in here. Now this team has a ton of gold. Almost 2k gold for DauT, 1k for Hera. And does DauT swap into the, what is it, the Huiguang Cavalry? Would that be an option for him? It's not even that expensive of an upgrade for the heavy. And he has the armors already, with all the gold he has. The Hera has eco on both islands and on the mainland. There's a castle here too, slowly but surely taking out the rest of Andy's buildings. His trade is insane, but if this team could ever get, like, 15 to 20 galleys in the middle of the trade, they destroy all of it. I don't think they have the gold to get back on the water, though. Without even buying food with the gold he has, that's how rich he is. Hera doing another castle in the back to stop the raids. And we'll have Elite Fire Archer for DauT. What are those things going to look like? Let's check them out. These are the normal ones, and then Elite comes in. And bam! Oh, they're a bit chunkier. They should build Wonder of Wonder Victory. Andy has fires in the trade. Andy has fires in the trade. Immediately, Hera reacts to it, though. Immediately, he's not going to settle for their trade being disrupted. This is something Andy's not going to be able to sustain without gold of his own. We have 31 trade carts for Lewis. How much are they bringing in? 29 per trip. So, I mean, it's not that bad, honestly, compared to the trade cogs. That are, what, 40... What did we say, 47? So they're hitting, like, 2/3 of that. And still pushing with the hand cannoneers. This team does not have any answer to hand cannoneer, to be honest. And if Lewis can keep a good mass of hand cannoneers, maybe there's a way they still hold. Need some caravanserai. Oh, Andy could make them as the Persians, you're right. You're right, it's not just Hindustanis anymore, the Persians can do them. How much wood is left? Let's just try to get our bearings here. The wood that is left, there's 700 wood over there, and then this. Not even 3,000 wood here. So this is the rest of the wood that's on the map. And if that wood is taken, then halbs become the most valuable unit in the game because they cost wood. And at that point, you're going heavy monks, and Japanese, I think, have the best monks in the game. Unless the Wu have a monk tech trade. They don't have heresy. They don't have block printing. And the Dravidians don't have good monks, no heresy. And the Persians have awful monks, no heresy. But the Japanese, no heresy civ in the game. But they have a full monk tech tree otherwise. So push here. Gamer Legion, though, higher population. Otomaru down to 200 pop and dropping. They don't have the builds to sustain this, even if the map runs out of wood for their opponents. Yeah, that was a broken thing in a patch at one point where the TC would kill the boar and you could gather from it. But it was messy. We'll have the GGs, and that is 3-0 for Gamer Legion. What a game that was. Oh, the trade had another dock added in. And GG's. Hera and DauT will advance. 3 carries from DauT in a row. Hera needs his teammate. That DauT showing why he's on the A team for Gamer Legion. Ooh, so that's 1,052 kills for Andy, but 960 for DauT, who could spam trash units forever. And it felt like the skirms for Lewis were useful to a point, but just not quite enough where they could push into DauT's halbs and get the next layer of castles trebbed down. And a lot of economy for DauT. A trade profit for this team. Trade on the water with trade cogs, winning it in the end. T90 same. No, T90 is in silver. T90 is in the silver league. Not quite at this level. But, oh, GG's. Thank you everyone for the follows. Thank you, Revenant, Boony Bee, Petsock, Twig, Frumpy, Avocado, all for the follows. Reminder, this is a big goal for us. If we get to 15k, I will be increasing the prize pool by $500. Thank you, Johnny, for the follow, and Tundra Blitz for the cheer. And let's check off just the final map here. The losses there. Is it possible to make tournaments where you do not allow the new Civs content? Maybe. I mean, I kind of want to go back to AOC. And go back just to AOC Civs for something. And my name is Jeff. Thank you for the follow. We have 2 more series today, so let's just get these Civs. I forgot the other game, so that was Spanish. And what Civ did Andy have on Valley of Kings? They just lost with Persians and Japanese. Is it Spanish and Italians on Valley of Kings? Yeah, I can look at my replay folder and check. Yeah, it was Spanish and Italians against Maya and Koreans, and then this map was the Dravidians, of course, and then the Wu. Whoever the Wu are there. Ooh, so, that was our first set of the day, but we got another set coming up next. So don't go anywhere as I have a schedule overlay. Look at this. Boom. Our next set is going to be the Gold Quarterfinals, Mbl Sora Kuma and Z40 against ACCM and Slam. Let's see. Let's say 5-min break, then all Rex. And post drafts now. Ooh, so congrats again to Gamer Legion. They will move on, and we'll have the next quarterfinals coming up next, and we'll see if we have the drafts already. Tito should be posting the drafts. Taking care of the caster rolls, good. Alright, so drafts for the next set. Let's get the scoreboard set up. AoE1 music, yes. So have a 5-minute break or so, and then get the next set of games going. I'm just going to reset the ad counter, or the timer on Twitch, and then get things rolling here. Alright, so this will be Team My Insanity. That's ACCM and Slam against, this is the, was this Tag Smiley Face or Let's Go Tag? Get the right version of Tag. Let's Go Tag. And Caleb and Directly, thank you for the follows. Thank you everyone for the follows. This is an AI ad. Oh gosh. You feel free to make fun of the ads. I'll see you later, Augustine. See you for the next series. So YouTube viewers, you were insane on YouTube. We had 300 plus there. So let's just get the overlays updated for the next set. Get drafts out. Alright. And I need to update my stream title too. Thank you, Tapawa, for using your Prime sub. And R8 the Legend, thank you for the follow. And I'll try to tag everyone on Twitch. I don't know if Sora Kuma and Z40 have Twitch channels versus ACCM. And Slam Jam. And there. GL match just ended. Just ended. When is the next series? In about 5 minutes or so. Faster than that even. As I just need Tito to post the recs and we will be ready to go. Excited to see what Slam and ACCM do today. He does have, yes, post the, or just post what is the name of the channel. You don't need the full link and I'll add it to the title. I'll tag him. So go give the players follows too. At Sora Kuma AoE. Alright, done, tagged. Whenever Petito has the Rex ready to go, then we'll be ready to go. All right, posting the Rex. Good. It's typing. Rex are here, and let's 14. So, set number 2 of the day, Mbl Sora Kuma and Z40 against Slam and ACCM. Hello is the Fisher Fish. These windows closed, and let's go. And gosh, Let me set the scoreboard up. The first map will indeed be Black Forest. And here we go. Oops, sorry about that. Capture age loaded. There we go. Alright, so welcome everyone to our second set of the day. Our second quarterfinals. This will be between teams My Insanity, ACCM, and Slam against Taiwan, AoE Gaming, Let's Go Tag, between Sora Kuma in the green and Mbl in the blue. So Black Forest, and immediately we have a wall-off war between Mbl and ACCM. Mbl getting the walls up, ACCM going to attack the house, but he'll just get his walls up behind that. So that side is walled. This side will have a wall-off war between Sora Kuma and Slam. Sora Kuma getting one wall up with the villagers. Slam coming forward, he'll wall behind that. Maybe a bit of a closer wall for Sora Kuma. And then there is the middle of the map that they somehow are going to have to wall. The two passages making an X across the map and creating a bit of an open area here. And what, 69 likes on YouTube, perfect. I never actually watch live streams on YouTube other than, like if it's someone I know is live streaming, so I don't know how discoverable they are. I don't even know where it shares the link, or how much likes on the videos affect it. That's always the fun, right? You you see what the algorithm does on YouTube. Oh, and Killer Pigeon, thank you very much for the raid. You are just in time for the start of our second set of the day. We have ACCM and Slam in the red and yellow, taking on Mbl and Sora Kuma in the blue and the green. And the map is Black Forest, and we're already getting a nice wall off in the middle, pretty far forward, along both these passages from the tag team. Is Killer Pigeon a distant relation of Killer Bee? Oh yeah, we had Killer Bee. I haven't seen him in years, but he had the most wonderful casting voice. So Scout War here in the middle, but seems very peaceful so far. Sometimes on Black Forest, you'll have people sending 10 Vels forward to wall, but here it was just one wall from each player. They'll have the walls up, and now it'll be time for Slam to lure in 3 boars at once with his villager. Always tricky to do this. He's going to use the gate, so the gate foundation will force that boar to run around it and give him a bit more time to bring them all in. So he'll delete the gate, and he'll just use a few more gates as he tries to bring the boars in. Oh, but he runs too far away, and the boar's going to run back. Slam, he slammed down a few too many gates there. Coming from AoE 4 to the wonderful pixel art is so fun. Yeah, we're spectating using Capture Age, and oh, ACCM fighting the scouts with his vills. Yeah, so we can zoom all the way out, thankfully, all the way out, and then all the way in, so you can see the lovely pixels in all their glory up close and personal. How buff that villager is. So 3 at once, but fail. So he might try to go for it again. He's milling the deer even. Usually you push those with your scout, and he does still have the scout alive, but he's worried about scout fighting with it. Xing the middle again as they're walling up. So very even walls this game. No team getting a huge advantage. So Teutons in Malay against Portuguese Bohemians. Black Forest randomly can have ponds, but on this map, no such luck for the Malay. The Malay have one of the best fish booms. And thank you, Dr. Known 1280 for the follow. And he's going for it a second time. Okay, Slam. You got it this time. He's using his scout, so the scout will block. He doesn't need the gates. He's got this. He's doing Loom, too. Oh, he's being extra safe. Loom gives your vills 15 extra hit points, so they'll survive against the boars better. Yeah, if you run too far away, the boars stop chasing you. So you use the scout to block, keep the vill close to the boars, and then bring them into the TC. Yeah, the boars have their own line of sight. As long as they have line of sight of the vill, they'll keep chasing. Which makes it tricky because you can't garrison the vill, because then the boars lose their line of sight. And then you'll see as soon as the Vil garrisons, they stop running. But then you'll hunt the rest of them by the TC, and everything will be okay. Didn't lose a Vil. Did have to do Loom, though. But he's happy to have the boars. Those yummy, delicious boars under the TC. And Slam on VF. Hello, T90. Yeah, T90's in the Silver League semifinals. We're going to have his set casted tomorrow. And some Vils in the TC. Market there for Sora Kuma as he's lording his boars too. Market Blacksmith. So no barracks or stable or attempts at forward aggression. And hello, Dodo. Odds on MBL going skirms as the Bohemians? Feels like he might want a castle drop if he's going to stone. And I'll have another Blacksmith going up for ACCM. And a Market going up for ACCM too, so he's going to be clicking up everyone up to the Castle Age. Never hurts to have a stockpile in case of a wood game. Okay, a stockpile of wood on Black Forest. So more deer being collected here from Slam. Update the title. The title should be updated. Title should be updated. Delay AoE. Title is very updated. And scouts, low HP for Slam and ACCM, but up to the Castle Age. These two scouts forward will be very annoying for the Taiwan team. I'll try to find anywhere they can do damage. And not really going to have options to go for a Monk Rush, despite having two good Monk saves because of the Teutons and their resistance as their team bonus. ACCM going to run back to the safety of his TC. And these two scouts, is there Loom? There is Loom on the villagers, so not really going to be able to find a Vil pick. MBL going to just go around, try to find any low HP Vils he can. Yeah, here's a low HP one, but he's in the center of the lumber camp. And two Vils forward for ACCM, maybe thinking of more walls. Oh, he could wall and trap the scouts. He's going to try to trap the scouts, and won't quite get them. I wanted to trap them in and fight them with the Vils. Oh, the YouTube title, you think? Ah, YouTube title, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. So double monastery even, and the walls in the back will be useful for ACCM for the double monasteries. He's going to push up the middle towards MBL. MBL mining stone though, so he can go for a defensive castle. Thank you, up 312 for the raid. Welcome to the stream. There'll be a couple of monks out for ACCM. And JP Walk, thank you for the follow. So double monks. And there'll be a ram first, and then maybe some mangonels after the ram. Ram will help you get through the walls faster, and then monks will be able to convert Vils to stop re-walling. On the other side, we'll have the mangonel going for the palisade walls. What do you think is T90's favorite civ? Probably the Japanese, because they can catch salmon faster. So barracks going up for Slam, and now Slam with his monastery will have to react to a similar mangonel push from Sora Kuma. So one mangonel push on both sides, Sora Kuma breaking through. Favorite unit has to be the Shravamsh Riders. Oh no. Ram push continuing, but MBL is just going to fat slob up this passageway. Throw as many walls up as he can, make sure that nothing's going to get through. The more walls he has, the safer he'll feel and the safer he'll be. As he has 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of stone wall right now. Do the Bohemians have fortified wall as an option? They do. He could upgrade to fortified wall. Mangonels coming forward, and don't think the hill is close enough for the Mangonels to range the TC from atop it. It's going to be close, actually. I think that Mangonel maybe gets a hill bonus. 25% more damage if you are uphill, so just keeping the Mangonel even just ever so slightly uphill is a huge advantage against the TC. Here's where the mini bike is given away. Hello, Tense Tube. We have no such giveaway. I do have a copy of Age of Mythology Retold I can give away, though. Maybe I'll do that on Sunday for the finals. Light Cab gonna take out Mangonels. I have a conversion on that spear. The Mangonels go down. So continuing the monk push here, much more effective than this one. Fortified wall is in, and now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers of fortified wall. ACCM's gonna have to ram through. Oh boy. He already went through 2 layers. He's got 5 more. And potentially a 6th. MBL knows how to play Black Forest. Oh boy. Well, slight Vil count for the My Insanity team. But MBL, he's just going to try to 2v1 over on this side. He's building a castle. Where are the Vils walking that are going to build that castle? Oh, there they are. He's got 13 Vils on a huge road trip. Gonna walk all the way around the map to go drop a castle on Slam's face. I mean, Slam has Light Cav out. He might even have this repelled by the time those Vils get there. Okay, that's a lot of Vil time spent going in that direction. Forward Vils here from Sora Kuma trying to fight, but with all the Light Cav there, I don't think they'll win that fight. They do pick a Light Cav, but the Vils will go down. Slam could even get this rewalled. And MBL is going to stop the castle, going to do his own defensive castle, as though he didn't have enough defenses already. And he'll just do a forward barracks. Wheelbarrow on the way. Might see him do a lumber camp over here just to keep the Vils busy. And Slam going to Stonewall here. One spear going to try to stop that Vil, but these walls should be able to go up. Yeah, there's the lumber camp for MBL, as he gets a stable up behind. The stable for Bohemians, that's interesting. Vil forward for ACCM. Did he wall that hole? If that's where the wall needs to be. MBL's castle drop, not there in time. I mean, he is Bohemians if he does the wheelbarrow, handcart, and fervor, because the monastery upgrades apply to them too. Then the Vils could be pretty speedy. Does he have fervor already? He probably does. Is the Nico upgrade? Yep, he does have fervor. So if the monastery units move plus 15% faster for the Bohemians, that applies to their villagers too. They have speedy Vils, 1.01 tiles per second speed there. Can escape from King Sancho's tournament with that speed. And so Light Cav on the way also. So Light Cav will be a counter to monks, but not a counter if this one tile of wall is just re-walled. Slam going for the gate, but maybe he needs that first tile first. So monks popping out of the monastery as the monastery goes down. On the other side, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for ACCM. 1, 2, 3 TCs over here for Slam as the Light Cav start to come forward. And defensive monks already. There's a yellow triangle indicating a conversion on top of that mangonel right now. And the gate goes down. The gate goes down. Maybe the Light Cav can reach the monk. It can. And with the spears there, this could still be kind of scary. This is still not fully walled off. That lack of one tile of wall is really going to come back to bite them. There's a couple of good mangonel shots come in on the Light Cav. One Light Cav gets through, but the rest of them get trapped. And the spear can come over and defend the mangonels. And will it go down? No, he keeps the mangonel alive on 2 HP, and we'll repair that. So forward castle here from ACCM, as he's still trying to break in through all of these walls. The mangonel's going to end up mangoneling a house in the back. Is MYI a thing? Well, apparently, because ACCM and Slam are playing for it. Sphere is getting some pokes. Mangonel's going for the ram. And this push from Sora Kuma still applying pressure. You have Imp on the way from MBL. And maybe now MBL can get that forward castle he wanted so long ago. There go the villagers. Still needs handcart for their speed, but there they go. Right on Slam's face, but Slam will have a defensive castle already. ACCM is up to Imp. Slam doing his castle... Oh no, Slam is Imperial Age. Slam doing his Imperial Age chemistry. And so this castle should lose a Trebor, as the Malay go up to go up to the Imperial Age extremely quickly. And MBL will do a workshop behind this. Will do his Castle Age chemistry as the Bohemians. Remember, there's a Bohemians player here. They can do chemistry in the Castle Age. That'll go up. And it'll be a cannon and Trebor on the castle. Didn't know Sora Kuma is this good. Never heard his name in S-tier tournaments. Well, I mean, he and MBL did knock off Viper and Tato. So they've been playing really well this tournament. So Slam, 113 vills, he's a big boom. But now needs to invest that boom into a Trebor with the Bohemians. Malay Bohemians, yeah, not uncommon to see both these civs in these early Imp Treb fights. And MBL will have to rely on those cannons if he wants to win this fight, because the timing for the trebuchets has already let Slam get 2 trebs out and a 3rd on the way. How'd he make it there? Because he's Bohemians, and he's going to rely on getting cannons as soon as he gets up. And he's going to try to force the fight here with trebs and cannons. And he's okay to lose this castle as long as he also trades the castle and gets Slam's castle. And he's going to hope that maybe Sora Kuma has the army advantage here, that they can trade the castles. At the same time, though, Slam getting his own bombard cannon out. And the Malay are up. MBL's wanted this castle for a while, but it's a bit late. He's immediately going to click Siege Engineers at the university. So with Siege Engineers and a cannon, maybe it's possible. He's not even going to make his own Treb. Treb would maybe be risky against the cannons from Slam, but maybe double workshop for the cannons and probably for Halfnitze. It's a buy time castle, and it's a force the Treb fight castle in a situation where he thinks he'll eventually get Halfnitze. Teuton monks for ACCM. Those could be actually quite good at converting cannons from range. See the new wonderful Portuguese architecture on that castle. How's the war in the south going? Well, oh, you know what? We have a couple layers of fortified wall left. Bombard cannons now can help keep the rams out. This is Trebs from MBL, so he's trebbing this castle too. Remember, Teuton Castle with crenellations do outrange bombard cannons, or have equal range to bombard cannons. That includes the Halfnitze. Only Turks with artillery would outrange them. You can buy castles with time? No, but you can buy time with castles. And this is one of those situations where MBL does want Bodkin. That'll just give the castle more range. Bodkin for range in the castle fights is always nice. So 4 trebs, 2 cannons for Slam, and he's ready to take out this castle too. Still a buy time castle, kind of. As MBL really does need to get Halfnitze in, but he's just going to get back. So this initial forward push they had, not going to work out. And Slam looking to push now. As, oh, that is a one-tile passageway that these units are having trouble pathing through. And behind this, Sora Kuma just going to wall up, even sacrifices mangonels to get more walling time. Those are some buy time mangonels. Down here, though, looks like MBL winning this fight. Ooh, Treb snipes ACCM's Treb there. Treb snipes the lumber camp. Those villas just looking sadly at that Treb that they were not able to repair. Trebs go for the outpost. ACCM not going to get that outpost up. Won't get the vision from it. Not going to get an outpost up under that many Trebs. So we're going to have arbalests here from Sora Kuma. And now we start asking where are the markets going to be and where's the trade going to be. Slam adding markets all the way in the back. What is that? I guess it will be safe from over here. That's going to be some awkward pathing around this forest. They're really cute. They could onager cut through here and open up the trade line in the back. It'll be like a much straighter and easier trade line here for Mbl and Sora Kuma. Mbl is the perfect flat edge against the edge of the map for the markets. Slam now pushing, and we're going to have Mbl showing off his stonewalling prowess on the other side. As he's going to be trying to keep the Arbalests out. Right now doesn't have a great way of dealing with them, but does have a few cannons. Still needs that Haufnitze upgrade. And we have Paladin! Paladin for ACCM. Teutons is the Paladin Civ. Okay, Castle going up right in the middle for Slam. Just, again, keeping map control in case of cuts or other movement. I mean, honestly, one Onager cutting through here for Paladin spam could be insane. So Teutons with their Paladins. No husbandry, but otherwise fully upgraded. Oh, speaking of Onager cuts, here we go, here we go. Slam gonna cut through. Mbl will try to wall this. Slam will keep cutting around the walls. Will this go up? He gets the tiles up, but the cut continues around the side. And the Arb's there to snipe off some of the walling vills, and the Paladins get in. Mbl trying to wall, won't get the walls up. And now some sidestep micro on the Arbs for Sora Kuma as he runs back. And the rest of the Arbs push through, and the Paladins come through these walls as well. So nice cut there. In the middle, I'm seeing... Looks like Mbl is trying to push up the middle. Not really walled here from ACCM, although he does have a low HP Vil there. Slam's castle in the middle will definitely help as this push continues up the middle. Over here, all these walls have worked. Mbl could even go forward and re-wall if he wanted to. Mbl sending the trade cart along with his push. He's playing Joan of Arc 6, needs to plant that flag on the hill. If only that were a way to defeat the enemies. Plant a flag on this hill with the castle and you win. Arbs will start killing some Paladins. Paladins keep running around, go for the cannons. Paladins go down. Cannons taking some hits. And that's a lot of Arbs now from Sora Kuma. I think he has the Arb numbers advantage. The problem, though, will be the Paladins. Those problematic Paladins plowing their way on through to the Arbs. A few Halbs for Mbl. Not enough yet, maybe, though. Is Sora Kuma like a team game specialist? I don't think so. I think he's just a good player. Cannon's getting some shots on the Arbs. Lots of Paladins, but slowly getting whittled down. Enough Arbs from Sora Kuma. At least he's able to fight the Paladins, but they are falling back. Man, these Paladins are so tanky. Lots of low HP ones, though. I can't even double-click them. Mouse double-click. There you go. Cannon's still trying to hit the Arbs. We still don't have Haufnitze. I mean, Haufnitze plus Arquebus Bombard Cannons should be really strong, but still nothing that can fight the Paladins. Paladins just pushing on through. What do these things have? 180 HP, and not even at the 192 of the Franks, but still a really good HP. And Arbs popping in and out of the TC, taking some of them out, but they are getting raids on the farms. Mbl, though, pushing up the middle. Halb's here to deal with Paladins. Are those Karambit Warriors? Oh, wait, what? The Elite Karambit. Look at how large those knives are. But look how clothed they are. Oh, this doesn't look like a normal Karambit Warrior at all. Halbs will be fighting now. And the castle will go up. Okay, so another castle here. The cannon's trapped inside the forest, so the Paladins can't get to them. Nicely done for that castle from Mbl. The Paladins, they want to hit the cannons, but they're trapped. And now Haufnitze is in. Haufnitze is in. And that could let him push this middle castle, but at the same time, Sora Kuma is dying. Sora Kuma is dying to all of these Arbalests and Paladins. Arb and Paladin, a strong unit combo. And not enough Halbs here from MBL. Bohemian Halbs, very good. But it still is a trash unit in a war of gold units. And no husbandry for the Teutons, of course. So not the best paladins in the game, but they still do have one extra melee armor. It does help out in the melee fights. So they trade husbandry for the melee armor. Doesn't help against Arbs though, but ever so slightly helps against Halbs. And Halbs coming forward. Arbs taking out the Halbs. Archers come forward, castle goes up. MBL pushing. This is the hope of the team. If MBL can push here, and Islam can cannon his own karambits. Alright, Halfnitsa taking out some cannons. This is where MBL maybe could use hand cannoneers against all the karambits. I mean, Bohemian Halbs are nice. Those Halfnitsa doing work against the cannons. MBL maybe gonna lose the castle though. And they're the hand cannoneers. Alright, so right now I don't know if what Slam can do to push this, other than get micro the cannons well. Because once Bohemians get some hand cannoneers out and karambits, well, maybe the Halfnitsa can go too far forward. Karambits are just gonna melt. But I guess that sometimes is the point of karambits, just to melt. So this push continuing, getting into the trade, and that's the important part. They're in the trade. And this team's going to start losing trade cards if they had any already. And look at the trade numbers here. 22 trade cards for Slam, and he's the only player in the game who really has any trade going. Now, their trade is going through here. And I still do think cutting here with onagers and then maybe locking that gate, forcing the trade through here could be an option. But MBL's actually really close to the trade line himself. And thank you, Mr. Ghazi Wobbles, for the sub. Thank you for using your sub. Your prime sub, and the Trebs moving forward as this now is hitting MBL. Z40 down to 53 vills, and he is struggled against this 2v1 push. Not even 2v1 because MBL's been here with the Halbs, but against just this Arb Paladin combination. And kind of an interesting way to play the Portuguese on this map because he did boom. He didn't go for the fast aim Pretoria eco approach, which has been pretty successful in the past. Z40, if I said Z40, I meant Sora Kuma. Sorry, they're both on the roster. Someone asked about Z40 in another question. ACCM still here with monks too. Paladin numbers have kind of died down. And yeah, ACCM with the forward TC. He and Slam are just going to be sharing the gold of Sora Kuma. And Slam will add in more archery ranges, keep making those melee Arbs at the same time. The cannons have taken down the castle in the middle from MBL. His push to the trade, ultimately futile, as he's not going to knock down that castle. And how great was this castle positioning from Slam? Little bit of a hill to build it on. That villager there just admiring the handiwork. As now, shoes on the other foot, and this passage is being pushed by Slam and ACCM. Teuton's making their most effective soldier the skirmisher. It's everyone's most effective soldier. And thank you, Soapbox Huey, for the follow. Cannon hitting the other cannon. Cannon hitting the Arbs. And this is a big, massive arbs and skirms now. MBL is going to try to sling Sora Kuma back into the game if he can hold. But they just don't have a trade line now. It'd be really nice if maybe we had trade numbers instead of military value for the team game eco. I think that'd be a much useful stat for the overlay. So Treb's working on the castle. Skirm's coming forward. Arbs taking out other arbs, taking out skirms. For the range. Ooh, Treb shot's even hitting some skirms there. Halfneats is still trying to hold. And MBL's gonna hope maybe if ACCM starts to run out of gold, he'll have maybe a point where he has to transition to trade instead of paladins, and then the Halfneats can hold as the skirms come in. But I don't really see them pushing out of this, and then also pushing back up the middle. Oh, we have another cut. We have another cut. Well, Bombard Towers from Slam, as he's looking to get down the middle. He actually get here and then wall off the trade. That would be sick. Sora Kuma are going to do a Palisade Gate there. Don't know what that's going to stop. I think it's time for Bohemian fully upgraded champs. Don't know about that. Ooh, sneaky Slam. Slam cutting down the passage. What's the gold remaining on the map? The gold remaining on the map is trade. I think they've taken all the golds. There is a stone over here they can cut to. Other than that, it is trade. I don't see any more gold tiles anywhere. And going for the lumber camp. Going for the vills on the lumber camp. Getting the vills. Slamming those trees down. Oh, the gate. The gate's not going to hold this. And they're through. That's a castle from MBL. Dangerous to build a castle underneath enemy siege, though. Bombard cannons could one-hit the castle. And Halb's going to come through from ACCM. Those are Teuton Halbs with their wonderful melee armor. A couple of Halfneats are coming over. MBL rushing down the cannons with his vills. His speedy Bohemian villager is 1.11 speed. Knocking down all the cannons. Treb is there. And MBL with the villagers is going to stop this. He'll throw up a castle. That Bombard Tower for Slam not going to go up. And you hear the rumble in the forest. This is the perfect place for a new lumber camp. MBL doing everything he can to hold. We've now swapped into full skirms from Sora Kuma. Slam just continuing that score lead he has, adding in more trade. I don't even know where this team is going to trade from. Their trade getting disrupted in the battlefield. Skirms will start to pick off the trade carts. Down they go. MBL winning with the knife fight. And big skirm war here, but paladins can make a difference in the skirm wars as they come forward. Trees are just bristling with excitement at being chopped down. Okay, Halb's dying to Halfneats shots. It's full skirms. You got 3 players making skirms now. Skirms OP. Oh, we have a 4th player making skirm. MBL can't. He's too tempted. He sees 3 other players making skirms. He says, I want my own skirms too. He's now adding in archery ranges, researching elite skirm. And MBL, he needs some armor, but he's going to be doing skirms too. You can never have enough skirms until we have 4 players making skirms. Yeah, everyone said MBL would make skirms. Halfneats in the back, trying to keep the paladins away. Skirms still hitting the Halbs. Spam those skirm emotes in the Twitch chat. Skirm is getting Hafnitsa down. Cannons go down. Thank you, Abarsai, for the follow. Cannons go for the tower. Tower taken out. Down it goes. Cannons on the stone as more cannonballs come in on the skirms. Skirms go down. Half needs to have to fall back. And MBL finally will call the GG. As Slam and ACCM will take game number 1. 259 skirms against 450 halbs. The winner will obviously be the side with the better skirms or the more skirms. Seems like early Imp swung at MBL needing to micro cannons on both sides was rough. Also, just not having the timing on that castle push. Right, Slam just boomed a bit quicker than MBL did for the Treb War. Treb War swings differently, and then maybe they're able to push through on this side faster. Over here, nice walling from MBL. Maybe if his vills were even faster, he got that castle earlier. But I mean, I think that decision of just sending all the villagers, like 13 vills, on such a long journey, when you don't get the castle up fast enough, and you're also killing your eco by not having those vills working, and you get behind in the Treb War. That was rough. I mean, I saw what he was thinking of, like wall and go for the castle war, but not really in time. Also Portuguese Bohemians, a civ combination that doesn't have paladins like the Teutons do. And we saw how much easier it was for the Teutons to come help out on this side when they have the mobility of the paladins, rather than needing the vills to go all the way over there. Alright, so that's 726 kills for Slam. He jammed that game. And most eco for MBL, but Sora Kuma eco falls apart after he was getting pushed and could never really recover fully after that. GG. And tab over, have another scoreboard to update. That'll be a win for Slam and ACCM. Be a win on Black Forest. For the civs, that was the very first pick, Bohemians. Bohemians, Portuguese, high picks for them. Against Teutons and Malay, making BF work with the low civs. Let me just make sure we're... reset the ad timer on Twitch so we don't have ads in the middle of the game. Let's do a quick ad, then go into the next game, which will be on Outcrop. And also, this is our reminder. Chat, stay hydrated. If you're casting a game, make sure you drink in between the games. And thank you also, if I didn't read this, thank you, Abarsai, for the follow. I think I read that. I don't remember now. Too much casting. Yeah, the ACCM Slam combo is nice. And Red Pencil Box, thank you for the follow. Coffee counts, right? It might. I generally recommend water, though. Hard to stay hydrated with all water maps banned. We have Nomad in Golden Lakes. There's some water there. I think we're going to go through the entire tournament without seeing islands or Mediterranean, though. We've seen islands once in the Silver League, but no Mediterranean. Which is sad, because I think Mediterranean is a really good map. Everyone's just so enamored with Sumatra. They haven't been playing the other water maps. Alright, so... take a few seconds to then get into our next game. It'll take a couple seconds to load in anyway. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. How's YouTube doing? Do we have any lag on YouTube? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Gotta get capture age open. Get the scoreboard colors set up. And let's see. YouTube is good. Stream health. Looks like we had a brief outing. Let's see. It looks fine in OBS, so I'm just gonna think YouTube is being silly. Hopefully we're all good anyway. Alright, so game number 2. We will have our Taiwan AoE gaming clan of Mbl at the front with the blue Tatars and Sora Kuma in the back as the green Huns, taking on Slam as the red Maya and ACCM as the yellow Georgians for my insanity. The map is Outcrop. Originally this was one of Trezini's maps, but we have it set up now. A bit of a different twist that Viper suggested last time we did Cartographers is to put the players in a line. And I like this because it creates sort of a flank pocket dynamic for the 2v2 that we don't necessarily see all the time. And I think it's nice to have a bit of a setup like this. You have a tiny bit of a hill on both sides, and Tatars for MBL, as there are a ton of neutral pigs, neutral herdables down here, and Tatars do have longer lasting herdables, so fairly decent as a flank on this map, although if you are going for crossbows into arbalests, that transition won't be possible because the Tatars don't have arbalests. So a bit of an awkward transition if you have to go for cav archers, but then again, the map is so open with so much mobility on the sides that maybe it actually is better to go for cav archers at some point anyway. We've seen a lot of heavy crossbow play, and heavy crossbows is what Slam will likely want to do with the Maya, although plumed archers at some point, with their mobility, could be an option. I think the standard play is pretty much always double range from the flank, and then scouts from the pocket. You can wall yourself up fairly well at the top of the map, but you only have 2 groups of 2 gold tiles per player, and that can make it really tricky to stay at the top, and you do need to expand down to the more exposed outsides. Slam and ACCM are insanity. Okay, YouTube. Everyone on YouTube saying it's very smooth and it's good. Okay, good. Well, this silly error message YouTube given me is just that, a silly error message. Also, we are at 12,900 followers on Twitch. We're very, very close to 13K. We're closing in on that rather quickly. So, loom on the way for everyone. Loom on the way for everyone. I have a couple of pigs being brought in from the lowland for ACCM. Straggler trees being taken from Slam around his TC. A forward barracks there from Slam. Info, war, and error, and silly are YouTube's 4 error levels. That's a good one, the silly level. So Slam pushing in the Ibex. And we'll get it nicely under the TC. Do we ever have co-casters on? Yes, sometimes. For this, I've had so much to do myself from hosting and organizing it. I haven't had time to organize much co-casters, though. So on the way to Feudal. Ibex being pushed in. And there we go. So another Ibex. Oh wait, that's MBL. MBL pushing the Ibex for Sora Kuma, helping his teammate. Helping his teammate with the Ibex push. And there immediately is the range, double ranges for MBL, double ranges for Slam. toggle the eco tab. Yes. So many tabs for team game capture age. A double bit axe on the way for MBL. And 2 ranges up at the front for MBL too. Scout running around. Scouts hitting each other at the front. Is Slam Jam the greatest archer flank player? I have no idea who the greatest archer flank player would be. That's such a modern thing, though. Yeah, the 2-range 18-pop archers. There's a long history of flank play before that. I remember there was a time when flank would be... Lion flank would wall and sling. You'd use your Mayan's cheaper walls team bonus to wall the entire map on Arabia. So very, very early forward tower from MBL. He's not taking any pressure on that gold. Slam remembered his fletching, and Vill's mining gold on the other side. Slam walled up, and as I said earlier, easy to wall on this map, but kind of awkward to wall, as you're kind of walling in straight lines, and if you put your buildings as part of the wall, then your buildings won't be able to go on the other side. So X coming in for MBL, as more archers hit the walls over here. The archers will run in. And archer plus scout breaking in. Good if they kill Vils, bad if they go in too deep and get trapped. Archers take out the Vils, scouts turn and fight, but this is basically a 1v1, 1v2 fight for now until the archers come in for MBL. MBL is there, but his archers are split up in 2 groups, so one of the groups will be taken down as Slam tries to escape. All in all, though, the army's cleared, and now MBL and Sora Kuma take a good score lead, and that's only 1 Vil lost for Sora Kuma during that fight. A bit of idle time as he was quick walling and running the Vils around. But all in all, not too much damage done, all for the cost of a lot of feudal army. That now maybe gives MBL and Sora Kuma the advantage to push forward. Cheaper archers for the Maya, so they can pump their archers out pretty quickly, and they'll have to bring the archers around the side to hold the hill. First build order you read was 22 pop 2 ranges. Yeah, 23 pop 2 ranges was honestly the old archer build, but nowadays it's 18 or 19 pop. And kind of depending on map resources or save and eco bonus. Now clean the Dark Ages. So another big fight on the hill. Remember, the Tatars do have extra hill bonus. Those archers being on the hill is extra good for them. And scouts running around, archers coming forward. Armor on the way for the scouts.
Shot it.
And Market going up behind the gate for Slam. Good score lead, like 10 score. Hey, if they're on top, they're on top. So scouts trying to bust down the house. Walls from behind for Slam. That house losing HP. Down it goes as the archers come forward. More X's forward here for MBL and Sora Kuma. On production speed advantage is so big, Sora Kuma had 2 more scouts for that fight. That's another point, right? The Huns have faster working stables, which is a team bonus, well, but in this case only matters for the Huns themselves. But if you get out 1 or 2 extra scouts throughout the course of the feudal age because of the speed, that just might turn the difference in a fight. So Slam and ACCM have to wall up. Archer's going for the houses. And Castle Age on the way from both players. Archer's going for the Vills. And Castle Age also on the way for Slam. So Slam will be the first one up. He'll be the first one up. And he'll be able to get crossbow. But ACCM's still not up. And this is going to be a very large number of scouts still transitioning to light cav for MBL. So Slam has a couple of groups of archers. He's going to try to group them up. And all those extra scouts for ACCM going to force this army back. And that'll let them move forward and try to get timing pressure with the crossbows as ACCM clicks up now. Slam will repair that wall. And these armies will be forced to run to stay alive. And now it's going to be awkward because MBL will be split up. His armies will be in 2 halves. And he overchopped. And that's going to let the scouts in. Oh no, the overchop from MBL. ACCM runs right in, but he'll also run right out. He does not want to lose all the crossbows that Slam's going to have before they get the upgrades. Why no skirms? Skirms status scouts. It's a team game. It's a team game. You don't see the skirms till imp. Like he should have slung. I mean, remember, sling is still very expensive. So I'm still not convinced by slinging in this in the setup with the heavy taxes. Vills there. Okay, Vills for ACCM. He walled, but the Vills will go down. Trying to dance move and dodge away. Archers can't hit him now. He's running in a straight line. In the back, 1 tile of stone wall missing for Sora Kuma. And he's just going to market wall behind this. Crossbows there can hit the Vills, but he'll get enough HP that he should keep the scouts out even after they get through that palisade. And more stone walls going up in the back for Sora Kuma. Crossbows will take out the house. Look to break through. Xing there is Sora Kuma because he knows they're in. Fortified church though for ACCM as the Georgians. He will secure this bit of his base as they look to break through. Still on that market, but Scout's not able to do much there. Ballistics also is in for Slam. So Maya with Ballistics looking pretty scary as scores flip back and forth. Xing in the back and the crossbows keep running around. And Mini Mirage 4, thank you for the follow. Crossbow's gonna try to hit the scouts. And crossbows now will go for the house. Knights and crossbows come in. Crossbows go for the knights. Try to take them out. And another knight goes down, but the crossbows are trapped. ACCM will finish that off. Sora Kuma is still looking to see if he can get any more Vills. Slam gonna get a couple of quick walls. So some nice gates from Slam. And it'll stop the light cap from running around. Crossbows with ballistic should be able to finish them off. And down they'll go. So great gate awareness from Slam. And in the back, still a couple of light cap from ACCM running around. He's there, but chased down by knights from Sora Kuma. So far, everyone securing themselves at the top. No huge break-in occurring. But we also have MBL and Sora Kuma able to slip down to the sides and add in a couple of TCs on the outside, start securing more gold. For ACCM and Slam, you are on a timer to get there, as they're both sending all their Vills out right now. But once you run out of gold at the top, that could impact your knight production if you just stop at the knights. So, Mangonel's forward for MBL, going for a pretty big Mangonel push. It is 3-range archer production from Slam. So 3 ranges with ballistics and thumb ring now. Just missing the final armor, and those will be fully upgraded Maya crossbows. So fight with the Knights and the Mangonels. Knights trying to run forward for ACCM. Nice micro from Mbl to try to block them. But inevitably the Knights will get to the Mangonels. That's why Mangonels are so risky in team games. Because you have a very strong Knight player who's ready just to charge them down. And that'll be a third Mangonel lost for Mbl, as he can't stop the Knights from ACCM in time. Didn't have the crossbow mass. And now ACCM starting to push forward with more Knights. Slam and ACCM now having a big score lead. And getting their TCs out on the bottom right. Taking all the neutral resources. Getting the gold they'll need when their resources at the top run out. And they're about to run out pretty quickly. Some crossbows coming forward, some Knights coming forward. And yet 3 times the army almost. That's the advantage of playing with the Maya. You get all those cheap crossbows. And that's now 36 crossbows for Slam. In the middle is Sora Kuma. Now, doesn't quite get a shot on the crossbows. Going up the hill. The Knights keep dancing back and forth. Another shot goes for the crossbows. 2 Mangonels coming forward. And crossbows will fall back. 2v2 Knight and Archer dance. Hill's so important for Slam to hold. Does not want the Tatar player to get the hill. Mangonels get a nice shot on the Knights. Starting to push this back. All of a sudden, Tag has more Vils. It's just this army count. It's all those crossbows from ACCM. Still 36 right there grouped up. But enough Knights now. You don't need as many Knights as crossbows to force the crossbows away. And with the Mangonels in the back, maybe the Mangonels finally will start to pay off for Mbl. Just needs to get enough crossbows of his own to keep them alive. And Slam's still mining that gold at the front. That can't be much left there, only 300. And ACCM needs more Knights here. And you need something to pick off the Mangonels when it's so crossbow focused on the army. The Mangonels can do damage. And the Knights are going to try to dive. That's going to mean the Mangonels have to run away and go back. But all the Knights are going to be sacrificed going for the Mangonels. If they're fighting the Mangonels, they're not fighting the crossbows and the Knights. And ACCM just about lost all of the Knights there. I think there are enough crossbows left for Slam that this is okay. Let's see if that Mangonel ever can get a shot, especially uphill as the Tatars. Get a couple of nice shots in if he gets one more. Nice Mangonel shots finally landing for Mbl. There go the crossbow numbers, now down to just 30. We still have a lot of Hunnic Knights running around. Trying to get on top of the hill. And we'll have gold mining on the way for Slam. Crossbow's taking out Knights. Knights have to run. And we'll come forward. And hit some of the crossbows. Vils might need to repair on the Mangonel. As the crossbows start to loop around, maybe they'll get in on this wood line. Looking kind of dead, but I mean, they're only down by 10 Vils. They have been... This group of crossbows feels nasty, and they're going to get in through the palisades. Palisades won't stop that many crossbows. They're in. Vils have to go back to the TC. Vils have to garrison all over the place. And now Sora Kuma's eco is looking in a really bad spot. He's trying to get some raids up, but look at this walling from ACCM. Expert walling to keep the Knights out. Just house after house after house. And even on the front, he's going to make sure the holes are filled in. These crossbows take the Vils, and we'll go with the Knights and look to break through the palisades in the south. Idle TC time for Tag has been horrible in the mid-game. It's attempting to catch up in army numbers sometimes puts you in that situation. You're just not queuing your TCs because you're so focused on queuing your military buildings. And it's much easier for the Maya to get that crossbow lead and keep it. Ooh! Okay, nice couple of mangonel shots on the Knights. MBL, danger close by the crossbows, but doesn't friendly fire himself. Still trying to hold on this hill, but Slam is up to the Imperial Age. Slam is up to the Imperial Age. And he's about to have Arbalest, Racer, and Chemistry once he gets up there. A minute away, or a minute 30 seconds away from clicking all that. Knights will find find more pigs in the south. Those mangonels chasing down the crossbows. Now, how is Slam's micro going to be here? Can he out micro 3 mangonels? Mangonels coming forward, trying to find the crossbows. Crossbows have to zigzag away. He's focusing the other crossbows. Knights for ACCM coming from the rear. Not enough Knights to get the mangonels, maybe? He's going to try to get a couple more shots off. Slam going to lose a lot of crossbows here, maybe, if the shots land. Another couple shots land. MBL will lose the mangonels, but the crossbows all go down. Crossbows trapped against the corner. The Knights will finish them off. Slam will do everything he can to micro down the remaining crossbows, and that is huge to lose that many crossbows before he gets Imp and turns them into Arbalests. But he also is the Maya. While that was going on, he was training more crossbows from 6 archery ranges, and now he's going to have Chemistry and Bracer on the way. Arbalest will be whenever he can afford it. Right into the corner, but he has reinforcements at home. Still though, only 32 instead of 60. Another mangonel forward, but MBL and Sora Kuma are going to call the GG. Not going to hang on as long as they did in that Black Forest game, but they're figuring there's no way they're going to be able to fight the Imperial Age Arbalests. And Sora Kuma could be up to Imp. Come on, they feel like he doesn't have the eco to fight that. Mayan Arbs are basically free and Imp. So there's the GG. I don't know if it was over as I thought it was. But he feels like maybe MBL was dead enough that that MBL is never going to be Imp, to the point where he's only going to have crossbows against 2 players who are going to be Imp. I don't know, that was early compared to their last game. Last game they held on a lot longer. Looking at that, 109 kills for MBL. He was killing units. I mean, negative KD for Slam. But Sora Kuma, only 27 kills. And it feels like that just led to the army numbers constantly being down once they got to the mid-game. And so pretty similar ecos all around. Georgians with the best, slightly best eco overall, a bit more than MBL's at Tatars. And as the Tatars, you also kind of feel, remember, you don't have Arbalest as the Tatars. So once the flank player gets up and gets Arbs, I mean, what do? He would have to swap to heavy Cav Archers at some point, and he does not have the eco for that. Great. So GG. Double check if Twitch is going to let me reset the ad counter. It says pre-roll off. I don't even have a timer for it. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's not even worth it to worry about that. So we will just get right into game 3. Let me update the scoreboard. For the maps, that'll be a loss on Outcrop. And for civs, that was Tatars and Huns against Maya and Georgians. So we will into game number 3, which, ooh, they're gonna pick, oh yes, they're gonna pick their opposing team's map and go for Zawal. It's a lovely map of Zawal. So game number 3, MBL and Sora Kuma needing a reverse sweep at this point, and they're going to go for Zawal. So we'll have MBL in the green as the Burgundian. I mean, we'll have Sora Kuma as the green player. He'll be playing as the Burgundians, and then MBL will be playing as the Blue Turks. They will be to the west. On the other side, we'll have Slam as the red Kumans, and ACCM as the yellow Poles. So Feudal Boom plus Schlachter privileges here against really solid economy as the Burgundians, and then aggressive Turks push maybe. Sick map, yes, is a wall, of course, made by the lovely Abazi. Lumber camps going up in the back as the boar is being lured in here from MBL. And we'll have a middle going up on the berries. Sora Kuma alone maintaining Taiwan. Oh gosh. Anyway, we will have more boars taken in for a slam. We'll have 2 vills on the lumber camp, so looking to go up as fast as he can to get the second TC. The question is, where does he do it? If he tries to double up on a gold or a stone or a woodline, or just goes for the woodline to get as many farms around as he can. That can be a good strategy too. Just get your farming eco set, and then you'll probably want a mining camp anyway for the upgrades. As a wall, of course, has the neutral wall in the middle, 1080 hit points. You cannot attack it with villagers, only can repair it. And you're not going to see a trush because of that. So we will have another house going up there for MBL. There's a wall. Hello again, T90. Fast Imp Civs versus Boom Civs. I guess Turks are a Fast Imp Civ. Burgundians, Kumans feel kind of boomy. Poles, Poles feel like they have a timing window where they have Schlachter privileges, and if that doesn't work, then they're in a lot of trouble. If they can't get a good early and push with their cheap cavaliers. Especially the Turks, which oddly enough, the Poles are countered by 2 things. 1, heavy camels, which the Turks can have and fully upgrade, and 2, cav archers, because remember the Poles lack their final armor upgrade, and which the Turks also do incredibly well. If they get fully upgraded cav archers with Sipahi for the extra HP. So when you get to that late imp stage, as long as the Turks have gold, which is always the caveat for the Turks, as long as they have gold, then they should do really well against the Poles. When the gold runs out, and if you go to Winged Hussars and you have before you get to trade, that's one thing. Burgundians themselves could always go for Cavalier if you wanted to push in the Castle Age, or they could just boom a bit. They have a good fast Castle Age attack and timing with their Paladin after a boom too. And we're going to have ACCM going forward. Is ACCM going to tower rush the wall? He knows you can't attack the wall with villagers, right? Like, he's played this map so many times. He has to have. But he is the Poles. Look at you can just use the tower to destroy the wall. That is a thing. Elite Berserker is the cheapest elite upgrade. Okay, so ACCM just gonna tower rush the wall as the Poles. So he's just going to attack with the tower. There's an archery range, so a Vinch-style Trush. And he needs to know that Vills repair the wall. Yes, you repair the wall with villagers if you try. I'm pretty sure it doesn't cost any stones, so you just repair for free. But yeah, you repair the wall. Okay, the tower's up. Which wall piece is he going for? This one. Okay, he knows, okay. So he's going to attack with the tower, and then send the scouts. Okay. Where's his scout, by the way? His scout needs to be grouped up over here. Well, if you have 2 scouts and a tower, it does go down pretty quickly. It wouldn't be the first time someone tries that and fails, yeah. I don't know if the map would be better or worse if you could repair with Vills, but I do kind of like the nature of the wall itself being this mythical object that the Vills revere and repair rather than destroy. Yeah, that's true. Elite Mamluk for the Turks could, or if they had Saracens, could be great on this map against Poles too, but unfortunately Turks don't have that. Elite Mamluk is cheaper. I'll need to cheaper than Elite Berserk. That they used to be cheap, but it was countered because you needed zealotry, right? You need zealotry for it, but that's not a thing anymore. They just get all that HP for free if you're Saracens. But I think Turks are always forgotten as a camel civ. I remember there was that I think USA Germany game in Nations Cup years ago where Anatov went Turks on Team Islands to defend from landings. Camels. So Blacksmith forward for ACCM. He has gotten through the wall and he's going to do a gate behind it. Going to do a gate behind it. This is a great strat. Okay, so Slam, he's Kuban Boomin. And so what's the point of the tower rush here? You could maybe get killed if you get pressured with a tower drop before the boom finishes. But now ACCM, he's going to go forward in feudal, and it'll force MBL to do some feudal scouts as the Turks. So if they were thinking of maybe doing a castle drop on the wall, that could be denied by the archers at this point. You can't just quick wall out the archers. He'll have to go for scouts into maybe light cab. And if they're able to deny a castle with this, that's great. It might also be the case they get overwhelmed by scouts and then not able to deny the castle. Is he going to go feudal sling? No, he's going to go up at some point. He's going to want Schlachta privileges. So Vil's attacking the wolf. This forward Vil's mining some gold. And thank you, Zico AoE, for the sub. Thanks for using your Prime to support the stream. So Sora Kuma up to castle. How do they open the wall? The tower. And Teutonic Knights dancing. Thank you. Thank you for the emotes. So, is he going to get in? Sora Kuma does have the wall up. That's the meta of the wall. You go for the secondary wall. One wall's not enough. And so MBL just running around the scouts, and well, this is what they wanted to do. Keep the castle back here, so it's not up here on the wall. And in that sense, they have succeeded with this strat, and they're helping give Slam a better boom. I love how they just added their own wall as part of the wall. You like the 50% tax on sending res? I do too. I think it's much better than just completely prohibiting sling. So I don't see any sling messages on capture age there. I'll just market usage. I'll just market usage. So Castle Age on the way for MBL. And will this be a Castilier, or will it just be... Yep, it will be a couple of Castilier. And we'll have Castle Age on the way for Slam. So Slam doing his second layer of walling. As there'll be a few scouts and then a few Castilier coming forward for MBL and Sora Kuma. And ACCM didn't even invest too much into this. The Poles themselves with the Folvark farms actually have a fairly decent feudal boom. Because you kind of want to do horse collar before doing any of your farms. And the Castilier running into some scouts, trying to use their charge, or running into some spears, trying to use their charge attack. Scouts also fighting the spears. Yeah, they will go down, no problem. This is best of 5. Best of 5 for the quarterfinals, then semifinals will be best of 7. Take a little break, and Zawal has more walls. We should be the multi-wall, maybe. And forward castle for MBL. So this will go up, but considering the timing difference, this castle is going to be a few minutes later, and will have given Slam the ability to boom. That's what we could do as a wall, but have like 2 or 3 layers of walls. 11 times the army. There's that map called Great Wall by the Mad Catter. We used to play that all the time. It's where each team has their own triple fortified wall. Oh, wolf attacking the Vil. Bazi, I'm sure, would enjoy this. Vil being eaten. Where's she gonna go? She's gonna stand out there by the wolf. So after that castle, lovely new Turkish architecture on the castle. We'll have a TC going up for MBL on the gold and the wood. Outpost will go down and they will break through this part of the wall. Castle age for ACCM. As the scouts come forward, a couple of X's here and there. As the scout runs away. Knights coming forward. We're going to engage on the light cav with the Custilier running around in the back. And Knights just right through the gate. Maybe this team should have walled the gate off when they had more time. Monks being trained for MBL. Light cav running forward. We'll have a defensive castle from ACCM. And now that he's boomed a bit, he's going to be in a position to make that castle click Schlachta privileges and add in more knights. Maybe he just wants to boom a bit more before that. But he should have a good eco for pumping out a cheap army. There's gold shaft mining on the way for Slam. Did the Custilier win that fight? If they take it, maybe. Sora Kuma still wants the conversion. He'll use the charge attack, then run off. Monk comes down. And Relic will be picked up from MBL. So Eco lead 118 to 106 Vils. So still a good lead because Slam has had those Vils for a longer time working in Feudal. So Slam still is going to have the best Eco in the game. He decided to add in more TCs. I worry what this composition does if it goes late game though, because I feel like Turks Burgundians should have an advantage. Especially the Turks for MBL if he can get to heavy cav archer. And both seem to be prioritizing gold shaft mining. That's something I don't really have a good feel for when it's valuable or not. I always just kind of click it, but it's clicked with a low priority, I guess. It's weird because when you're booming, you're not really getting any gold until you're getting ready to click imp. Poles can do heavy cav archer? Yeah, but they're not going to be anywhere nearly as good as the Turk ones. As you have imp for slam, the Poles, they miss Parthian tactics. So the Turkish cav archers would absolutely shred them. And they also do miss that final armor on them too. And against the Kipchaks, no bracer for the Cumans, so the Turks would outrange them. So monks for MBL trying to get conversions. And Slam on the way up. Light cav in for ACCM. And I'm just wondering what army composition this team's going to go for. A couple of camels for the Cumans. Those are not going to be a long-term option. He does not have heavy camel. TC forward for MBL. Monk wants a conversion on the Knight, but the Knight goes down. And it'll be Kipchaks. So Kipchaks for Slam along with the camels. And he'll probably go pretty heavily into the Kipchaks, I'd think, if he's adding in more castles. But that's going to be a long time and maybe give the double Imperial Age of MBL and Sora Kuma time to pay off, as ACCM still castle, still booming, adding in a market, as several Fovarki covered by farms, but I struggle to see what Schlachta privileges is going to do if it's just something he does for numbers and not something he does for timing. Because again, I feel like these two civs should counter that. Yeah, a ton of gold banked up, not enough food, which is a weird thing to say about the Poles, if they don't have enough food with how good their farming is. We might buy Imp, but that's kind of a waste of gold. Because you still do want the gold to stay on Cavaliers rather than Winged Hussar. It's just, the Cavalier is just the better unit to be spamming. And the weakness to monks with how short the range of the Kipchaks is. MBL will keep them away. Tower there could be kind of annoying. A few scouts, this gate is so silly for Slam and ACCM, they just keep running in and out whenever they need to. Polish Winged Hussars aren't bad here with trample damage and bonus and gunpowder. That's true. They do have the bonus damage, but they still struggle to catch the CA. It's not something I'd want to use against heavy CA. So there, and there we have Sipahi, and that is exactly what MBL is going to go for. Sipahi gives them extra hit points. In total, the heavy cav archers get up to 100 hit points. And there's the university for MBL. Forward, TC was on the stone. Let's maybe check the relic counts real quick. 3 for Sora Kuma, 2 for MBL, 1 for Slam. And Burgundians get food and gold from the relics, so having 5 relics on the team will be great, as that is a team bonus, so it applies to both of them. Arab's going for the castle. There they go, 2 Trebs taking it out. A bunch of Vills garrisoned inside. Vill by the TC goes down. And Treb will take it out. So, castle down. This is now where Slam has the timing on his side. The timing to make the Kipchaks work. ACCM will be up, and this team is going to need a big push pretty soon. But they are down in population, down in eco, and army numbers still are pretty similar. Upgrades coming in for MBL, Thumbring on the way, Handcart, Elite Custilier. And now with the extra range, he can dance a bit. Just needs to make sure he's waiting patiently and not taking a bad fight. Those are Elite Kipchaks now. Scary units if they close the distance. But still, they need to close the distance. Well, 1 monastery taken out for MBL. He needs to get the numbers up still. Immediately he'll have a workshop so he can do cannons as the Turks. Everyone's an imp. ACCM just finishing being up. Parthian tactics now for Slam. But Slam's still fighting 1v2 here. Great armor on the Hussars, great pierce armor. But that doesn't necessarily help as much against all the arrows the Kipchaks shoot. I'm more concerned about numbers there. The numbers of arrows than the actual armor. So heavy Parthian tactics and ring archer armor on the way for MBL. We'll see if he eventually can get heavy cav archer. No armor upgrades. He's waiting for the armor upgrade there. Kipchaks make the best Santas. Oh, that's right. They do have little Santa hats on them. That's true. They do look like they're dressed as Santa Claus. Ooh, cannon hitting the monk. 3. Multiple presents at once. Yeah, you gotta get to all the houses in one day. So the Custilier can't really engage, and here comes the Schlachta Privilege Flood from ACCM, also doing crop rotation. And also we'll have coinage from Slam in case he wants to sling. So crop rotation for the farms for ACCM. Slam still with a great score lead. Bombard Tower on the way for MBL. But despite the score lead, they're not pushing. And I feel like I like the army composition of Custilier, Elite Custilier, and Cav Archer more. MBL just needs some way to afford heavy Cav Archer. This is how the early imp bonus is paying off. Slam has his upgrades for Elite Kipchak. MBL doesn't have all of his upgrades yet. Maybe a couple Bombard Towers to hold, and then you save for the heavy Cav Archer upgrade. Also, the fact that Turk Bombard Towers, if you get artillery, they will outrange the castles, especially without Bracer. So you can actually use them to besiege castles. It's strangely effective. And can be useful if the enemy has a bunch of Schlachter privileges units that are trying to snipe off your cannons and just running the extra, like the extra winged hussar attack towards your bombard cannons. You can actually use towers in place of them. As ACCM, I'm thinking about running the Cavaliers there, but not with the numbers. And even with Schlachter privileges, it feels like ACCM doesn't quite have the numbers for this fight. And H to Evil, thank you for the follow. Paladin's better in every way except gold cost. And I mean, it's tricky without bloodlines for the paladins too. And there's the bombard cannons. You're really just worried about finding ways to meat shield for the cavaliers, as we do have heavy cav archer in, and bombard towers for MBLs. His team is taking the score lead. Taking the score lead, and just needs to make sure he keeps the cav archer mass alive until he gets more towers on the field. And then if he gets enough towers in this area, he'll open up the ability to push the castles. And you start pushing the castles. Slam's gonna have 3 castles here. You start taking them out, and there goes the Kipchak production. Kipchak's trying to stop the Vils from doing bombard towers, but the Castilier in front able to stop that. Needs Flemish Revolution. Okay, and it's bombard tower time for MBL. 8+5. He does indeed have artillery for the extra range, both of his unique techs. And now the Turks are deadly as long as they have gold. And they'll have more than enough time to add in trade behind this. He's not quite at 200 pop yet, but making his way up there. And one castle down already. Just look at the huge range of those bombard towers. This is a complete mess, so I won't leave this up. But they have so much range in the late game. Get all the way out there. This one even could take out the range. Bombard towers could take out the gate. And cannons going for that castle. One of the towers can even hit that castle somewhere. So a bunch of Kipchaks still running around. We'll have the towers there to keep them away. Mbl does like his bombard towers. I'm sure the only thing he'd like to be building more right now would be outposts. Desperate repairs on that castle from ACCM. Teamwork trying to keep the castle alive. And Hudsmars, thank you for the follow. The slow-moving cannonballs. I'm kind of even bounced even when it hit the ground. Did you see that? Maybe that's just Capture Age being weird. Cannons hitting everything, hitting the castle. Winged Hussars on the way. You see, I'm not struggling for gold, but going for the Winged Hussars. The Poles just don't have the powerful unit they need to contribute in this fight. How do you approach the Tag army here? You can't. Not as Poles. Not as Poles. You need overwhelming numbers. And even if you try to go for siege onagers, the Cumans, to hit the cav archers, you're dealing with artillery bombard cannons, and you don't have siege engineers for the range. What happens in the south? Oh, what is this? ACCM has a villager down here. He's just building houses and a lumber camp. He's not actually doing anything. He's just got his own little village down here. Eventually he could raid the trade. Imagine this one villager amasses a huge army. Like, you do a workshop here, chop some of these trees for building space. He's just having a nice little housing project out in the woods by himself. ACCM with his creative village. Anyway, the Kipchaks, strong unit in their own right, but they can't take the proper fights they want to against all the cav archers. MBL's forward with even more bombard towers. Bombard towers taking out some of the buildings. Look at that tower shot go. Bam, does a ton of damage. Like 100, it's 120 damage per shot. Takes out the buildings pretty quickly. Tag comeback starting. Now if they want a reverse sweep, they gotta start it here. Should Slam just go Paladins? Maybe. Right? Maybe Paladins could be useful here. The problem is just I don't think ACCM can do anything that's useful now as the Poles. The only thing he can do is try to have numbers that overwhelm the meat shield. And if Slam starts to swap to Paladins, then you're kind of asking what's the point of ACCM? Everything he does is kind of redundant there. And oh, look, we have a bit of a raid here. ACCM went through a wall with a ram. He's going to try to open up the eco and raid. They are fully walled though, a couple gates. But the second layer of Zawal keeping their trade safe. As at the front, they can just fall back to the bombard towers whenever they're pushed, and that's going to be 12 bombard towers. How many does he have in total? 22 bombard towers so far for MBL. He's just going to keep adding more. And now you're getting to that spot I talked about where the bombard towers range the castle, and he can start to destroy the castle with bombard towers. And you see, that's exactly what he's doing. A couple cannons mixed in, but the towers themselves, they have the slower cannonballs to head towards the castle. And all that HP means nothing, as the castle will crumble in awe of the bombard towers. And John Slow, thank you for the raid. And these Hussars will come forward, but still be under the towers. John Slow raiding into the wall, the perfect map. And the Castilier cleaning up some of the raid of the winged Hussars. There will be this lone villager still chopping away in the south, but the push continues. And Norpedon, thank you for the follow. Push continues as all the trebs go for the castle. And that should go down. Oh, he could use a bombard tower emote. Tower's going down. Trebs get a shot on the other tower. And Winged Hussar is trying to jump the cannons. But this is the benefit of the bombard towers. The pole player can spam as much cav as they want. They're not going to remove the bombard towers. They can pick off the cannons, sure, but they won't destroy the towers. And these towers are just gonna stand here forever. The only thing you can do to take them down is trebs. But then you're taking them down one at a time. They have so much range, you're just gonna treb one, pack, move forward, get the next one, and meanwhile your treb will be picked off. And the winged hussars do bonus damage against bombard towers, that's true, but not enough to take out the extra HP of the Turkish bombard towers, right? The gunpowder units with extra hit points. The towers are included there. I think 2,442. Palindromic number of hit points. These Kipchaks still hoovering around in front of the castle for slam. Check the team eco for tag. What do we want to check the team eco for? What about the team eco? Oh, those trade carts are getting into a traffic jam. Oh, they just did their eco upgrades? Okay, yeah. The two-man saw. Yeah, get your eco upgrades. They're important. And Kipchaks get hit by the cannons. Cannons go for the workshops. Double two-handed crop rotation, heavy plow, and gold shaft mining at the same time. Okay. Synchronized upgrades then. So chain barding armor, iron casting. And it just feels like slowly but surely Slam, as much as he's playing with the Kipchaks, doesn't have a unit that can actually reach out and attack the Turk heavy cav archers and the cannons. MBL with another bombard tower going forward. That'll be another tower that this team can't remove. And now the trade is being threatened. Trade being threatened as the heavy cav archers still will slaughter the winged hussars. That lack of the final armor upgrade. Only 4 armor instead of 6. Really rough for them to deal with. ACCM has 17 stables and 80 on food. This is what the Polish late game looks like. It is Polvarki and stables, and you're spamming as much as you can, and you're gonna have a very negative KD. Let's look at his KD. It's the eco. Oh, there's the GG. And Tag gets on the scoreboard. Oh, we'll look at the KD there. ACCM, 91 kills, 548 losses, and there's just nothing the Poles can do in that situation. So not a sweep. I mean, even going for Pole Arbalests might have been better. Just Slam only 200 kills too. MBL, the Turks are just super strong late game ever since they had that Cav Archer boost for the HP. And also because artillery is so much cheaper now. Lets you get to it earlier. So best eco for Slam, but not enough eco if you're having such a negative KD. So GG. $141 vills for Sora Kuma. Didn't get a revolution. No revolution. That's a 1-2. Hag gets on the scoreboard. And we'll have game 3. Let's look at what this wreck is. And maybe I update my overlay first. That was a loss on Zawal. And looking at the civs, that was Turks and Burgundians. Very last pick, Burgundians. Do I know how to pronounce Schlachta and Drazina correctly? I hope so. Why didn't I apply for one this year? Because if I'm going to do another Cartographers, I'm probably going to do it after this year. And then what were the civs there? Those Poles. And Aaron's Green Valleys, thank you for the follow. And Kumans. So game 3 was the wall. Game 4 will be on Nomad. As the awkwardness of they run their fiscal year July, or it starts in July. So hold on a second, let me get the scoreboard on the right colors. There. And this tournament's at the very end of their fiscal year. Druzina was close. Oh, okay, look at this. Well, I hope you don't suffer from red-green color blindness, because Slam and Sora Kuma have their TCs right next to each other. Another tile forward, and we'd be calling an admin re because the TCs would be too close if they can range each other. But, okay, it's Nomad, and one heck of a game of Nomad we'll have here. So, Dravidians and Koreans for Sora Kuma and MBL against Berbers and Spanish for Slam and ACCM. Is it Baltic but inverted? No, it's not. Very different generations. And over here, we will have TC from ACCM. He's going to be out by himself over here on this little peninsula. And T-Birdland, thank you for the follow. And we will have MBL as the Koreans here with his own TC in the middle of nowhere, where he can get probably a free boom. Yeah, fiscal year accounting for Microsoft. I also do have some other tournaments that might be running, but they'll just be funding them myself if we do them. And Silent Corgi, thank you for the follow. Because they really don't give funding for anything that's less than like $5,000 worth of funding. And if I want to do some smaller events, then there's really no sense in even bothering to apply for funding at that point. So stuff like the Civ Builder events, I want to do some more of those. And a couple of other like smaller tier tournaments for closed maps that people have been talking about that I wanted to do. And we'll squeeze those into the schedule at some point. And house, ooh, didn't quite get the house at the right spot. Slam. And Sora Kuma will get that boar successfully into the TC. And boar taken right under the TC successfully. And most importantly though, that's going to be a boar that Slam is not able to take. So maybe putting Slam in a bit of a pickle if he can't click up in time. Here as the Berbers, we'll have faster moving galleys on water, so a good water sieve. Also, Camel Archer is a great unique unit. Maybe even... They do have an attack bonus against War Wagons. And, oh, Viper, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you enjoyed watching your Gamer Legion teammates earlier. Welcome, everyone. Hope you enjoyed watching DauT carry Hera in those games. Slam is cooked with that stone here. Yeah, so here we have Nomad, where Slam and Sora Kuma are right next to each other. Even though Sora Kuma had lamed that boar, though, Slam could be the first one to click up. And, well, the tricky thing, if this becomes a tower war, sometimes that happens when you're so close, then no stone for Slam, all the stone for Sora Kuma. Yeah, DauT OP. DauT showing why he's on the A team for Gamer Legion. So, gold's gonna be walled for Sora Kuma even, too. Gold's gonna be walled up. We'll have that goat running around. And Sora Kuma doing everything he can to lame Slam, but clicking up not quite a minute slower. Not quite a minute slower. And he just needs to hope that the timing doesn't kill him. And also tricky for him because his fish right now are still next to ACCM. So if ACCM goes on the water, then his fish could be in trouble. Slam will have essentially a free fishing eco down here, but fewer fishing ships than pretty much everyone else. Only 3 fishing ships done to focus on food so we could click up more quickly. Nerf DauT? I don't think that's possible. Welcome everyone from Viper's stream. Hope you've been enjoying the Cartographers, even with Viper's early loss. So, Slam up doing, almost called that fletching, doing double bit axe and town watch. Give him a bit more vision, the better to see Sora Kuma's TC with. And ACCM's still not up, so ACCM, he's just gonna wall and fast castle this. He is the Spanish, so probably wants conquistadors. But he's just gonna wall off, be nice and safe all by himself over here, and eventually go conquistadors. I was watching the VOD from a few days ago, and the Haufnitze was almost on point. Should be the same as the second syllable in crossbow. Like, Hofnitze? Okay, maybe that's what we go through it for. Hofnitze. Yes, okay. That's why we have chat. I learned how to pronounce words. The worst, though, is when chat disagrees about whether or not the S should be pronounced in the Castilier. I've heard that it can be written with or without a yes. Or with or without the yes. The S. I'm saying yes instead of S. S. Oh, these French words. Anyway, we'll have Castle Age right away from Sora Kuma, and that's going to be a castle right on Slam's face. Slam went galleys, which is a huge risk when you're this close to someone. So Slam feels like he's just going to be dead. He will try to disrupt the fish, but the fish are so far away, and Sora Kuma will have a defensive fire galley out in time. He'll even be able to go fire ship. And ACCM, as the Spanish, now going to have his fish disrupted. Slam 2 galleys around each side, but he was in the worst spot to pressure the fish. He is so far away. And now a minute away from having a castle foundation placed on his face. I guess the only good thing is that straggler is occupying part of the spot he might have wanted to place the castle, but Sora Kuma will fit it there anyway. And hello, I love baskets, the Uwumi swordsman. Let's call them poofies. At least we'll have food eco from fish while his TC is destroyed. That's true. He has added more fishing ships. He does have 7 fishing ships now. So he can fish boom in complete peace. I don't think MBL is going to find his docks. Do they even know where Slam is docked? Now that the team has not found Slam's docks. He came with galleys from both sides, so maybe they'll be a bit curious about where he is. But there is the castle right on Slam's face. Question for Sora Kuma is whether you even invest into petards to take the TC down before Slam goes castle. Oh, Slam not looking to be in a good spot here. His team has the score lead. Slam has the highest score, in part because of those fish he has. I think that score lead might be fleeting, as ACCM's almost up to Castle 2. Then so is MBL. And then we have, what, War Wagons versus Conquistadors? The question is, where does ACCM put his castle? And there's the Urumi Swordsman. I'm going to go find Slam trying to construct a tower on his gold. He'll use that spin attack on the villagers. Double castles, or double towers there for Slam. Needs to protect the foundations of the other one. And the Vilsel garrisons the Urumi Swordsman. It's no villagers, and Slam's up to the Castle Age. And this is where I always think you petard the TC, and you just kind of assume they're up to castle, and they don't get castle. With all the damage your castle does, it only takes 2 petards usually. But if Slam gets up, I think that's going to be a big mistake from Sora Kuma, because the castle is so much range, not even like Slam could repair the TC. Of course, it's hard to tell when your opponent is up. Is Slam going to make it? Yeah, he has to repair maybe? Oh, he's trying to stop the monk from getting the relic, and he works. It works. And he has to repair the TC. So that's where a couple of petards would come in. So you see them repairing the TC, and you know that they're up. So double tower there for Slam. We'll have a TC for MBL. And so castle and TC. So War Wagons against Conquistadors most likely. And Slam repairing. Score lead for MBL Sora Kuma, flipping back and forth a bit. Slam no longer top scored. On the water, we're still picking fish on the water though. Defensive fire there. A few fire ships coming over from ACCM. And actually Slam and ACCM winning the water. ACCM with the Castle Age fire ships invested into that. And Low Elo Nobody, thank you for gifting a sub to Bloodless. Also thank you Acrilia652 for the follow earlier. Yeah, once you start repairing, you give away that your castle. But he gets the full repairs on the TC. Now that is expensive, right? Repairing TCs is expensive. And he does make it up to the Castle Age. And a couple of mangonels. Ooh, he dodges. Slam paying attention. Garrisons the castle to dodge the mangonel shots. The mangonels on a hill should take out the watchtower. Well, it is a Castle Age watchtower now. More HP than the Feudal Age ones. Mangonels shooting the tower. And almost down. Bills can't garrison now, and they will go down to the mangonel shots, though. That's why you need the Vills repairing on the back of the tower, as he gets the mangonel out. If they repair on the front, then the shot hits on the front of the tower, and the splash damage hits the Vills. And great mangonel defense from Slam. Kills 2 uphill mangonels with one of his own. His TC is held. His TC has held. And Fire Galley destroying the fishing ships. Fishing ships have to run around. More fish coming in from MBL. And Bosa on the way. Castle hitting the town center. The War Wagons start to do a bit of hoovering. War Wagon versus Conquistador. Slam actually with a higher score than Sora Kuma, and that's because of the water. He has 8 fishing ships on the water. Sora Kuma has nothing. And all of a sudden, Sora Kuma's pressure has been stalled out by that excellent mangonel defense. Oh, a Slam gate. But War Wagon's still going to get the mangonel anyway. 3 War Wagons. The Vills out-repair that. Conquistador's coming over. And, oh, wow, ACCM. Great job. More gates from Slam. He's trapping the War Wagons. Trapping the War Wagons against the Conquistadors and the mangonel. War Wagons will all go down. So might a couple of Conquistadors. Aville's going to attack the War Wagon even. He doesn't care there's a nearby mangonel shooting at the wagon. He's just going to use his knife. And ACCM should have gone missionaries? Would missionaries be good against War Wagons? Maybe they would. So TC for Slam finally down to the castle. But Slam looking okay even. He's done a great job defending. Has the TC up on the gold. And what are those farm foundations? ACCM could find them and snipe them off. Sora Kuma picking up relics now. That'll be a second. 7 relics in total on this map, like most of the others. Conks pick off the Monk, pick off Vils. These farms are very exposed. Monks want more conversions. ACCM going to dive the castle fire to go for conversions, or to go for sniping of the monks. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 monks sniped off by conquistadors. Is he devoted even? No, he's not even devoted. So War Wagon's still fighting conks. I would think in equal numbers this is good for the War Wagons, and War Wagons still do have the option eventually of getting ballistics. So Monk goes down there. And as long as Slam and Sora Kuma are fighting each other, it does feel like the game might just be decided by ACCM versus MBL. Which advantage ACCM, does he have fish? No, MBL actually has fish. MBL's the one with fish. Slam probably could stop that if he's paying attention, but hard to pay attention to everything at this point when he's being pressured so much on land. Sniping monks with the conks feels good. That it does. So forward outpost here from Sora Kuma. You'll see both the TCs. As the War Wagons keep hoovering and running around. That will be a Korean's guard tower, but the Vil will probably be sniped off by the conquistadors. Yeah, they stop the tower right away. And they will just dive on the War Wagons. Significantly more HP for the War Wagons, but more attack for the conquistadors. And it kind of evens out if you don't have even numbers. War Wagons a bit more expensive, even though they are only wood and gold. Another round of War Wagons, but they weren't all grouped up at the same time like the conks were. 1.2 speed compared to 1.3, so the conks just a bit more mobile. Yeah, no bloodlines for the conks is also big. Bloodlines would give them an extra 20 HP, get them a total of 75, but that's definitely not in yet. I do still like the idea of missionaries from ACCM. It's a bit more mobility for converting the War Wagons. And you get Inquisition and they have extra range. And maybe it works. MBL not devoted yet. Mangonel goes down. And ooh, Mangonel just miss. Monks want conversions. They get one, but he Mangonel's the converted conk. And get a second. Monks no luck converting the War Wagons either. TC getting some good arrows on the wagons. Ballistics is in. And that's where War Wagons now get their big advantage when they have ballistics. They have ballistics. And there's that Bloodlines chat was mentioning earlier on the way. That comes in, it'll be more HP. One monk gets a conversion. And the War Wagons will have to stand on the hill. Is the castle placed for MBL? MBL 10 fishing ships, and he's the only player still fishing, as Slam has lost his water eco. All of his fish have gone down. He's trying to do his own defensive castle. Trying to do a defensive castle at the same time. There's a bit of a Mangonel fight going on. Mangonel hits some Vils. So tricky to do it under the pressure of a Mangonel, but I'm sure he'll garrison. Yep, he garrisons in time, doesn't lose a Vil. 2 Mangonels now. Looks like Slam could even push out against Sora Kuma. I think the ACCM MBL fight, with how big their ecos are compared to everyone else, is probably the more important one. 73 Vils for ACCM, but now being pressured by that forward castle. And 1152 compared to 75 fishing ships and Vils compared to just villagers. So this TC under a lot of pressure. War Wagons should be able to get through there, then get through the palisades, and maybe just cook in this part of the eco. This castle doesn't really defend the rest of ACCM's base. Although, now Slam is kind of isolated. Now that I say that, MBL is going to turn around, and he says, you know what? ACCM can't help with that castle there. I can just destroy Slam. Slam can't repair this TC. Forward castle from Sora Kuma. That is a bold castle. I don't know if it's necessary, just gonna do an outpost. And there he goes with his own castle. Sora Kuma buying food. Don't think he's anywhere close to going imp. But now he can Mangonel pressure that TC. MBL doing another 4 TC for himself. He needs to do something with the war wagons, though. Right now, he's just going back and forth between the two of them. He needs to get them in a spot where they can do damage. So this TC will go down to the castle. The war wagons need to get through the palisade and continue raiding. I find a monk, maybe. Find some vills. Monk garrisons. ACCM tries to stay walled off. One war wagon converted. And now ACCM and Slam have no map control at all. They're both trapped on tiny corners. The Vill goes down, and the war wagons will look to push through. We'll have the Imperial Age on the way for Slam. And ACCM taking the fight. Again, the HP difference is huge on these units. And what is that? Slam up to Imp. Slam is up to the Imperial Age, and he's in a spot where he could maybe win a Treb War. Against that castle? Against two castles? I mean, is there a world where Slam Trebs two castles, has a bunch of camel archers, and then wins the game? I mean, the Eco's numbers are still the same. His team has no map control, but if he can push out fast enough, maybe they can grab some? Exactly twice the HP for the war wagons. But MBL will be cleaned. Wasn't able to do too much damage to ACCM. And ACCM still is the best eco in the game. Unless they go for a big petard ram push, this castle's going to protect Slam. Slam has no wood access. I mean, where does Slam get wood? He gets wood by having ACCM sling him. He needs a transport ship to come over here and help take one of those forests. And it will be hard to make trebuchets with no wood and with your gold being lamed. But if he can make them, then he could break out. Camel archers should be strong against war wagons. They do have bonus attack against war wagons, but it's still the problem that they're 55 HP compared to 150 HP. So market for Slam is he's going to need to... ACCM sending Slam wood for the market. Yeah, that's another reason why I don't like having a slinging rule. Is being able to do something like that, send them 100 wood for a panic market, I think is something that's good to be able to do. Now, Slam with the market. You can buy wood. One Treb on the way. MBL still kind of trapped by ACCM. Another defensive castle for ACCM. And with Slam Imp and ACCM holding, can they do this? Can they do this? The Mangonel push over here for Sora Kuma is still defended well by Slam. Slam gets a Mangonel shot off. ACCM up to Imp 2. Bracer on the way for Slam. And there's no way for this team to destroy the trebuchets. War wagons do pierce damage. They don't do anything to trebs. Slam off of gold. Mangonels, maybe they should destroy the tower? They gotta think to push the Treb back. What is the range on that castle? They get in the castle range. Slam now has Bracer. That castle can defend the Treb. Slam just needs to find a way to use his Trebs. He has a second Treb on the way. If he gets 2 or 3 Trebs out, then the castles are in trouble. MBL up to Imp 2. And Imperial Age is great for the Koreans. They suddenly get all that extra pierce armor for free on their war wagons. Now, while Camel Archers do indeed have that attack bonus of +4, it's still, you're doing more attack to a unit that has wonderful... So, we'll take 5 bonus damage minus 1 Cav Archer armor, but it has 150 hit points. And they're just abandoning that gold mine, giving it back to Slam. That's because the Conquistadors are coming in, and MBL has to come and chase the Conks. As we said, Conks slightly faster than war wagons. And Sora Kuma, that is a risky TC next to that line of wood. If the Conks find those vills. And they'll have to run from the TC. War wagons are needed to shield them. And just Xing that the Conks are going to be everywhere. Guard tower up for MBL. Guard towers to defend against Conks. He just did the extra range tech. So someone in chat can tell me how to pronounce that too. Like, Oopsiong. That's probably a horrible pronunciation. So double castle treb reduction for ACCM. He's going to treb down this castle from MBL. And Sora Kuma, 105 Vils compared to only 51 from Slam. But Slam is an imp, and Slam is pushing Sora Kuma. ACCM can carry with Cavalier. That's what he's doing, Cavalier and Armor. And it's just skirms now from Sora Kuma, just skirms. As the Camel Archers with the hill can push off and take out the Mangonels. 2 Mangonels down, 1 Treb still alive. The skirm's not killing the Camel Archers fast enough. And the 3rd Mangonel is down, and now there's nothing to kill the Treb. There's nothing to destroy the Treb. The Camel Archers are still alive. Sora Kuma lost 1 castle, has to defend the 2nd castle. Even if the War Wagons come down, it's still a Trebuchet. Slam lost a TC, there are keeps everywhere. Slam could lose some more Vils here, but as long as he has that castle standing, he's okay. Slam losing some Vils, Slam 42 Vils. It's 227 Vils to 166, but here come the Cavaliers from ACCM, here come the Cavaliers. MBL losing a castle to the Trebs, ACCM gonna get a 3rd castle forward. Slam has some fishing ships out there. Does Slam have any Vils that he managed to run? I don't think so, so Slam is all just jammed into this corner. We'll lose some Vils on the castle. Slam still with no wood, holding with Trebs on the side, but with double castles now. He doesn't need villagers, he just needs castles. What does he have now? He's down to 34 Vils. Are you saying there's no way ACCM carries this against 2 players? I mean, Sora Kuma is still castle age. Sora Kuma is still castle. How does he fight Cavaliers if they start hoovering around his eco? What does ACCM have over here? Just a bunch of houses. No villagers. No villagers. 34 Vils and 1 TC. And a dream. So we have Imp. Oop, Imp on the way. Let's see what TC it's in. It's in the back TC for Sora Kuma, so that's safe TC. And here come the Cavaliers. Here come Paladin. Paladin clicked along with Supremacy for ACCM. How do we get Halbs out? I mean, Dravidians, Koreans, they can both do Halbs, but no like camels, no super strong counter unit to this. Dravidian Halbs are nice, but I think Sora Kuma is rated before he can add them in. Now it's War Wagons against Paladins. And ACCM totally could carry this. Dravidian Skirms! Skirms are not going to stop Paladins. He needs some quick walls and some gates to stop them from getting in. Some walls over here. Some walls over here. And he gets the house up. If ACCM just attacks the gate, he can get through, but then there's maybe more quick walls behind that. Thank you, Corey AoE, for the follow. Paladin's still running around. Castle getting Treb'd down. Treb's going for the other tower. Treb's trying to break out. I don't know if I trust Google Translate on the pronunciation. And it's gotten a lot better. Maybe I could. How much gold does ACCM have? He has mined all of the gold over here just about. He has 400 gold left. And by breaking out of that peninsula, he has this forward gold with around 4,000 on it. So does MBL control that with war wagons, or can ACCM mine it? That's the question. Maybe a keep or two on the hills. Yeah, there's a trib, but that could help keep him away from it. But that's what ACCM needs, access to that gold, because he's going to be out on his peninsula. And war wagons here on the hill can pressure it. Just enough cav maybe to keep the war wagons away. They'll have gambesons and chainmail armor and elite fire. Oh, the Koreans! They have fire lancers. Almost forgot about that. Do they still have halbs? I don't know. What is their tech tree like? Okay, they do have halb, but they also have elite fire lancer. Okay, so MBL gonna have a counter to paladins then. Let's see what these guys can do. Alright, they're gonna start running into the eco. There they go, Vill's still farming for Sora Kuma. Already a Fire Lancer over Halb here. Are they stronger? I mean, they do have a bit of a ranged attack, so maybe with that attack, they're better at hitting units that are raiding. It'll be Halb plus Fire Lancer. And Slam, he's broken out from the south. He's destroyed the monastery that was holding 4 relics for Sora Kuma. And he has a good number of camel archers. Camel archers with the bracer. There's no way he affords elite. Mbl gonna start trebuing that castle. Slam lost 1 castle. He'll lose his last TC. Bombard cannon there shooting at it. And Slam is almost out of gold. And when Slam is out of gold, what does he do? I'd say he should maybe transport. Okay, he does have the wood for a transport. I think that's the only thing he could do. ACCM trying to raid with paladins. He's getting in on another gold mine. Not enough fire lancers there to stop this. Chemistry on the way from Slam. That'll help the camel archers even more. They're trying to pick off a treb to keep the castle alive. They can pick off camel archers. Mangonel gets a shot on a treb from a hill. Mangonel gets a second shot on quite a few skirms. Slam is somehow holding this. The War Wagons don't want to fight the camel archers maybe with all their bonus attack. Sora Kuma trying to push with Hals, but ACCM still holding on to a gold. TC gonna go down to the War Wagons. Cannons hitting the camel archers. Treb going for the TC. Treb hits a cannon. More camel archers coming over. Castle still being hit. And big fight now with camel archers, paladins, war wagons, halbs, fire lancers, everything over here. The paladins trying to help keep the castle alive, and they can snipe off the trebs to do so. Halb's still going down, but slowly but surely, Slam losing access to camel archers. His castle, 2,000 HP, he has no more stone for repairing it. It's on its last legs, and here comes a bombard cannon from behind. ACCM, though, at the same time, with paladins kind of pushing out into the fire lancers. He has some hussars, too. ACCM's still at the top overall score, and he's trying to push out. In total, it's 232 vills to 166, and Slam, he's held on for so long, but I think he's finally going to lose the castle. He's gotten a bit of stone using the market. And there are 3 cannons now. And I think it goes down, and with that castle, they will call the GG. And the reverse sweep is a possibility, as Mbl and Sora Kuma have tied it up 2-2. Game 5 time, let's go, indeed. And ACCM 249 kills. Slam 102 kills. He did everything he could to hold on, but a really awkward situation. And I think the game still decided at the start by Slam going water, whereas Sora Kuma just fast castled and castle dropped him, and it was just kind of had a lead since then, as well as Slam held on. All right, so let me click all my buttons, update all my overlays. I'll have a 2-2 tie for the maps. That'll be a loss on their home map of Nomad. Everyone's lost their home map so far. And Golden Lakes will be the final map. There'll be Berbers in Spanish. Very first picked Spanish. Losing against Koreans and Dravidians. So, game number 5. Golden Lakes. Sure, Capture Age is ready. And get the colors set up. There we go. And welcome to game number 5. We will have, to the south, Tag. Sora Kuma will be playing as the green Lithuanians and Mbl as the blue Chinese. Chinese with the 9 star. Interesting choice for a water map. You expect them maybe on Nomad or maybe a pure land map, but okay. You can still make it work. On the other side to the north, we'll have My Insanity, where ACCM will be the yellow Persians and Slam the red Japanese. Felt like Slam, Great Hold, may Tag look very indecisive. They kept thinking he was dead, and we've seen a whole bunch of back and forth by Mbl. Yeah, the War Wagon's going back and forth, not really either finishing off Slam or making a push into ACCM. Kind of spent a lot of that last game lost and not quite having the push with the war wagons he wanted. So Golden Lakes, we have a spawn where the TCs are basically in the middle of each side. So it's not everyone having their own individual pond. Each team will have a pond, but then we'll have some contests on the ponds on the side. This is the type of map where I think having camels is great, because if the archer players get caught up fighting over the water, suddenly there aren't as many crossbows to stop camels. But then we have MBLs, the Chinese, who, much to my surprise, no longer have camels. I don't know why, but they don't have camels. I don't know, the very random changes made by one of the patches, but they don't have camels anymore. So probably not as good on this map as they would have used to have been. But I probably want them played as the archer civ anyway. The Wanians here with the extra food can go for an early dock, and we will have 2 players docking on the right. Usually on this map I've seen a lot of safe docks, and I've even seen 4 players each having their own pond before, but ACCM docking the north, MBL to the west, and then both Slam and Sora Kuma docking to the east.
Food, please.
Now Slam needs to see that P3 docked forward, and, well, he does. MBL 3 fish only. He's saying, okay, he's saying 3 fish only because I think they realize that Slam is docked there. Yeah, so he's saying, go up fast, only 3 fishing ships. Don't overinvest and make sure you can win the galley fight. Yeah, there are no deer on this map. There are no deer here. Makes the map kind of brutal, because if you get lamed, then you're stuck with only 1 boar, but it's how the map always had been played, no deer. And it does force you to kind of change your water build slightly, where you don't have the deer to push in and go up as fast. Not in voice. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know how well Sora Kuma speaks English, so I don't know what exactly how exactly they communicate. Yeah, because the ACCM at least will speak English well enough to be in a voice chat with Slam. I've played 2v2s with ACCM and made it work. But yeah, I mean, it definitely is a challenge, right? Sometimes it is easier just to type something, even if you're in a voice chat, because it's easier to understand. This map stems from NC Zone Teen Game when everyone's complaining about the deer. Yep, because 18 pop double range on Arabia style was too annoying. Yeah, Samado made the original map. It's so bad to have Scout player on a contested pond. That's true too. Scout player on the pond. But that's also a decision they could have made, right? They could have made the decision that the Scout player goes for the back pond. Is that's what ACCM did over here, knowing that this is where the contested pond was going to be. So MBL docked forward, but Sora Kuma didn't necessarily have to dock that pond. He could have just gone for the back like ACCM did. So maybe this is a plan? I mean, it'd still have the option for the Lithuanian player to go up really fast. Maybe they just want a couple of fish here, then force Slam to invest into the double dock fires, and the rest of the fishing eco will be added in the back. And kind of like those cross games where you do the forward dock with one flag on the dock that's a fishing ship, and you debate the opponent into going heavy into fighting on the water. And right now, if Slam doesn't cancel those fires, he will have made 4 fire galleys to fight someone who's not investing on the water at all. And you could still see maybe Sora Kuma go for that sneaky demo approach where he tries to do 1 demo and demo 3 fish. Four fires is fine still? Well, it'll be 3 fishing ships now against 1 down here. So he's had a couple of fish on that lake for a while. And over on the side, it looks like ACCM actually has docked to the forward pond as well. ACCM maybe not expecting that, but MBL maybe not expecting that, but ACCM has gone for the forward dock. And MBL, no defensive fires at all. So he's just going to lose this pond here. He's gonna go for his own dock forward as well, but there is an X there. And Slam is aware, ACCM is aware. And they're gonna converge on that Vil. That dock isn't gonna finish, and this will be horrible for MBL, as Slam will block the Vil, not let her get a quick wall. MBL deletes the dock, and he can't save the villager. Excellent teamwork from Slam. Great Xing and spotting of that Vil. And MBL was thinking, I might lose my fish, but I can forward dock and take out more of ACCM's fish. But nope, not gonna happen. And I mean, at this point in the game, it's hard to get a dock at that point to destroy the fish when you're against the Persians. Once they see you, they can outproduce you. And same thing here, MBL losing this pond, and Slam winning the pond on the right. And actually canceled one of the fires, so only has 3 fires. And Slam doing pretty much exactly the right thing. You want maybe a second dock for fish anyway. Feels like Slam and ACCM have done everything right. At the same time, pressuring on land are Sora Kuma and MBL. And a bunch of defensive spears for ACCM, but he has to hold them up by a TC and a watchtower. Yeah, and right, that's something MBL, he could have just walled the villain, 2 tiles of palisade, and he's safe and gets the dock up. He was greedy and didn't go for it. Still attacked by the scouts as the archers come forward. And the scout will go down. A few spears in the back as archers come forward for Slam. And archer spear against archer scout. Usually would favor archer scout there. A bit of a tricky engagement though. The scouts need to be on top of the archers. The spears from ACCM still able to defend Slam's archers, let them run away. Getting a bit separated though. And without the spears, the scouts can just jump the archers. They'll have the hill advantage. This will be a nice fight. Alright, Slam did have a couple of reinforcements though. More scouts on the way for Sora Kuma. Yeah, once those archers get cleared, then the archers deal with the scouts, no problem. Or deal with the spears, no problem. And there they go. So Xing over here, double ranges from Slam on the land. MBL doing a couple of demos in his dock, not fully giving up on the water, had been repairing the dock with the villager. So we'll force ACCM to keep investing here. Right now, MBL no fishing ships. And we have 7 fishing ships in the back for ACCM and another 2 on this pond. So ACCM is going to have a great food eco as the Persians. Slam all the way up, or already up, Sora Kuma up. So both players on the right clicking up. Sora Kuma with a good fishing eco himself. So dock on the outside there to grab more fish. And MBL going to use the dock for cover while taking out the other fire galley. And plus 15 eco for Slam and ACCM in total. Once more, the scouts hoovering around, bloodlines on the way for Sora Kuma on his way up. But full walls from ACCM keeping him safe. As the scouts will look to go through the house. And archers come around from behind from MBL to double team this. And he's just going to stonewall up behind this, do everything he can not to let those 2 armies in. Archers will pick a villager. And move over towards the palisades. Bigger open area for ACCM to wall. He has to go for a defensive tower. Has to go for a stone gate behind this. Gate doesn't have much HP on it. But out of the range of the archers for now. Everyone up. Hello there, Danny. And also, thank you earlier, Kleiner Brandy, for the follow. I think I missed that. Thank you very much. Weak fill on that wood line. Archers can still pick it off. But everyone just up to castle, aside from MBL, still 90 seconds away. And crossbow bodkin on the way for Slam. Where are his crossbows? They're now moving across the middle. And he's going to go try to hit MBL. Noticing that MBL's the last one to go up. And he will at least have a safe gold on the inside, but exposed gold on the outside. What part of the base is Slam going to head towards? Maybe even good if Slam finds the archers. Ooh, MBL just avoiding Slam's line of sight. And he's going to wall up behind this. Crossbows will get one archer, try to break through. Try to break through, archers on the other side. And Ballistics and Thumb Ring just clicked for Slam. He's doing all the upgrades on the archers. He needs armor still. But in a fight, this heal's going to be great if this is a fight. The house almost down. And down it goes. A couple of scouts from ACCM too, still hoovering around. Stone for MBL. And he's going to throw up one more TC on a stone. Right now, MBL relying on that forward gold. TC, not enough vills to garrison and shoot the crossbows. On the other side, ACCM will do a TC. MBL trying to send another vill forward. We'll see if anyone notices that. TC going up desperately for MBL to keep his vill safe. Crossbows, maybe he has the numbers here, but a couple of knights start to pour in for ACCM. And this army will have an escape route out the back of the base, so they don't have to force the fight if they don't want to. So, Gillnet's on the way. Bowsaw, Slam's team adding in Eco. Light Cav goes down as the crossbows keep running around. Another knight goes down at the front. And crossbows hitting the knights, running back. This is where it gets tricky because they retreat downhill. And they're not going to be able to take a fight now that they're downhill. Have to get MBL's army on level ground. MBL isn't quite of the same numbers of crossbows. But then again, a bit more cav for Sora Kuma. Ballistics on the way for MBL. And now my Insanity with a 20 vill lead. Sora Kuma not hit, not disrupted at all. Let's have a second TC. So 2 TCs for everyone. But you look at that fishing eco for ACCM. He needs to start adding in fish traps. He's out of fish. Same thing for Slam. He's out of fish too. But at least they both do have small farming ecos. No real farms for Slam added in, though. So Slam's going to have to do a transition now, as he's going to run out of the fish and will need farms. And chain barding armor on the way for ACCM. As archers come over here for Slam, he's thinking of pressuring, but TC is there to keep him away. Xing on the stables, maybe thinking of an area where they can get an angle to pressure. And they're on the side of the map that you usually want to be on now, where your archer player pressuring the scout player. Crossbows grouping up. And then in the middle, we're going to have a castle from Sora Kuma, and Slam's going forward for a TC. And holy expo mass, well, 45 crossbows to 31, and they've never really engaged in a big fight. Really impressive for Slam to be able to break through MBL's base, and then escape out the back without being forced into taking an engagement that he didn't want. He's been falling back, but still kind of in control while retreating because of the numbers. So there is a castle, and they're going to think about denying the castle, maybe. MBL wanted a tower. Right next to the castle, sure. That's a lot of knights for ACCM. And does this castle get denied? Well, if they're fighting the castle, they're not fighting the army. But how many vills are left? Only 4 left. And this is a DauT castle. That is 86%. 3 vills going for it. 3 vills still alive. As they fall back. I feel like they could have forced that fight and still taken it. Kind of awkward maybe with the hill. But all in all, the castle will go up. It will go up. Alright, that finished 3 hero villagers. MBL's tower will go up too. And that'll be a TC in the middle for Sora Kuma. Slam and ACCM taking a 30 villager lead. Huge lead for ACCM as the Cav player too. He should be able to get a smooth transition as he goes up. Eventual Savaras for the Persians. But downside is you are on this cracked terrain with the weaker TC positioning. It will take extra extra damage. So this castle, how did this castle go up? I don't know. I feel like if Slam and ACCM committed to the fight, they could have stopped it. And now, maybe from the castle, a position where they can't take gold. I mean, if this tower goes up for MBL, that would be insane, but it's also going to be stopped by the TC. Can't do towers in range of the TC. One for guard tower, too. Chinese guard towers. I mean, I suppose there is an option with this castle. They'll have a couple of late chai that they go forward and do another castle. What's the stone count? Slam's the one with stone right now. What are the relic counts? Only one for ACCM, no relics for the Lithuanians player yet. And they're gonna try to take the hill. Scorpion's hitting the TC. Rocket carts. I was gonna say mangonels might be useful here, but a rocket cart could be as well. And this castle from Slam might not even protect the gold. If the tower still ranges it and is out of range of the castle. Don't know if the castle hits that, the lines are right next to it. The tower will at least cover the gold. Imp on the way also for Sora Kuma, who could just go Trebs now and Treb that down. And again, it's a castle on the cracked terrain, so more vulnerable to Trebs, as Sora Kuma's up to Imp. At the same time, they're getting a raid in on Slam's base. They're going over to hit the fishing ships. They'll hit the fishing economy. This was not walled in, and they'll hit the fish traps. The Japanese fishing ships, they're so tanky. They're so tanky. Slam had a demo on the way there. No. Okay, they're just going to see that, and they're like, oh, he's Japanese. It doesn't matter. You need to make sure you're right-clicking the fish traps there rather than the fishing ships. And Slam's army not over here. Or, yes, it is. It's on the hill. And now this army might be trapped. This army might be trapped. And just like Slam was able to escape earlier, this army not going to be able to escape now. Slam up to Imp now, but then so is MBL. ACCM going to stay castle and just pump knights. Okay, this is about as good a fight as MBL could take in this situation. He's clearing out a lot of knights from ACCM, but these crossbows from Slam are scary because they're going to become ARBs once he gets Imp. Honestly, that fight wasn't as bad as it could have been, even though everything will be cleaned up for MBL. And we're going to have double castles in the middle. Castle from ACCM, but still it's going to be a Castle Age castle, no Imp for him. And Sora Kuma will have double castle Treb production. Might need to somehow wall it like a trebuchet pen in, just so melee units can't dive the Trebs. But in some sense, the good thing is that the Archer player is the one going Imp right now, because he's not going to have the ability to take out Trebs. And yeah, there we go, the trebuchet pen. 25 military to 80, but soon that's going to be 2 trebuchets, and that might be the only number that matters, as MBL's going to get another castle up in the middle. MBL's going to get another castle up. And stone gates to protect the trebuchets. And from this pen, they can hit both castles and the TC, I think. Yeah, Treb should be able to range that. And yeah, they have turned this into something. Still much higher scores for Slam and ACCM, but the Imp timing and the Trebs could be what matters on this map now that it's a Gold Rush style map. And 2 Trebs pop in immediately. We'll have a 3rd Treb and Conscription for Sora Kuma. Ooh, don't know about Conscription there. I think I might have wanted the 4th Treb. Maybe on the cracked terrain you don't need as many Trebs though. I would just want to take the castles out as fast as possible. Slam buying to repair his castle. Doing a 2nd castle. This one will be up on top of the hill, but not going to defend the golds as well. So they have some timing to take out a castle. And they'll turn and grab the next castle. Here they go. 2 Treb Rocks immediately falling there. The Lechai going to start running and raiding on Vils. There'll be a few dead Vils for Slam. Although on the other side, they are raiding the base. They are raiding the base of Sora Kuma. And now they're in with their crossbows and their knights. They're saying, okay, we can't fight under the castles. We can go raid the base. And Sora Kuma going to be dead on land. He has a castle at home. That's a castle that's not in the middle, though. And what is he going to do with all those Vils? I don't think that lumber camp is going to be something that keeps them safe if the knights run in. Doesn't have any relics still, and now they can turn, they can head over to MBL's base maybe. While at the same time, they are completely controlling the middle. So we'll have complete middle control by Tag, but now on the outside will be ACCM and Slam getting Trebs to destroy that castle. And where are the Lechai? Lechai still in the middle. Good number of crossbows still from MBL. These TCs going down. All the HP on these Persian TCs paying off for ACCM. As at the same time, MBL, oh, he wasn't even walled. These knights just run right in. And MBL with 2 TCs, no castle at home. We'll just have to garrison them and hope for the best. I think the best might be destroyed TCs. He has to panic throw up a castle on that wood line. So 1 castle Treb down from the outside. Hill bonus combined with cracked terrain. Will be insane for Slam. And the Lechai not able to pick off the Trebs. They don't have the numbers. And that's another fight in the middle that ACCM, now that he's up, can fight with the Cavaliers. And MBL does not have Arbalest. Bracer chemistry, but no Arb. Maybe we should have middle versus outside game. And the Trebs are off the hill. And the Trebs, ooh, almost picked off. And there'll be some repairs there. This is where you can get greedy and go for the Trebs. MBL with crossbows still picking villagers here. And still no real safe gold for ACCM and Slam. Slam actually not on gold at this point. Military numbers much greater for ACCM and Slam, though. Are these deployed Trebs affected by the cracked terrain? I don't think so. I feel like if they were, I would know that. So I'm going to guess no, but I don't recall ever testing it. I'll put it on my list of stuff to test. So crossbows take out the rocket cart. Okay, 150 military, but it's still about the gold control. Slam going to deploy 3 more Trebs on the side. Try to get to that castle. And on the eco... Oh, wait, somehow ACCM docked down here. He docked down here and got a fire on the water. How did he ever get a Vil there? I don't know, but he has a few Cavaliers still running around the back of Sora Kuma's base. Sora Kuma relying on that castle. And Savar coming in. He still has no gold control, and he's going for a gold unit upgrade. I mean, that could maybe have just been the Hussar upgrade, and then you try to raid with Cav. But this team with those Trebs may be feeling they can get to the middle. He's Lechai still with no relics. They never used the transport ship on the pond they had either. And Arbalest in for MBL, so he has all the upgrades. Lechai still insane as a unit. Or Arbalest in for Slam. And for Slam, he has all the upgrades. MBL still on crossbow. MBL still crossbow skirm. Those 3 Trebs trying to find a spot to hit the other castle. Trebs there will destroy the TC. This team still cannot find a way to mine in the middle. Savara's going for the Trebs. They get 1. Get 1. But they will go down to the Lechai. Those things felt really tanky. And now 1 more big fight. Only 2 Trebs, so maybe some possibility to repair. We do have 1 relic being taken from the middle for Sora Kuma. Slam with the Trebs, even slightly maybe on the hill. Going for that castle. No repairs on the way. No repairs, that will eat into the latest production too. Military still 82 to 137. Much larger armies. For Slam and ACCM. Sora Kuma and MBL just can't quite take this fight. We have a big fight with the Lechai. And MBL, though, doesn't have the ARB numbers that Slam has. Slam with a lot of ARBs. The Lechai doing work. Taking out quite a few of the Savars. Savar numbers dropping, but they're going to lose this fight. And at the same time, lose the castle in the middle to the Trebs. There are the GGs. And Slam and ACCM will advance. And click the right button on the scoreboard. They will advance to the semifinals. And what was that set? Tag almost pulled off the reverse sweep. Even in this game, they fell behind early, but felt like they had the Treb in the middle presence that maybe they could have held on. Maybe a great decision to just turn and fight their bases at home and cripple their ecos. MBL only 57 fills at the end of that too. He took a lot of damage from that pressure. Oh, let's look at those stats. So that's 156 kills for Slam. And looking at the economy, that's 50,000 resources collected for ACCM. And the imp timing from Sora Kuma almost won the game. They cleared out so many castles. But man, GG, slam OP. And on this scoreboard, that will be my insanity, 3-2. Every home map was lost. That's Persians and Japanese over Lithuanians and Chinese. All right. So let me check the brackets then. Let's check the brackets. And we will see this. Bracket. Where are we? There we go. So we will have my insanity. Let's go tag. I can update this in real time. 3-2. And they will go on to face the winner of LY versus Barles and Dogao. And on the other semifinals, it will be DauT Hera against the winner of the other tag team and Hart and Leary. So that's Hart and Leary against Sato and Mihai. Both of those sets will be coming up tomorrow. Ooh, any more sets today? There will be more sets today. Oh, and thank you, Ornlu, for the raid. There will be more sets today as I go over to the schedule. And we still have one of the Silver League semifinals. So T90, if you saw earlier, he's playing the other semifinals. We'll cast that tomorrow. But today, we still have Vietnam versus OS Plus in the Silver League. So that will be our next set. Thank you, Ornlu, for the raid. Over 1,000 viewers. Yep, Viper raided us earlier, but I'm even more impressed that we had like 350 almost on YouTube. But YouTube is just there. I had no idea what to expect on YouTube, but I think we've had wonderful numbers there. So in total, we had like 1,300 people watching that game, at least just on my channels. So let me just coordinate with Tito. We have drafts for the last set, and we'll see if it works. Yep. So I've Rex posted. I'll get the admins to do that in about 5 minutes. We'll take a short break. And then get the next set going. So let me also update my stream titles. The Silver League Semifinals. VNA versus OS Plus. Get this scoreboard updated too. And also I can swap to the silver logo too. Do that on both my scenes. Nostalgia is real nice. Thank you also everyone for the follows. Thank you Rune, KR, and the real Luigi, and Commander Duck for the follows after that ordinary raid. Thank you all. Thank you King Enley. And let me just, I'll get the draft set up before I swap the scene like a professional. And Lord Halifax. So I will swap scenes and leave you with the draft for a moment. I should update my title on YouTube too. So many buttons I gotta press. When are the next games? The next games will be in about 5 minutes or so. As soon as I have time to take a quick break and run to the bathroom, then we will have the next set of games. I'll have Tito post the recs soon. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a moment. Thank you, Miley Virus, for the follow. Alright, so welcome back. We're about to get live with the Silver League semifinals. Let me see if they posted the recs. Let's see if they can post the recs. The 14 there. Oh, okay, they are there. Just make sure that they are there. So Tito gonna post them. Let me just copy and paste and do everything here myself. Or them in the casting information channel 2. There we go. Okay, get this here. So game number 1 will be on African clearing. Let's get ready to go. Thank you, Now the Spike, for the follow. And here we go. Set the scoreboard up. So we'll have VNA against OS Plus. And let's go. So, welcome everyone to our next set. This will be the semifinals of the Silver League. Tomorrow will be the other semifinals. That'll be T90 and Dark against FedEx and Monos. Today it is Same Name and Quangtree against OS Plus. So we have AKA Tep Backwards, I'll just call him AKA, and Von Dutch taking on Same Name and Quangtree. So we will have African Clearing as the first map. It will be Berbers and Huns. Ooh, faster working stable for the cheaper Berber stables could be a nice team bonus kind of setup here for Huns and Berbers. Against Malians and Chinese. So Huns, of course, on the Nomad start will have that horse nowadays, and especially on Land Nomad, they are incredibly strong. One of the first picks you'll see on all the Nomad maps. The Chinese, though, also 9 Vil start. They start with extra 3 Vils once the TC goes up, so that's 12 Vils, and since you can do a mill and gather food while the TC is going up, you are you were pumping out Vils right away. He's got 10 Vils on that pond. He hasn't even had to do loom. No. There's 8 seconds of idle time on the TC. Doesn't even have a loom. That's how strong the Chinese are now. Huns truly are Huns. What nationality are the OS Plus players? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not as familiar with them. Obviously, Say My Name and Quangtree are Vietnamese. So welcome everyone sticking around on Twitch, everyone on YouTube. Between those two, we still have around 1,000 viewers, so it'll be great to have that for the semifinals. And I'm sure we'll probably have more for the next semifinals tomorrow when T90's there, as the celebrity he is. But if you watched Age of Empires for a long time, you know who Say My Name is. You can always go back and watch good old videos from 10 plus years ago. See Say My Name. I guess 10 plus, almost, I mean, there weren't videos, I guess, 15 years ago on YouTube, but 13 years ago, probably. There's probably some good old Zero Empires videos with Say My Name. Yeah, he's Vietnamese yellow. So, fishing over there. Usually you do with 9 Vils, you'll do a mill with 3 of your Vils, and the other 6 go for the TC. Need to call Pad Farms out for T90 tomorrow. Yes. Elos? Everyone is pretty high, like, mid 2Ks. Let me check the seeding sheet. I don't know exactly where everyone is at this point. The Vietnam team probably a bit underseeded. But we will have... Let me check. Here, so Quangtree is 2K5, 2K6. Say My Name right now, somewhere between 2K3 and 2K5. The OS Plus team, they're around low 2Ks, like 2K2, but they play a lot of team games on the ladder, so they're higher. Chart is on their team. He'd be the highest rated player, but he's not playing this set. So in terms of team of 1v1 elos, definitely a favorite for Vietnam. But as I would expect OS Plus, we had like 4 or 5 OS teams entered into the tournament. I expect them to be well practiced and well prepared. So Garrison in the TC. Rhino taken out under the TC. A nice lure for Von Dutch. And both those players will be up. We'll have Feudal Age on the way also for Quangtree. A certain Elo Capifax feel very OP. They're OP against the Goths. That's for sure. A Feudal Age on the way for Quangtree. And Feudal Age on the way for everyone. So Quangtree, the first one up, and he will immediately be doing that stable as the Berbers. Again, faster working stable because of the Huns team bonus. Say My Name will go up. Could this team go double stables with that uptiming? He's on gold, maybe he'll go archers. I guess there's a world where the Huns go archers into cav archers. Well, there's a barracks. If you wanted a military building, you forgot the barracks on the way up. Over here, Market Blacksmith for our Chinese player in the red. And Feudal a bit later for the Malians player. Malians another good Nomad civ because of the wood discount. They get off to a smooth start. And thank you, Wiggle Wiggle, for the follow. And we'll have a scout coming in from Quang Tri. And trying to hit that mill on the shorefish. He will get one Vil, nice blocking. Spear gets the poke in at the end. A couple of rhinos still under the TC that he can take. So lots of food under the TC. He doesn't need to be out on that mill now. That's a bit dangerous for him as the scouts start to run by. Also, we didn't go to the outside. This is not the same as DE's base version of the map. I increased the density of the trees by just a bit in the middle and added 3 trees for every pond. So you're not as punished for being far away from the outside wood as you would be in the normal map. The X is over here. Same name with his horse knows exactly where. That's the great thing about going for the scout archer play in feudal. With the horse, you know exactly where everyone is. And actually, it's not going to be feudal archer play. It'll be castle age. So cav archers here from Same name. And thank you, Cheffy2K, for the follow. The horse is OP. It is OP. That's another dead Vil there for Von Dutch. Well, I guess he won't be housed if he loses the house builder. A spear goes to poke the Vil too. Takes a volley of arrows from the TC and goes down. So both the players on OS Plus on their way up will have a TC safely walled in there. For red, we'll try to boom between the gold and the shorefish. And we'll try to get another TC out on the woodline on the side. A couple of sheep and the horse there, so nothing to deny that. Even though there are blue dots around. Horse running around the back of the TC. And a couple of scouts here going to get in by the blacksmith. Will they get past? Don't think they will. Castle Age on the way for Von Dutch. And Castle Age for Same name, so Quang Tri will be stuck in feudal. Stuck going scouts into archers, so not just one unit scout into archer, while feudal. He also doesn't have a lumber camp on the outside, still in the middle. There'll be a barracks there for Von Dutch. Archers will come forward and try to kill the Vils on that barracks. Now, will we see a military building? It'll be a stable. Some lines, they can go knights, they can go camels, and we'll have the armor upgrade. So I imagine 1 knight to clear the archers. You can even kill like 1 knight, 1 camel, just to have something against the scouts. And we'll go for another shorefish pond. So 3 TC boom for red. Yellow's gonna have to go for some knights, go for some units to defend, and Castle Age on the way for Quang Tri. So even this aggression hasn't really slowed him down all that much, and he's been pretty annoying to Von Dutch. He's had to keep his Vils under the TC, start to run out of resources, taking both of the rhinos. It hasn't quite found a way to break out. And now a few spears coming forward, so he needs to pick the spears first. And that's 1 spear down, followed by the second. Weak knight, though. No bloodlines. And no bloodlines, even with and only 1 armor. And knights don't feel the greatest even against feudal archers here. And thank you, Gutachun94 for the follow. And Arzadra also for the follow, if I missed that. Thank you very much. And spear goes down to the knights. And this blacksmith might need to be repaired at some point. Knights finally could go over and hit the archer. The archer is the annoying thing, taking the Vils away from gold. And lone archers could be picked off if Von Dutch pays attention, but they're just going to try to run and regroup. And at the same time, looks like a few Cav Archers now. Cav Archers from same name. Very expected from the Huns, especially in the year 2025 to be going Cav Archers. They'll be running into the Chinese player who has 2 ranges, fletching on the way.
Yes.
And a 3rd range being added in. Could we see some Chinese Cav Archers? Oh, looks like Huang Tri had a phone call at some point. Well, we had Rex. That's why we have Rex. We don't have to sit through the pause. Huang Tri continuing the backed and ACCM tradition of needing to pause. So the Cav Archers pick off the Vil. And Exception, thank you for the follow. So 3rd range, and just going to be Archers right now. Looking for Crossbow Bodkin. With 3 ranges is Red also kind of trapped with his Vils. The same thing that Von Dutch had. A bunch of idle Villa just due to a few Archer units. Good wall in the Cav Archers. He's going for it. Oh, doesn't quite get the wall off. Just loses a couple of Vils. Almost had it. Now, Sam Name is his own person. He's a very well-known and very experienced Age of Empires professional. Scout from Huang Tri out even keeping track of those deer. And now a bunch of camels from Huang Tri as the Berbers. So Berber camels out to deal with the knights. This is where Malians also could maybe go camels to fight that. Eventually maybe work towards Farimba. It feels like Von Dutch has just been surrounded this entire time. Yeah, the Chinese don't get camels anymore, and that really hurts on this map. It'd be really nice if the Chinese player could go camels, right? And help clean up some of these other camels. You could even go double camel. But no, not anymore. Not having camels and instead having fire lance is a big downgrade in a lot of situations, and I think this map is perhaps peak among them. So ballistics on the way for Red. And a little Wally. They do have rocket carts, but they don't have camels. So we're just waiting for the moment for Von Dutch to ungarrison that stable. But he's just been trapped here. Just consistently, Huang Tri has had bigger military numbers. And the fast castle didn't come in time for Von Dutch to be able to produce. There's a bunch of camels on the way as that TC is garrisoned and takes out a couple of other camels. And can he get a fight here where he kills some of Huang Tri's army? He can, maybe he's okay, because his Vil count is a bit behind Huang Tri, but it's not insurmountably behind. It's only down by around 10. If he can take a fight here that's decent, and he has the numbers, Huang Tri did invest a lot into that forward. Market could go down. One Vil has to repair the market. Oh, that poor market repairing Vil. The camel's not going to get that killed off there. Von Dutch will wall up, and so far he's managing to hold okay. As Cav Archers still fighting the Archers on the side, being quite annoying. So 4th TC there for Red, and we'll have Samanim doing 1, 2, and 3 TCs himself. Camels might need to turn around and take a fight here. We had some great sets with DauT and Slam. We did. We learned that DauT is definitely the best player on his team earlier. So Camel's still fighting back and forth underneath that TC. Lots of Cav Archers now, and it's a double team over here as the crossbows come over. And crossbows will try to keep the camels at bay. Rams out to help push buildings, also absorb some crossbow fire. Market not finished, and Von Dutch has to run away with his knights. And Semifinal taking a huge score lead, thanks in no small part due to those cav archers. And how mobile they are and able to avoid the fights directly from red. Nope, no slinging, just they need a market to rebalance the economy. I think it's extra important in African clearing if you're not by a wood line properly. And okay, Von Dutch needs to notice this. He does, but a bit too late, loses 2 or 3 vills. But he will get a few cav archers in turn. We'll get the cav archers as that TC is garrisoned. Vills will pop out of the TC. And over here, crossbows will be taking out the camels. And nice micro there from red. Now all of a sudden there's a bit of a camel army hoovering around inside of Quang Tree's base. That'll be a bit annoying for him. Yellow's just taking so much damage now, down to 37 vills. But Yellow in a horrible spot, but has army enough to protect the crossbows from red as red tries to do some raiding. And red will find the cav archers with crossbows, but again, the lack of mobility of the crossbows. Once the cav archers find a fight they like, they can take it. And try to dance all they want. Try to get the other crossbows over. Oh, well, that's some regrouping pathing there. That's some dance moves on the crossbows there. Crossbows going for the TC. And all those crossbows being cleaned now, not enough camels to defend them. And at that point, say my name now has basically cleaned the raid. Without crossbows, vills can quick wall themselves. Let's see if the camels can get any damage here. A few vills away from the TC. But not going to be more than a few vills going down. I mean, camels could just camp here. I mean, the TC is fully garrisoned, but with cav archers coming over, won't be able to sit there for long. And yes, most of the camels going down also to TC fire. Trading them for some vills at this point, but that's Imperial Age on the way for say my name. He's up to amp. We'll have a defensive castle there. You can admire that new Chinese castle architecture. A lovely sight that is to behold. As the crossbows keep coming forward for red. Camels on the stable. Then we'll have a forward castle from Quang Tree as the cav archers come forward. And blue could be putting yellow in another rough spot. And still only 50 vills for Von Dutch. At least his teammate's up to imp. But here's a 2v2, and compared to green, yellow is super far behind. And we just have, we have another bad fight for the crossbows. Just caught out of position by the cav archers. Mobility here for say my name. Winning him the game as we now have 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for Quang Tree and a castle going up on a hill. Castle delayed, but won't be denied as those villas will run to the safety of some cav archers. That is a lot of cav archers. Imperial Age on the way there for red, but say my name up already. Bracer on the way. And, well, yellow's going to have to brace for an Imperial Age attack as here come the cav archers. Here come also some camels. And no one really going for red. Red just having a peaceful boom for the moment. But without camels, I think it's going to be hard for the Chinese to push out. Because they're going to have to go arbalest, but they'll be so slow compared to the cav archers. And looks like instead of going for yellow, say my name instead is going to choose to go for red. Red and start hoovering around this economy. That's a lot of cav archers. Don't want to go under the castle. That's about it as I have to get out to the side. Start to pick off some crossbows. And where can they get? They can get maybe to the back. There's a TC there. At least red is very well defended with the TCs. It's not like this is a paladin raid from the Huns that could just go over under the TCs. Go under the TCs and start taking them out. I have to still respect the arrow fire. Find some vills here and there to pick off. What's OS stand for? That's a good question. Operating system? Oh, that's what I would call it. Old school? That might be the name of the clan, more likely. Unless, I mean, maybe they could name the clan after an operating system. I mean, that would be the type of people who play Age of Empires. Okay, Arbalest in. Arbalest versus HCA. Now, Hunnic Heavy Cav Archers, they do miss the final armor upgrade. So you get enough Arbs and you take a proper fight, and the Arbs probably will be favored. But the problem is it's hard to force that fight. Nerds, exactly. So sheep going to be taken and running away. Cav Archers closing on the wood line. Hills go down. Arbs go for attacks on the Cav Archers. It stands for overpowered skirms. What you mean then is normal skirmishers, because all skirms are overpowered, right? So Cav Archers turning to fight the Arbs, right-click on the outpost, does miss a volley. But I think the Arbs win this here. That outpost acting like a ram, absorbing some fire. Let's see. Maybe they don't quite win. 21 to 34. Oh, that's a lot of Cav Archers. Well, not with those numbers, they won't win. That is a lot of Cav Archers. And same with name, if he judges the numbers correctly, he could just jump the Arbs. There's no reason to let the Arbs get away there. And good job of targeting multiple Arbs with each volley. Yep, that's exactly how you do it. And there's a GG from Red. So Vietnam takes game 1. Pretty simple game from them. They applied pressure to Yellow as he was going up to the Castle Age, and Yellow never was quite able to recover from that. Red was pretty competitive in the uptiming with same name, but the crossbow's not able to do anywhere near the damage that the Cav Archers were. So GG, same name with an incredible eco. And that'll be 1 win for Vietnam. So give them a win. And they will have 1 on African Clearing. Let me just, like I normally do, try to reset the ad counter between the games. Which doesn't even like giving me a good free will off counter. Oh, I just can't see it for some reason. It's a UI bug. Interesting. And let's see. So that's a map. That's a win on African Clearing for Vietnam. And for the Civs, that was Huns and Berbers against Chinese, and very first pick Chinese, and the Malians. Where are Malians? There we are. And game 2, it looks like it'll be Arena. I don't know if DE actually can be trusted when it shows the map for the games, though. AOM music. I like the AOM music. And here we are, game number 2. This will be the home map of OS Plus. We will have Spanish and Gujars. Ooh, might see some Gujar elephant pushes here. Spanish and Gujars, they'll be to the northwest, and they'll be taking on Koreans and Bohemians for Vietnam to the southeast. Koreans and Bohemians. So 7 relics on this map. I'll have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe a slight advantage for Vietnam. This one kind of a bit closer to them. But all in all, I think fairly balanced there. 7 relics, the standard I went with for 2v2s. Also the map, as if you saw our earlier arena game, a bit smaller than DE's arena, a bit tighter, but then you do have usually a bit more room to go to the back if you get pushed. No golds or stones back there, just space. You do have back walls, and deleting them can be a mistake, as sometimes you want to have them in the back. Hopefully make it as messy as game 1 today. as we did see an amazing 2v2 earlier. I think Arena 2v2s are extremely interesting at a high level. And one of the more interesting 2v2 maps you have, because you have so many different strategies that give you different size ecos, and you can have very asymmetric economies where one team is 1 TC all in and Imperial Age with Trebs, and the other is booming. And as you can have that in a 1v1 too, but here you can have different combinations of that with different players committing to the imp timings versus the economies differently on the same team. Almost like the best map ever. Oh yeah, man, you like Arena? I like Arena too. Alright, let me make sure that I'm staying hydrated. Gajars have a really good team bonus. The Spanish don't benefit from the team bonus at all. That's the elephants, right? Elephants. I'm running out of water. Been casting for 6 hours. So again, thank you everyone who has been following and supporting the stream. Again, if you any donations, 50% of the donations will go to the prize pool. And if we do have enough followers, we need to hit 15,000, so that's maybe a stretch, but if we hit 15,000, I will add another $500 to the prize pool myself. So I appreciate all the support we've been getting, and hope to have a good weekend for the semifinals and finals too. And devastated by the news of no Masters of Arena 8. Oh, you're right. If no one does that next cycle, maybe I'll host it. That's true. That's my favorite tournament, Masters of Arena. I saw there was a mem tournament. I don't know if that's maybe going to be King of the Desert. So deer being pushed in from red. And we'll have Feudal Age on the way also for Quang Tree. And a Crazy Python, thank you for the follow. Oh, look at this. What shape is this gold? It feels like this is kind of like, like I want to call it a llama if it had legs. Like this kind of looks like the head, like the neck and the head. A Z, not quite a Z. I think a Z needs to be like more diagonal on the slash. Anyway, everyone up to feudal will have a pretty fast feudal from the Bohemians. No, we're not going to see that scouts play we saw in that first game of the day. That was crazy. Bohemians could always go for a castle drop if they want to, but no one on stone yet. You could also just boom and go half neat. So, ooh, and deleting the walls. Deleting the back walls is Quang Tree. Deciding maybe he is just going to boom. And wants TC spots that are not disrupted by those walls. A bad handwriting Z. I don't know about that. Looks like a Tetris piece almost. Maybe one of those Tetris pieces. I think it would be a bit smaller though. Finally a back wall delete. I don't know, I'm not a fan of the back wall delete, to be honest. Oh, and as I said, might have Hussite wagons. There we have the mining camp on the stone, so Quang Tree gonna start collecting stone on his way up. Worms from the Worms game series. I've heard of that, I've never actually played it. The blacksmith market going up for Von Dutch. And the question then is, as the Gajars, will he go aggressive? Blacksmith market also from the Spanish, although that's stone. So we could still see a castle drop plus forward workshop for Gajar elephants and conquistadors. Can you control group them so you can delete them later? That's a good question. I've never tried that. I don't know. Well, I'll add that to my list of things to try. Can you control group them on an unused number to delete them later? I like that idea. That's actually a really good thought for optimizing your arena deletes. Or you can maybe double check your control group then so that you don't accidentally delete your front walls. Yeah, the back walls came in handy for literally every single player in the first set today. Never seen back walls so useful. So stone also for same name as the Koreans could have the double wagon play of Hussite and war wagons. And no one deleted the back walls. Everyone used them in that game 1. So Castle Age on the way for everyone. You can't control your buildings now, but I've never tried it. I know in the original game you couldn't actually select multiple wall tiles at once, I think. Maybe you can, or it was just some weird thing where you could, but you couldn't shift to select them. There was something weird with the selection. I'm forgetting exactly what the issue was then, though. And then, oh, very defensive castle from Quangtree. Very defensive. So he's not going to go Hussite wagons from a forward castle, just from a castle at home. Now that Gujar Camel there for Von Dutch. As everyone's up to castle, we also have double bit axe on the way. Scouts hitting each other. And DauT did win, yes. It's tedious, yeah. Actually, the user patch had shift delete, but Voobly never turned it on. Maybe they were just worried they'd have complaints like they did for multi-queue, but you could shift delete if you were playing like custom campaigns like I did. I shift deleted all the time. It was never an option on the Voobly side. So double defensive castle, same name with a castle at home too on his gold. Safe castles everywhere. Safe castle at home for reds. Three times safe castles. Maybe Von Dutch though with double elephants will make them regret that safe castle. Scorpion. Okay. Double workshop, elephant plus scorpion. Training all the animals from the workshops. Rams, elephants, scorpions. I guess onagers too. Well, why is all the siege named after animals? And the siege tower itself is an animal. So scout goes down for same name. It signaled blue's walls at one point. Ask the question, do you go for blue or do you go for green? I feel like if your workshops aren't forward, you have to go for the closer player. That's 2 scorpions, 3 elephants, and I think you're going to need like 5 or 6 elephants if you want to push a castle. And I do think that pushing the castle for the war wagons is nice because the war wagons won't do much damage to the elephants. But where are the elephants going to go? They don't have time to walk across the map like that, right? And remember, monks have to be adjacent to convert them, but they don't need redemption. Is there T west, but not a T north, or T south, or T east? That'd be too many directions. Alright, so elephants forward, going for the gate. Gajara siege elephants, 120 damage against buildings. Is a mangonel an animal? I know what onager is. So double defensive castle for say my name. He's just going to sacrifice that first one and fall back to a second one. Fletching on the way, loom on the way. And here come the Gurjara Ellies. The monks want a conversion, but the conks will snipe off the monk. Monk goes down. War elephants aren't going to do too much damage to war wagons aren't going to do too much damage to elephants. Some repairvilles heading to the castle. Those elephants don't take much damage though, and the castle goes down. Oh, that's one castle down. Mangonel running over, and the Mangonel's going to have to defend the elephants from the, or the Conquistadors are going to have to defend the elephants from the Mangonel. Those scorpions won't be too useful against the war wagons. And do Conquistadors kill these things? War wagons here. Mangonel hits their own war wagons. That was not good. Conks, if they ever can pick off the Mangonel, will be great. They do that, and now they can go for the houses. Open this up a bit more. Bloodlines for the Conquistadors. Bloodlines for the Conquistadors. And now I can get a push on the town center. Now behind this, what type of eco does Quangtree have? No eco. No one has an eco. And the defensive castle here is going to stop what could be maybe a petard Hussite wagon surprise push here. Not going to want to run through the castle right away. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses destroyed, and now Say My Name is housed. Say My Name is housed because all of his houses have gone down. Mangonel hitting his villagers. Mangonel hitting his villagers, hitting the war wagons. He's losing war wagons. This TC will go down. TC is down, and he is in a lot of trouble. Mangonel gets more vills. Conk's getting their kills too. These elephants still here. Hussite wagons coming over to help defend? Do Hussite wagons help? How do they do against elephants? I don't quite know. I think AoE2 needs to have various... I think AoE2 has very varied armies. I think one of the things AoE2 is maybe doing wrong is having those very specialized units like the Jian Swordsman, where you're encouraged only to do the very special thing and not explore the whole tech tree. That's one of the things I felt like it did like very well. When I played, when AoE4 first came out, I felt that you were kind of like forced to do a whole bunch of different stuff, rather than just kind of naturally go into different options. It's kind of like built the opposite way, where you start with a whole bunch of very specifically set up civs with different bonuses and stuff you had to learn. But then by the late game, you're just making springolds. And it's probably improved since then. I feel like having the very generic tech tree that you can go different ways with is kind of promotes a more fun type of unit diversity. Why did they fall back? I don't know. I don't know why they fell back. Are you worried that the elephants just want to heal? So I think what they did was they're going to fall back and heal the elephants with the monks. These things can be healed. And then they'll attack again once the elephants are healed up. That doesn't mean it's a lot of time. The conquistadors are just going to be home. And it's going to give more war wagons time to come out. I mean, they've added the TC back here. And maybe they felt like they've done enough damage to Say My Name they can pull back. I mean, they do have a nice Vil lead.
See? Presto. Mande?
Yeah, I know the Springles probably are not as powerful as they were before. That was one of the things I felt, though, is I felt like they tried to force so many gimmicks into the early game that you kind of started with civs that were forced to be different and then grew more similar as the game went on, versus civs that kind of start from the same beginning and grow more different, which like from the perspective of like a new player picking up the game, I think is also an easier way to ease into the game too. So conquistadors, enough conquistadors now to pick off the Hussite wagons. Mangonel's getting hits all over the place. Monk goes down. There's a petard, but the conquistador is there to deal with the petard. Conquistador mass destroying the Hussite wagons. Conquistador is OP. And not much left of the Hussite wagons, as Red is just microed back and forth to take them all down and dodge their shots. And everything goes down. And now it's the elephant push. Now that they're healed by the monks, gonna turn and fight blue. A couple of monasteries for defense. That's 4 relics that Quang Tree's managed to collect. The elephants start running forward. Monks picking off the war wagons. And elephants just keep pouring on in. A couple of mangonels, a couple of monks. There's a rocket cart also for Say My Name. An elephant push on the monasteries. You take out the monks, you take out the reinforcements. That is a lot of Gurjara elephants. That's 8 elephants. That's 4 relics ejected out of the monastery, 2 monasteries going down. The war wagons from the back can't really help with all the mangonels and monks there. A couple of them have been converted already. More elephants on the way. I mean, more monks on the way, but not going to get a conversion. Conk snipe them off. And where do these elephants go now? Pressure the TC, then the castle, maybe? Blacksmith will go down. And where are the elephants going to go for another TC? They're going to avoid the castle and take out the TC. More Hussite wagons on the way. These Hussite wagons just keep being pumped out. Honk's going to do their armor now. That'll be their second armor. Then they can stand under the TC more. Bill's going to go hit the elephants there. Mangonel defense now, but the TC is down. He's just going to go build another TC. Elephants just go try to pick that off. The elephants have healed a lot, but now they're damaged again, and now the elephants are going to start to go down. Now the conchs might be fighting a few too many war wagons, and we'll see if they try to take the fight still. Only 6 war wagons. It feels like there are more, but there aren't. And so Quangtree's taking quite a bit of damage there. Behind this, though, we now have a 94 villager boom. So why did they get back earlier? Part of that's also because Von Dutch wanted to boom behind this. Guajara elephants. Extra strong. And we have a boom coming up. We have some stables and bloodlines. Is this just going to be Shravamtra riders? I guess they should be decent against both those unit compositions, but they just need to make sure they can ram through the walls again. I like how Sema Name just built the wall instead of a gate, so now he has just a full wall with no way to go in and out. The green is rebooming, but no one near the Vil count that yellow has, and yellow's going to be Imp. So he should be able to carry with a quick Imp push if he can go another round of elephants and then some more Shravamtra riders. I imagine he collects the Siege Elephant upgrade right away, and then just goes Shravamtra riders with a push behind it. And if green tries to go Halb against that, then the conchs can pick off the Halbs. Imp on the way from blue too, but Quangtree there only 74 Vils. And we're near the Vils that Von Dutch has. Another TC also from red. Red just going to keep pumping more conquistadors. And as Von Dutch is up to Imp, should be in a good position soon to push. He'll have 3-4 elephants already, all stacked there, and then you can upgrade their siege potential and do Shravamtra riders, and he just needs to make sure he can get into Sema Name. Monk's picking off the wagons there. Now lots of zigzag micro in this fight. Monk's extra OP though. Meeting party, thank you Dizzy for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you very much for the raid. We're here in the Silver League semifinals, as we're going to have the armies go down, but they take a few conchs with them, and that will lead to a castle going forward for Quangtree. At the same time, though, forward castle for Von Dutch. That'll be backing up his elephant push. There's a bunch of Shravamtra riders ready to run in. He's ramming the wall behind the university. So far, Say My Name not reacting to this. I try to wall up behind it more, tries to do another stone wall. No ranged units yet in the push, but the castle will provide some extra firepower when that goes up. Von Dutch doing what he can to right-click the wall pieces he wants to click. And we'll try to go through the university and use that as an opening as Say My Name walls up behind it. And the elephants will do a good job of taking down the university, create more room for the conchs to get in. Now the conchs can go fend off those war wagons. This castle, though, not going to help break through the next layer of walls, a bit too far away. Well, that might not be needed, as we do have Siege Elephant on the way for Von Dutch. And I don't see how this is stopped. They are through. The elephants are through. Attempted guard towers for Say My Name. But that's a lot of elephants that can knock down the guard towers, and Shravamtra riders that can absorb the bolts. And there we have it, the Siege Elephant. Siege Elephant going for the guard towers. And the magic riders with their shields absorbing projectiles. And we'll have Elite Shravamtra Rider even. These guys have a new upgrade, or new graphic too, the Elite ones. Monks get a couple of conversions. Nope, doesn't look like they do. And this castle will go down, and with that castle falling, I feel like Say My Name is just dead at this point. I feel like he's just completely dead. Yeah, the Guajara Siege Elephants, they chew through buildings. They have so much bonus attack. 147 attack against buildings. And the Conquistadors here are going to win this fight, too. Conquistador is going to win that fight. A few Shavamtriders mixed in. And Green's going to try to run a Vil. Will the Vil open the gate? No, he just gets out. Now the elephant's spreading around the rest of the eco. Blue's housed maybe for a moment. Shavamtrider's going to find this wood line. And yellow's everywhere in Blue's base. Meanwhile, at the north, or in Green's base, Blue going for a Treb push. 4 trebuchets out. And could get more, but Conquistadors coming back to defend now. They will pick off quite a few monks. A couple conversions coming in. And the castle does go down. We'll have coinage on the way from Von Dutch. We'll look to sling red back up into the game and up to Imp, probably. So, Vietnam now hoping beyond all hope that they can push red. But Green is completely dead. A few Shavamtriders just picking off whatever villas remain, along with some Conquistadors. That TC will go down. He did at least manage to run, and he has 2 more TCs going up in the back, but that's now a lot of Shavamtriders coming forward to deal with the monks and the war wagons. Quite a few conversions. Nice monk micro from Quang Tree. Actually, very nice monk micro. But all in all, will be in vain, as there is not enough army here to stop the Shavamtriders. All of the Treb will go down. And this feels like it should be a GG and a 1-1 set at this point. Okay, red is inside. And red up to Imp as well. Yellow there. Let's see, is he even slinging him? Didn't even need any sling. Still hope for Vietnam? What hope do they have? None, as they call the GG. And OS Plus ties it 1-1. They tied it up 1-1, and we have a tied set so far. 147 kills for the Conquistadors, 105 for the Gajars and their Shavamtriders at the end. 43 buildings destroyed by those elephants. And 47k food collected after swapping to the boom. So very well played for OS Plus to take down a very good team with the Gajar elephants. So, get this reset. I'm tagged somewhere. Where am I getting tagged? Yeah, they're just in the Scout League. Our base can handle that. Right, I was going to do the 1 minute of ads. There you go. So for scores, that is now 1-1. For maps, that is them winning on Arena. And for civs, that is Bohemians losing, Koreans losing, Spanish winning, and Gajars winning. Alright, and then game number 3 will be on Arabia. A little chicken Arabia. So let me the scoreboard set up so it's red versus blue. There you go. So with that win, Vietnam has found themselves facing a tie as OS Plus came back to tie it up 1-1, and we'll have now Arabia. And Chart will be coming on, the highest rated player for OS Plus. He is much higher than Von Dutch. He goes from like a 2k2 to a 2k5, 2k6 here. So it'll be Chart coming on. He will be playing as the Shoe in the yellow, the civ that collects food as they chop wood. So this villager here collecting some food while chopping that tree. And Georgians is the Cav civ. Georgians for the mule cart on Chicken Arabia to take the chickens. And Say My Name will be the Ethiopians, and Quang Tri will be the Franks. So very standard Arabia civs for DE here. Franks and Ethiopians. Franks Cav, Ethiopians archers. Same thing on the other side. Georgians Cav, Shu archers, but the Shu a bit new. Yeah, if you have your chicken emotes, then this is the time to use them, as the map is indeed Chicken Arabia. With a bunch of chickens down here for the teams to collect. They can swap between games. Yep, they can swap their teammates out. As long as they're on the roster, they can use whoever they want for whichever games. No requirements to make people play, and they can go whatever civs, whatever players they want who are on their rosters. They obviously they can't swap mid-game, but between games they can swap. Imagine that mid-game. GL is losing, then Jordan would come back and start playing for Viper and they win. Now that would be something. Chickens. Let's just look at these chickens for a moment. Wonderful collection on the beautiful chickens. So no deer. I just figured it'd be a bit more interesting to Arabia, which yeah, I expect to be a scouts and archers map. But Arabia, where you're not going to spend the Dark Age pushing the deer in. The most interesting strat we saw was the double lame with a Vietnamese civ pick to double insta lame, and then you don't have the deer to push in. Or the shoe bonuses, their techs that affect archers are cheaper. Techs that affect archers are cheaper. Let me get the exact wording. It is archery range or archery unit technologies at the archery range and blacksmith cost minus 25%. So that means your crossbow upgrades cheaper, your fletching and bodkin are cheaper, and then your armors are cheaper essentially. And do they have access to thumb ring? They do, and that's cheaper too. They have thumb ring. Oh wait, capture rate shows the bonuses now. Oh, nice. It's not just the tech tree, the bonuses too. Don't need to tab out to aoe2techtree.net anymore. This is it. Minus 25%. They don't have periods at the end of their sentences. And the underlines annoy me. Like, these are links that look like I want to click on them, but yeah, periods would be nice. We get to learn about capture age too as we cast more. So everyone up to feudal, and we'll start seeing the feudal units added in. Feng Tree and AKA up first, then Chart. Although Chart falling victim to the double scouts. This is where the chickens can hurt you. If you have your vills out gathering the chickens in that feudal transition, and then double scouts come and hit the villagers. Same thing on the woodline. Vills didn't really get a good fight on the scouts, so now as Chart turns to fight, he has to worry about losing some low HP vills. This is where you have one scout block and the other fight, and yep, great job of picking off that vill. And that'll be 2 vills down for Chart. And double range is forward, but your archer player hits so hard on the vills is tricky, as that is a second range forward now. And it'll just be Shu going archers, as we would expect. And a clean double range build for the Ethiopians down there for same a name. In the ranges, and we'll have some walls going up around the back for red. A mule cart in the back. Well, that's nice. You can take the chickens with the mule cart, then go over to the wood line. And if you're just going scouts, then you don't even need to build anything. No, just the mill, but no lumber camp. And you're not gonna need the mining camp till later anyway. So nice. I mean, Georgians are a great cav civ, but I think on Chicken Arabia they're particularly well suited to using the mule cart. You just need to get to that Castle Age stage where you have the fortified churches boosting your farms. And we will also have that cross match set up where it's Archer versus Scout on both sides. Archer versus Scout. And scout hitting the villager near the hill. Other vills coming over to hit the scout. Will the vill survive? Will he survive? He's on the hill, and yes, he does survive. Semifinal losing his scout. As all these scouts come forward, grouping up with the archers from chart. And Longtree now under a bit of pressure. Hitting the scouts player. Usually you do want to hit the scouts player in the 2v2. Just harder for them to defend. They can't camp behind walls with archers, and it's harder for the archer player to get over there. Meanwhile, though, the archers for Semifinal getting in on the berries of red, on AKA's berries, and they will pick a villager and start to loop around, maybe hoover towards that wood line, force up a defensive tower. Tower up for red will be on the wood line, some quick walls to keep the archers away. Can he save the vill? No, he can't. The vill goes down. Archers will just hoover on through, find another vill who had been walling out in the back of the map. A nice vill pick there from Semifinal. Well, looks like Chart is going to try to come over towards Semifinal's base, but Semifinal automatically will get a tower up on that gold to defend. Do we have a tower? Yep, a tower on the wood line also for Quangtree. Had to force that up earlier when he was doubled. But now the scouts coming back for AKA to clean the archers from Semifinal. And we'll get a good fight clearing all of them here, as the archers will go down. More farms going up for Semifinal. I have a bit of a gap between the farm and the TC. I was told that when T90 plays tomorrow, I'll have to point all of these out. So if we can practice now. Archer is going to find and pick off a scout there. Semifinal gets the kill. Also have wheelbarrow on the way for Quangtree. As those archers will come over and go past the wolf, we'll have X's all the way over here, Xing everything. It's a gap for a tower. I don't think that's where you want a tower. And meanwhile, ooh, the scouts getting in for Quangtree. Scouts getting in, and they'll have to take a fight there on the hill, and AKA will run away from that. Archers coming forward, Xing in the middle. It's going to be T90's excuse. He's just leaving a gap for a straggler, right? Doesn't want to take the stragglers too early. So we have more archers coming over. Scouts still running around. Xing down here. Scouts on the hill still running. You could also place an outpost there. Very flexible, such a one-tile gap. Yeah, you could also place some palisade walls there. 4 tiles, 3 tiles of palisade wall between the farm and the TC. Just to stay extra safe, right? Yeah, in case you're raided, you could just do that. Fill it with palisades. Limit the mobility of those scouts from hoovering around. Scouts looking to get in. Archers will hit the vills over the wood line. Nice vill kills from Chart. Do these vills have loom? They do. Oh, just nice shooting there from the archers. Every arrow hit. All in all, Vietnam up by 5 vills, and they will have Quangtree up first. Did have a nice boom after that early pressure. Once he got that tower and stabilized, and the pressure went to his teammate, he was able to get the farms added in. And as the Franks, that's what you want to avoid. Any big bloodlines timing of scout fights against the enemies when you don't have bloodlines yourself. Avoid that in feudal, go straight to castle, and that's what I think he's managed to do. Mare farms and walling off the TC. That's a good idea. I'll keep that in mind for my next arena game. I mean, if you think about playing the poles, you do have enough space, since it's a 4-tile gap, to wall off the mill that you put the Folvarki around. Same for the TC. Stay extra safe. Use that Folvark farm bonus to its fullest with the wall on the inside. So fight here. This should be a good fight for Vietnam. Chart maybe wanted to be forward with the archers, but will just be cleaned up by that hill. They didn't have the numbers there. Vietnam can just come back. Out of position. More than a bit out of position. So there's light cabin husbandry, and we'll probably also start seeing knights queued after those come in. There's a market, and we'll probably see a TC up soon too. Go 1, 2 extra TCs and be very safe. And archers running forward for Semifinal, same time as these cav come forward for Quang Tri. Yeah, that was a horrible engagement for OS Plus, and a great engagement for Vietnam, as they'll look to pressure a house, maybe? A stable? They'll pressure the stable. And try to go in through the stable. Alright, we're clicking up too, exactly. Through the stable, and the crossbows will get in. There they go. Like Cav ready to hoover around. And we'll get in back on the gold. Like Cav going to hit the Vils. They go down, not enough room to garrison, and the Red's in a lot of trouble now. And it's extra difficult being the Cav player that you're not going to have your own crossbows to micro. You have to rely on Chart to defend you. And Quang Tri is just gonna use his light cav to hit the other barracks. They get even more production facilities from Red, as Red is up to castle but can't make knights yet. And the barracks goes down. There's Castle Age finished for Red. And he has to run to that back of gold just to get gold. And he's going to need that to pump knights. So Georgian knights heal. Well, at the same time, there are some knights. Quang Tri didn't come over to help his teammate. He came to raid Chart. Chart must have had a hole in the wall somewhere as the knights got in. Maybe they ran through the gate. Is there a hole over here somewhere? Is there a hole? Oh, no. There's always a hole between the range and the barracks, and they're going to call the GG there. They're just way too far behind with Red getting devastated, and then even Chart getting disrupted. So GG there. Clean game of Chicken Arabia from Vietnam. I've seen many players pick the Georgians on Chicken Arabia. I don't think I've seen the Georgians actually win. You'd think, oh, they're great meal cart for the chickens, and then a good scout save with the healing, but it just doesn't seem to work out all that well for Arabia for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. And brutal GG. So, quick and easy game for Vietnam. They will find themselves with the lead. Just do a quick ad as I update the scoreboard, get into the next game. And that will be 2-1 for Vietnam. And on Chicken Arabia, they won their home map. And for the Civs, that was Franks and Ethiopians. So the very first picked Ethiopians, along with the Franks. They randomed Romans in the middle of their draft. Didn't even notice that. Still Ethiopians are left for OS. That was against the, not the Wu, the Shu, and the Georgians. I don't know what you think, chat, but I've seen Georgians picked so many times and not seen them win on these Arabia maps. I don't know what to think of them anymore. Georgians not auto-win? I know what happened. What happened to the good old Georgians from a few patches ago? So, looks like Spiral will be the next map. So OS Plus opting to play on their opponent's home map. Otherwise, it'll take me a few seconds to get Capture Age up and running. Go. Okay, so we will have Spiral, the lovely map Spiral. We'll have Quangtree and Say My Name to the south. Quangtree will be playing as the red Khmer to the southwest, and Say My Name as his home civ, the yellow Vietnamese. Oh, to the south. What could be more appropriate than Say My Name in the yellow, playing as the Vietnamese? Of course, he is Vietnamese, and his name used to be Yellow. On the other side, we will have... let's see, Chart will stay on, so AKA will be in the blue this time. The team swapped their colors around, but oh well. I'll leave Yellow in the yellow. Can't change that. We'll have AKA in the blue as the Magyars and Chart in the green as the Ethiopians, because AKA was red earlier. In that first game, Von Dutch was yellow, but they've swapped, and we'll just leave it there. This is like Dr. Agenstar playing as the Hindustanis. Well, even more so because the color matches his name. So, Spiral, you do have 3 deep fish in the pond, and you do have 1, 2, and 3 pairs of double shorefish that you can dock. I'm wondering if I can add more fish to the pond. Maybe that'd be better for making it more of a hybrid map. It can be kind of sparse on the 2v2 settings. Maybe a 4th fish or a 5th fish. Only the teammate would be called Tristan, if only there were 90 Tristans playing together. And then T90 would mean something more than a soccer cleat. Oh, and also, I think I missed this. Thank you also, Prince Moses J, for the follow earlier. Appreciate all the follows. We're so close to 13,000. We're at 12,927. Getting really close to 13,000. Considering last year at June, I think we started around like 7,000, 7.5k. Having almost doubled the follower count in the past year has been amazing. So, Loom on the way for AKA as he pushes in a deer. Yeah, this is a wonderful deer map, but I did add some chickens. You can have some deer in the middle, but it's a really long push for the deer. There are also chickens there that you can't push, so you could mill them, TC them, take the barriers however you want. And this is random. You could have the teams set up on the edges of... well, one on the edge of the water like this, or you could have them in these areas too. That does rotate around fully. And the spiral can be either clockwise or counterclockwise. So lots of randomness to the map. Red donating his livestock to Yellow. Well, you do have a livestock pen in here. You can decide where to use it. Yellow donating his pond to Red then, so I guess that makes up for it. Voice is one of the most soothing voices I have ever heard. When I listen to it, it seems like I am sinking into an ocean of cotton, slowly suffocating from the sweet honey that is your voice flowing into my ears. That sounds lovely. And I hope that you do not drown or suffocate. Is Red... I have no idea what Red's name is, IRL. And he also uses the name Hope. But recently I've just seen him go by Quangtree, and that's what I think everyone calls him. All I know is ACCM's real name is Huang. But other than that, I know I've seen Bak's real name before. But off the top of my head, I don't remember it. Oh, Blue? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, Blue was Red in a previous game. Backwards is Taka. Oh, maybe it is. That's not a name I've ever heard, but I can't claim to have heard all names. So an X over here as probably Scouts and Archer play, but Vil being picked off here by OS, finding the dock Vil. You can't wall the Vils in fully because of the shallows, so you have to be extra careful not to let your guard down. Could have just garrisoned in the house, but didn't think of that in time. So double scouts trying to pick off a Vil here. Well, that woodline quickly palisaded in by Chart. Between the palisades and Vil's fighting, he's gonna try to keep his Vil alive. Oh, he should have ran the Vil over there and then walled the scouts in. That would have been sick. I'd trade one Vil for 2 scouts, and instead he's gonna kill a scout but lose 2 Vils. But he does kill both scouts. So is that worth it? I don't know entirely. Well, both the scouts going down. So wall's going up for AKA. Our blue player gonna try to fully wall his base. And we do have a dock for Chart and a dock for Quangtree. So one of those is the archer player docking, the other is the scout player docking. And now the scouts from OS Plus are going to start hoovering around the front of Quangtree's base. And Quangtree did not finish walling. Oh, the Vil trapped himself and did not finish walling. They'll use a house just to make sure that goes up in time. I was worried the scouts might hoover on in there, but I have to get away. It's funny, T90 actually hates a bit when people tell him they fall asleep listening to his casts, though they mean it as a compliment for his soothing voice. Yours is much more soft and fluent and soothing, and whenever I want just a chill stream to go to sleep. Dude, I love to see you online, and I'm just in because of your voice more than the games. Oh boy. That's a copy pasta. So Scout's gonna come over. We have an emote for it. And hello, Jambi. Listen to one ear each. That sounds like it would probably nightmarishly keep you awake. Oh no, Quangtree! Quangtree losing the scouts, trapping them in the wood line. Okay, they're gonna whack each other and then take turns. Yeah, Blue, you could probably take a better fight than this. There we go, now they cleaned. And well, that's gonna mean the archers are out by themselves. Out by themselves, now Blue maybe could run around and pick them off. If he gets another couple of scouts, oh yeah, that army. You just group up both of your groups of scouts and go for it, and that should die. Quangtree with more scouts on the way. Ooh, although maybe he won't get there in time. The spear is still out. He doesn't want to fight that, seeing the other archers. Could take another fight against the scouts, though. Question then is, where are Chart's archers? As in the 1v2, you just killed a bunch of archers. I think if Chart comes over at the right time, they could have a good fight. Even my hyper voice is soothing. Now that house doesn't have much HP on it. Armor on the way for Blue's scouts, and with armor he can probably fight this if Chart comes over. House in the back goes down. And now he might need to delete some walls so Chart can come around faster. Oh, did he delete a scout instead of a wall there? He might have. Maybe the archers killed it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. So the archers all go down. All go down, and the scouts and archers keep running around. Just watched the Hera games earlier on Hera's stream, some insane games. They were really insane. And Hera had the benefit of doubt. So Castle Age on the way for Quangtree. And Scale Barding armor on the way. Onomaru through game 2? I don't know. I think DauT when he just carried. You give DauT plumed archers and he turns into a youthful viper almost. Even the arena game, that was game 1. Man, I don't even know how to judge arena games these days. They're just so different from everything else, and it's lovely. So Castle Age on the way for chart. Huang Tree already up though as the Khmer, and he's gonna start pumping out some knights. 3 knights already queued. That'd be triple stable. Yep, triple stable knight production from Huang Tree. OS hoovering and looking to get into Semifinal's base, but Semifinal has walled himself up completely. Semifinal with only this wood line. Maybe the better play would have been to camp this wood line with the archers, just so Semifinal can't take anything. And some X's over here from Semifinal saying where this army is and where they can try to catch it. We'll have blue up 2. Blue just standing around the scouts on aggressive stance, and oh no, they go straight for the archers. They lose a scout because of that. Lakes poke the knights. Archer is going to treadmill off the edge of the world for a moment. Crossbow Bodkin on the way. Now that gold is in a tricky spot. I mean, say my name. He has some archers out there, but if he can't use them in time, he's just clicking castle now. He could be under a lot of pressure. He's running out of his main gold too. This army is in. Are they gonna choose to fight? The tricky thing is they don't know how close these archers are from being up. So if they go in, they risk losing everything. And there's enough knights here. Maybe the scouts from blue aren't enough to shield the crossbows. But they're very close to doing perhaps crippling damage to say my name. Just not quite in the right spot. Letting him take from that wood. Oh, the demo. Demo doesn't do anything. Okay. Demo doesn't hit the crossbows. More demos in the dock, dude. Crossbow's going to take the hill, take the fishing ships. Kirk going to go for the knights as he tries to loop around. Knights going down. Knight's the big threat here as the crossbows run. And yellow's still not castle. Semifinal very much still not castle. And Ballistics is in for Chart. Chart playing amazingly well this game. Blue may be lagging behind a bit. Magyar should be able to pump knights pretty well once they're up, and he is up. Chain Briding Armor on the way. And he will have knights in queue. 3 stable knights as well for him. The archers start to go down. And the archers have to run. And crossbows will come over to hit the vills by the gold. They'll go down. Gate will go up. And the crossbows will come over. We'll have ballistics on the way for Semifinal. And now Vilcount slight lead for OS Plus, but they just need to find this wood line. They need to find this wood line, and Say My Name is dead. Say My Name running all the vills. They see the leaf terrain slightly there. But if Say My Name can get to the back and get other wood, then he's safe, and he does it. He does it. On the hill, he's okay. Another demo being queued just in case. Still a good score lead for OS Plus. They need to find ways to do damage. On this map, you're so far apart and so spread out. I think it can be hard to find proper damage. I do wonder if maybe instead of scouts, archers, there is room for something like a conquistador play. Oh, thank you, Reliableage, for the sub at tier 1. That'll count towards Partner Plus. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. So demo raft gonna come out. And big fight with knights. They're trying to fight on the water so the demo can be involved. That goes down again to the crossbows. Another wasted demo. Guangxi wants a demo hit. Guangxi really wants one of those demo hits. He's been trying several times. Not quite there. Those are some stacked crossbows. Ooh, demo on them would have been juicy. He's coaching from Tato. He needs that Tato demo coaching. Knights go down. Let's go down. Archer is falling back, using the hills on Spiral quite a bit. Great tournament. I'm enjoying both leagues. Nice, nice, nice. Well, thank you for the sub and for the support. And even though the main event ends this weekend, we still have community leagues running. So those are going to be fun too. It's like Arabia 2.0 gameplay. Yeah, Spiral's another kind of standardish maps, I think. But the late game's a bit different because, as we saw the struggle for Say My Name to get to wood, you really do have to run outside to get to your wood lines. Get to your wood lines and expand to extra resources. Chart is Risky Dice. I've always known him as Chart. I don't know if he has another name. There's Yellow. Yellow's right here. And now Crossbow versus Knight fight. I feel like there are slightly more numbers for Vietnam here. Yeah, slightly more. 5 more crossbows, 4 more knights. And even more knights coming from the other side. Charts. Ooh, he's gonna give up the hill. He's gonna give up the hill, and this is not the right spot to take the fight if Say My Name can camp on the hill. And that was a great fight for Vietnam. Just as they were leaving the hill, they took the fight. That was the worst timing for OS Plus. Still, a lot of the knights going down, but going down for both players is going to become a crossbow mass. And it'll be Ethiopians versus Vietnamese with crossbows. Yeah, yellow's actually yellow here. Did DauT say he likes the map? They actually make you think. That's hopeful. Hopefully they do. Hopefully stuff like Valley of Kings or Jungle Rumble makes you think. Spiral, yeah. Because even like the Spiral maps, I tried to do stuff like using chickens on Arabia, or you have the ponds on Spiral or on Golden Lakes, or Outcrops has that pocket flank setup. Or even I think those are the 4 like Archer Scout ones, but Archer Scouts, but not just standard. Yeah, we have to think a bit differently. He's a huge fan of the boring Arabia or all that, yeah. Also with the map pool, I tried to set it up so that you could play standard maps or crazy maps. So you could play Arabia, Arena, BF, Nomad, and Islands as 5 games in a set. Or you could play 4 Seasons, Socotra, Jungle Rumble, Sumatra, and Zawal. I have very non-standard crazy maps. And the different teams then will have different preferences. And, well, oh, Chart, I'm sure he'd prefer not having crossbows in his wood lines. As now, Say My Name's coming forward. Where's Blue with the knights? Blue has a few knights, but not enough to engage those crossbows. Nice stone gate to stop the crossbows from chasing. Is this enough knights? If they can take a fight here, other knights for Kwangchu are in the back. They'll be going for the TC, and they be walled out. If he can wall this, that's a tile off. Ooh, couldn't quite wall that. He could have walled and took the fight against the crossbows at the right timing. And then, Say My Name, great usage of pathfinding there to avoid the knights for a moment. And everything here might get clean. Chart taking a great fight with the crossbows. And these crossbows all going down. Yes, they are. The knights clean everything. And he kept his villagers safe behind the wood line just barely. But the other 2 players are up to imp on the other team. That was a good cleanup. At the same time, some knights were able to cause some idle time on the TC, pick a few hills. And Blue starting to raid Yellow's outside TC. And Kwangchu did take the TC in the middle. will, however, have a castle drop from Chart. Is he aware that the TC is there? He's not. He just wants to drop the castle. Just wants to drop the castle. Now, if you do get Imp, you could potentially dock and go Cannon Galleons to take out the castle. That's an option. Crossbows, finding that mining camp, picking some vills. Knights will get the jump on them, though. Force the vills to run very far away. Is Ephraim here? He was here earlier, Danny. He was here earlier. Castle going up for a Chart. Night Raid from Blue in the middle. Going to kill a lot of vills here. Also could fight the crossbows before they become Arb as Imp's on the way. Chart's up to Imp already. Chart is up to Imp and he's pushing the castle forward. Mods, Danny, you're a mod. Over here you're calling for other people to do your own job. So the castle is up. And the trebs are popping for Chart. Chart looking pretty good so far. And they will take this TC and kill 15 vills once the TC goes down. It will maybe distract them from pushing to the other side of the map. The OS Plus making a game out of this. And that's a lot of dead vills. All of a sudden, OS Plus takes the vill lead. Their Cav player now is up to Imp. And it's a lot of Ethiopian Arbs for Chart now. A lot of Ethiopian Arbs. That's a box formation on the Cavaliers ready to run in, though. And maybe could pick off Arbs in the back, 5 ranges if they don't have the production in time. It's 25 Cavaliers. They have attack on the way. Light Cav coming in too. These Arbs need to be careful, and Chart might lose 24, 25 Arbs here if more pop out of the ranges and he doesn't have them grouped. This is hard because he now has to run back towards his TC, but Quangtree has seen this and he knows that he has the numbers advantage and he can take this fight. Oh, nice spot between 2 lumber camps though. Absolutely brilliant spot because he could be walled from the back. Oh, he tried, just not quite in time. But I found exactly the right spot for taking this fight, and even going to use the Vill slightly to block the Arbs so they can take a better fight. Oh, that is very well done. You think he probably still loses this? I don't know. It's close. There's a lot of low HP Cav there. It's close at least. At the same time, we have a counter raid. Chart and AKA getting into Quangtree's base. Quangtree defending with the TC. Has a lot of Cavaliers there. Don't know if Blue can take that fight without the Arbs, but with the Arbs, it certainly can. Final armor is in, and now we're going to have another forward castle here. Forward castle from Say My Name. And this is where her Chart could even dock the pond and think about cannon galleons. So red attacked in the west, red's still running around. And we'll have Chart going for a lumber camp on the forest. Arbs coming over here from Say My Name. And Vietnamese Arbs, very scary. Ethiopian Arbs scary too. Very scary Arbalest armies from both these players. And plate guarding armor on the way for the Knights. Arbs getting some kills on the Knights. Knights all going down. And Xing over here. As the light cav come in. Arbs pick off the cav. And okay, huge Arbalest army here from Chart, grouping everything up. He's got 44, only 39 for Say My Name. And they also somewhat have the hill. Upgrades for Imp, not quite in for Blue though. Didn't do Cavalier, it doesn't have Hussar. Just gonna take that fight, and now it's gonna, as he's cleaned up, kind of turn into a 2v1. Although he has another wave of Light Cav running in. And this is what's tricky about the map. You see he's going to Light Cav because he hasn't secured gold. There isn't enough gold on the map to stay in your base for a long time, and he has had to make that forceful Light Cav switch. And maybe in the long run that's something that's good for the Khmer if they can just pump Hussars. The Magyars, yeah, they can do cheap Hussars, but might even want to go Magyar Hussar instead if they have castles. And stone's hard to come by. And there is Hussar, and he's just going to go 4, 5, 7, 8 stable Hussar, at least. And I don't know why he's not engaging that. He probably would have killed it. Once he grew up, maybe. And here we have yellow going forward. Oh, both players outpost rushing each other on this side. Trying to take more stone. Chart still with a huge score lead. Being raided in the middle. Middle's where a lot of gold is. And maybe they need blue to come to the middle too. Chart's being trebbed. It's being trebbed down. This TC on the side. I'm going to go up for yellow on the stone. I'm shocked there are so many relics that are just sitting there. Well, in team games, you don't really prioritize the relics as much. There's 7 relics on the map, and they're all kind of in fixed spots, so you know where they are. But it's just kind of a more impactful in 1v1 because you have the trade in the late game for team games. So TC goes down. That's a bit of a loss of center control from Chart, as now he's going to have to contend with all those Arbalests coming forward. Arbalests that could massacre his vills on the gold. Vill count's still pretty similar, but slightly larger army count for OS+. Okay, now Hussars hoovering around the economy of Semifinal. Giving him some raids, picking off some vills here and there. Vills going down. Hussars come over to the vills. Pick off the vills on the wood line. At the same time, there are dots everywhere. Now Red has some Hussars here in Quangtree's base, and it is extremely hard to wall on this map because of the shallows. And you just kind of interfere with your ability to wall. You can go to the wood lines. I'm kind of surprised Chart hasn't actually fully walled this off. Feels like they could wall here and even make kind of a team wall. And keep blue a bit safer, even wall here over the hill to there. And now under the castle, the trebuchet is being picked off by Hussars. Arb's trying to save the Treb. Can they pathfind to the Treb? No, they cannot. Nilly saved the Treb from Chart. And he still has a good group of Arbalests alive. More Hussars coming in from blue. And that's what these civs are for. Good Hussar civs for the late game. So that they can spam Hussars when they run out of gold. The map doesn't have too much gold on it. Late horse. Oh, did he just do horse collar? That is horrible if you're a Magyar's player spamming Hussars. I would put them behind on eco upgrades.
Ow.
Chart is beasting. Chart is beasting. A couple of hills go down. Hussars still fighting over here. Cameo. Hussars running into the base, and the map's going to start to run out of gold very soon. It's going to start to run out of gold. And at that point, Vietnamese have imp skirms, which become incredibly scary. Another Hussar raid from Quangtree, snaking their way through these buildings. And again, that's just not being walled. And we'll have Semifinal as the Vietnamese getting to the middle, mining some gold. There are 6 groups of 2 gold in the middle. And we'll start to see how this map becomes a low gold map, I think. Vietnam, 20 or so more vills. Now that's kind of more a preference if you want vills or army. And Chart getting trapped. He's being 2v1'd. His Arbalest has had so much good micro throughout the entire game, but now he's trapped a bit out of position when his teammate wasn't there, aka not with the Hussars where he needed to be. Maybe because he was thinking of raiding Semifinal. As Quangtree and Semifinal take the score lead as they clean Chart's main army. It's another castle at the front for Chart. And we're going to have some stone walls for Semifinal. Yeah, stone wall doing what I thought Chart needed to do. Just getting the walls up to stop the raids. And I think that might be walled. Yeah, there are houses there. This is the stone wall that didn't need to be if you just repaired, but I can understand the thought. Will it go up in time? That's up. And not up in time. The Hussars are in. The Hussars are in, and they will slaughter those walling villagers. Every one of them sliced apart by the Hussars. Meanwhile, though, this castle still forward for Semifinal, getting trebbed by blue. Blue trying to treb it down. cheap Magyar Hussar is going to be really important here. And Quangtree still raiding. Finally Chart puts the gate up to stop the raids, but he's taking damage. You can see corpses. Those villagers? Or whatever the corpses those are, they're littering his farms. The TC will take out Hussars. Pikes go to poke them down. And the Vills will turn and hit the Hussars here, poking them down. Those were Hussar. Oh, the Hussar wings. They're wings. Okay. Some Red Bull spilled on the ground. And now the Hussars are getting in on AKA, but he's there with his own Hussars to chase them down. Has a few more raids here and there, but everywhere there's a raid, he has his own response. Losing Vills slightly, though, down to the 80s. And now, oh, the Trebs. The Hussars are getting to the Trebs. The Trebs were not walled in, and Blue paying the price for not being walled. Both these players have been. And now Treb's going down. That castle's so close to going down. The Hussars are hitting the repair vills. They're out of stone. And one last Treb shot takes down the castle just as the Treb is picked off by the Hussars. Say my name loses the castle. And he'll lose all the villagers over here. That TC will be open for raiding. I mean, Red Bull from the Red Hussars with their wings. And we'll have banking also from Quangtree that'll let him sling. And maybe we'll see a sling over to Say My Name. So a lot of Trebs in the middle. Now from Say My Name pushing this castle. Chart in Blue retake the score lead. But difficult to buy stone when there's so little gold and you need the stone to repair the castle. Hussar raids still dealing with this TC. They're going to run around this outside again. Maybe they can group up and get one big fight in the middle with a bunch of cav. But that castle will go down too, and this castle still will stand strong. And it'll be up to Chart to find a way to get more Trebs if they ever want to remove it. So 0 on gold for the OS team. And 19 and 39 on gold. Taking the gold in the middle. Where are the gold vills for red? Maybe a couple out on one of the side areas still? You should be running out of gold for pretty soon. I think they're all just going maybe to the middle now. Hussars and Arbs closing in over here on blue. And green here needs to send his own army over. Yep, here comes Skirmisher. Here comes the army of Skirmishers and Arbalists. As I was saying, the problem is once the imp timing starts to get to super late imp when the map's out of gold, then the imp skirms with the Vietnamese become extra valuable. Well, that's a lot of Hussars. Can he take the fight? If he has the food eco, he could maybe take it. Those Magyar Hussars are cheap to replace, but he probably doesn't have the food eco, only 86 vills. You want another 50 vills, and you probably want all of them on farms. He probably use 50 more farmers than he has right now. So Chart coming over, they'll try to fight together. Force the Trebs back. That's a lot of Hussars. And is this going to be a good fight? Getting a great surround on the Arbs, going to force them slightly downhill, force them into the skirms. And everything here for Vietnam, I think, gets cleared. I think this gets cleared. But while this is happening, there's another raid. Again, holes in the walls while Hussars are coming over for Quangtree. Quangtree's been everywhere with his Hussars this game. And even though they lose this fight, they'll just barely hold on to their score lead. As they now have the middle and all the gold. Raid versus no and while this has been going on, look at that. They're controlling the corners of the map with their outposts because their corner has trade. They have trade in the game. Marcus could have been against the edge of the map, but they have trade. Hussars here. Again raiding, but intercepted. 93, 94 vills for AKA. And if you have trade, at some point you also can swap back into Cavaliers. Chart, without gold, won't have an option to go back into Arbs. They're pushing down the middle though, another big fight with Hussars. A big fight with Hussars and some Arbs behind them, trying to get to the middle of the map. They will win this engagement. Quangtree has to fall back, doesn't have the numbers. And maybe they could try to push here between those two castles. It is a pretty big opening, but they could stand to disrupt the trade. Instead, they're trying to push the castle without any siege. And There's just Hussar spam. Hussars everywhere. Meanwhile, Chart adding in some halbs, trying to fight the Hussars in his base. A forward Treb trying to besiege that castle. And the Hussars running away. They're going to run back to the Yarbs. And there they go, pushing back at the same time. Hussar is getting more vills in the houses in the back. Chainmail armor for Semifinal. I guess if he wants to go halb, he can do that, and yet now he has some halbs. And more importantly, he has the gold. Halb and gold. As they're still trying to push in towards red, and feels like they're taking yet another good fight. Red losing all of those Hussars. What a game this is, as these Hussars push forward. Try to take a fight on top of the hill. Arbs take out the other Hussar, everything here going down. Nice fight here from all the Arbs. The Hussars close in. Arbs take out the Cavaliers. And Arbs coming from behind, looking to trap them. Right next to the berries, Arbs from the back from Semifinal, and this could finally be Chart losing that massive archers. He's been forward for so long, doing so much damage, but now that he's out of gold, replacing the Arbalest will be really tricky. And with the trade, we now have a swap back into Cavaliers, so we're... I hit the microphone. We're back on gold units from Vietnam. Back on gold units as it's Cavalier and Arbalest. And meanwhile, we have stables, and not just gold units from Cavalier and Arbs, but gold units from elephants. As say my name, he's the Vietnamese. We have Khmer and Vietnamese. They both have elephants, and it'll be the archer player sneaking in some elephants as a raid. Hit the mic harder. No, I think that's hard enough. I didn't hit the mic. I hit the boom arm with my arm. And now the Vills have to garrison, and this is again trouble for Blue. He had done all that work to get back to his Vill numbers, but now he doesn't have trade. And I'm looking at how Semifinal has played this. He's walled up his base and essentially walled off the trade. They could use a few more bits of walls, maybe not over chop some wood lines, but between their castles and walling, their trade is completely safe. It may be walled over there. Now these teams on the back foot now. The Treb, the heavy siege deployed coming forward, ready to take out more town centers. And the elephant raids. Also, I was trying to clean that. Vil probably needs to wall herself in. It goes down to the Hussars. Hussars keep raiding. Treb trying to take out the stables, but elephants there will take out the Treb. Red is still in the back of Green's base. Green trying to send some halbs back there with the Hussars of Blue. Will clean that up, but at the cost of getting pushed to the front with that Treb. And Chart playing this so amazing. He has a lot of Scarbs out and still trying to fight off this army, as Quang Tri now has his own elephant, as it's Vietnamese elephants and Khmer elephants. At the front, there's one brave Hussar raiding the trade line. One Hussar got in there, and Semifinal will do a forward castle to help knock them out of this game. And Halb still cleaning some of those Hussars. Hussars in the back, still running around. And the elephants getting in. This team has just been raided so much. There's a few openings here and there. I've let the Hussars get in much more than I think they've been able to return the favor. And the trade, I think the trade is what will do it for Vietnam. With pointage on the way for Semifinal in case he wants to sling Quang Tri. There's a good number of elephants here. All the elephants are taking a population from AKA as he needs to come back to defend that. Paper money on the way for the Vietnamese. Maybe now all they need is some Vietnamese skirms. Oh, fire lancers too. As the Vietnamese weren't strong enough, now they have this thing. Fire lancers getting the Hussars down. There they go, killing the Vills. This is spiraling out of control for OS Plus. Still a lot of skirms, but it's skirms versus elephants now. I don't think that's a matchup you want. If they had spotted the wood line, yeah, that's another thing too. If they had spotted that wood line early on, I mean, Hussars. I mean, AKA is still producing lots of Hussars, but ultimately, how do they win this if they don't have trade? Elephants will be hitting the vills, and that corner still filled with stables pumping out elephants. And slowly but surely, the pop has now dropped below 300. Vietnam doing a better job staying at 400 pop. The ram push coming in on the castle, that'll take out the last bastion of defense for the front of chart space. And now some hussars are not going to help against all of those elephants. Was there a Navy tech? There was, I didn't see it, but there is a GG. And Vietnam will do it, so they will advance to the Silver League Finals, where they will meet the winner of tomorrow's set, FedEx and Monos versus T90 and Dark. Again, we'll cast that after the two Gold League quarterfinals tomorrow. But congrats to Vietnam. They made it. Khmer and Vietnamese winning. We'll have 640 kills for Quang Tri. And impressive raids. You can just see that Khmer late game farming eco. Here's Burr. A great game of Spiral. I hadn't seen a game on Spiral go this long. And it's nice to see how the map turns around and has a bit of a different twist to it with the gold running low compared to Arabia in the late game. So, oof. And streaming for 7 hours and 15 minutes. Congrats to everyone. And let me just check off the map there. They won their home map of Spiral. And the civs will be Vietnamese Khmer over Ethiopians and Magyars. Yeah, it didn't help the other team didn't trade, but I think that's part of the map, right? You realize you're running out of gold, you want to add the trade in. Ooh, so I have some social media posts to prepare for tomorrow, and maybe also some overlays I still need to update. But that'll be it for us today. GG's, hello, Vanilla Donut LL, and Martin on YouTube. Thank you everyone for watching. We had great viewer numbers on YouTube as well as Twitch today. Hopefully that continues throughout the weekend. And oh gosh, T90 versus Say My Name could be the finals matchup for the Silver League. T90 versus chat telling him to say his name. So thank you all, everyone, especially for the subs that they really do help keep everything running and keep tournaments like this funded. So appreciate all the support you guys have been having on Twitch and on YouTube. I will end the stream on YouTube first. So we'll say goodbye to YouTube and then goodbye to Twitch. So I will see you guys.